Pastai. Mai masani Yavyoma ilipresene Maitayo yao majote Kasi selau talamo Olohema Yavyoma ilipatonu Itoba Itodo ya lei Daya rira manfanau Kasi selau talamo Aftai yang lelei mo Olohema Thank you. Phải nào là hôm nay là riêng anh phải pule tu, coco. Alo foi lo sofani mo foi. Ole sinaya chaki. Paloma, dia mentas piano yang tadi Arona, kasi selalu kalah partai itu. Alo le, ang lelei panau. Yeah. Ole. Hermana yo gato gato. Yo mama Waluma. Kaya alofa. Lo tutti piare, fai lo tutti ma tu nato. Sai lo chiama. Lo chiamo. Lo soy ma lo piacere.
Le mai mo le fa fo mai le tato tu no le fo ia I tu la le uli ia ma le tau tol ne la por televise le toi pose le lo le o tato ia le te per tato tu ma fotasi ia fa talo fa tu le mai mo mai le tu no so se va en lo ma o tato fa sa longa ia le la tamu fo ia tu ma o tali sa busa te mangeo e tolo lo wina ia tolo ma uma a wale tu ma fotasi fa talo fa tu le fa ma lo fio mo kovana le lo mai mo mai le state o wai mai lanto uma lo mai mo mai so se va en le larolangi lunga le website ia ma lo se fo manuia tau tol ne la fo televisor KVZK sabusa.
Well, good morning and a warm fatalofa to the people of American Samoa and also the people from every walk of life that are actually viewing this a live broadcast brought to you as a courtesy of KVZK TV and Blue Sky Communications. And especially if you can see the weather here in American Samoa, it is the most beautiful day here in American Samoa, where the ocean is so calm, and it is the perfect day for the race here. This is going to mark for the history, especially celebrating the festivities here in American Samoa, which tomorrow will bring the 17th, and that will be raising the flag that will mark the 114 years anniversary of American Samoa as a territory of the United States. But the excitement, the energy that has filled the crowd up here in the land and also here in the water, Mangeo, it is unbelievable. Unbelievable how you can watch this live. It's just a matter of time before this race is going to be kicked off, and you will see it. right here, live broadcast. Okay.
I'd also like to welcome those who are watching on the net from Hawaii and also all over the world with these coverage. I also like to acknowledge the support, the youth support from Azteca. Thank you very much, CEO Amos Lee Mwefawo and the rest of the staff from the Azteca Communications. And also like to acknowledge the support from the Leala and also the Peter E. Reed stevedoring for the boat that we are using for the Fotasi coverage.
Yeah, my event for the Fatalo Fire Tato Water Tuawe, Yaluson for Yapol Timua, Itua, Malata, Walava for Jim, Malefon, Fuai, Natai, Malbata, Fanua, Yaltama Malato, Wainga, Foi Malato, Tama, Ya for the Fafon from Taboy, my Yal Manu for Tato, to know, and Mese for the Payaman Manu, Yalo Mau for Tato, Fasalama to Sao, Yaluma for Yuana Leo, and Natalia, Yalto Tuala for the Fasala, KVZK TV. Ya ne foi vai martar tu na Fotasi se mena ese taiau nei mangel baba ya tu
matangofie tu langa lewa ye mo le sila fie la tu no e pe yo le sua u le to ai nei le vaenga le o lo to le tanto tu nga malu le ai ma se tu langa e fa le tono e pe yo na yai a le tu langa le o mai ta wanto e pe yo na fa lo mai fo ye le chairman o le fio ma fo le tama ai tu mo tangata ya lo le manga o le te mia ta lu mai uma sa ia e le toi fantalia i le skul ma le lua ai o le apalo ma le fana leu mai tau atu leu tau mai le whalo fani Samoa pe se i o le sale alena muli mai ia atonu e mai aloa ia la isi fufuanga li sa vusa toi titi parfan
yo le baba ya tu na fufuanga le tai committee ya do manga ya o yo foi lo ia le tau tonga foi yo fufuanga o yo tato Tunga Fotasi ne foi tau sanga no office for malfa ya na so for no ne o prila o ne ngalo joy o va uma ne lo ta pena na so ne mo na fa tari tari lava pa fana ya fa pena na tato lo e fu la ya fa temi ne ya le vi inga lava ya ba mo lunga fa fo tato ta pa o lani ya no lava ma afta so fu le pule to mo ta simo le tu ale o tato mo le ne ya so fo ya fe mai lava ko tu so yo la so ne na fa yo ga tato ma ri fi ai mo le ai ya foi ula yo fa na bertai le ole alo tu fa sina marolosi mo osayo baba ya tu ile ngata ta belbenanga ya alfa tartani foi ya tende tara lo ya tatu tu ma Fotasi ne foi tsanga
le nalo mai mo mai le atu no na wa mi bilo atu sa le fer fa di sa mo ilo na tulanga pe na ye o le terminale mai mo mai le atu no o atu I tulanga tutusa uma ia le matango fio le paino sa ile terminale le tanto tu ma pe na fa tu stemo sola sa vusa ma le mai mo mai le atu no matua I matango fio tulanga le telefantai ma lule le ia o se fa fetai le tua fa tai le tua ia ono leo mo le nei aso matango fie tele tau sanga ia se mo ni tu uma fa penei ia fa tai le rofa malanga le le tua leo mai le lau le nei ia wale tanto fa mo tu tu mo no.
Well, as you can see, watching this live broadcast right now here, it's just a matter of time for the gunshot to take off, and that will mark the history of this race. With all the 10 Fotasi, they were well prepared with months, weeks, and days. Now it's just a matter of time for the gunshot to go off, and then you will see all of this Fotasi will take off. It's going to be a very, very challenging race between all the Fotasi from lane 1 or the
e ai le mai mo mai le tunu e pe ona tuina tu tanto fasa longa le ana va numero tasi ka auto mai le fu o mai na fi amo vatia le champino tu sango mo mai le ana va numero lua ia le auto auto mai le sa o le fi amo pang o le aito tolu le fasa longa mai na fi amo vai loa numero fa ia le sa man le tu sala numero lua mai la fi amo nuli numero 5 le auto mai le fa fani Samoa mai le fi amo fansa ole ala ma numero 1 le wata auto mai le pai pai bo numero 2 mai la fia amo ua le mondele to sala numero tasi mai la fia amo uri numero fitu fanga tongo ise ula numero malu fanga alu fitu la fia fil numero iva ia male sa ole tu maron no tele matasa wa lua le wata auto mai la ma numero 10.
As you can view directly from the Mauna Lava here with the lane number 1, that's Vatia. That's going to be the flow from the village of Vatia. Second on the lane is going to be the Aeto from the village of Pango. The third on the lane is going to be the Fasamala from the village of Vailoa. Fourth lane will be the Manulele Tausala 2. the village of Nuli. The lane number 5 is going to be the fellow 40 Samoa from the village of Fungasar, as well as the Pilot Boy is sitting on lane number 6 from the village of Owa. And lane number 7, that will be the Manulele Tausala 1 from the village of Nuli. Lane number 8 will be the Isiaula from the village of Fungatongo. And the Fitua Fiafi from the village of Fungalu. And last but not least, it is the Mata Sawa from the Manuatele. It's on lane number 10. They are sitting here waiting for the gunshot to go off.
Le mai mo mai la tenu matang o fiele le na mo sa yo o ba ma ya tulanga le te ya sa buza ia ele to e fesiling yel tulanga o le ngai no sa te mil nei ya msalo e fo committee sa buza to titi par fam
yo fa mo ele sa nga mangeo o le tulanga tonwa le mafu ai ona fa ta fea tuluma shiva ona o le mana fa ta tali le wa pa le ya ta tu sa te mil nei mau wa lava sauni foi ya mafata tali no mato na tau fai mai sisa ya etu mai pe kuma ya le wa sisi fa po ya lo fatu na ina tatu committee ya fo le tatu fa la maya ya ole tu ma fota si de foi tu sanga
ya le mai mo mai ole tu no ma lo no sai le wa para fana le tatu tu ngal terminei ma le wa tu tatu tu nga le wa nga ya tu tatu tu nga ile tulanga pe ona patulanga ina litao nei le alo mo atu sao le seula mai la fio amo fonga tongo so atu ai mo le fetua la fiafi tao tu ale mata sao ile ba tonu le ma tu te yai ya ora ma lui fo itai to tele uni sa le alo wa mato no se anen mo le to sala numero tasi mo pa ulpo ya ma sa u mo tu atu ile tu yu tatu tu uma le wa atu tu uma sa busa tai le tolonga le fatua amatalia ele atore minute taru na amatal tolonga ale wa iluma le seula mo ana pipi ya tie vetura la fiafi mai la fio amo fangalu ia le numero tolu le alo tau to ele ta sawa ia le wa sense na le pa po yuta tau i foi mo le tau numero tasi man ta fermo na wa ia manisio sa le ro nga ia le foi ile tu la yuta le ro ma wa tu ile mai mo mai ole tu no le lavoro tau pa ya tu le seula moana a fo fantasi le ro luma le seula le vetura fiafi tau atu ai man ta fermo na wa pa ula titi tua ia nisio sa ia ro kanga solo vai tua tabusa.
As you are watching this live today, the gunshot have already gone on about a minute ago. The Isiaula Moana is actually taking the lead right now. Taking the lead right now in the first lane with the Vetua Fiafi. Is catching up on a half of Otasi to the Isiaula, also with the Mata Sawa. Are now neck to neck with the Manulele Tausalalua and as well as the Pilot. They are fighting for the third lane right now. It is an amazing race with the water is so calm right now. But we have also the other protesters coming up here with the Manulele Tausala 1 as well as the fellow 40 Samoa. Fellow 40 Samoa is now catching up to the Manulele Tausala 1 and the Aeto is now opening his wings and is starting to fly out. This race is about 7 miles out, and it is an unbelievable. The race is still the Isiaula taking the lead right now with the Fiafi County. About 2-3 seats are up to the Isiaula right now.
Sausa, lewa 2 minute talo na amatar tunga mai tawatu lewa yele swinga. Lewa yesa ye lumba. Lewa mabaya se mai manisio sao itua. Lewa pa yetu tutura fiafi. Ile Isiaula moana. Ale foi o papaya de manu ta febro na wa tau i foi pa ula ti mai tuar mata sawa ia ai le tasi le lua fauta se vai mai le vaenga le olo turi mai ai le aeto le maunele tausala numero lua ia le ngata foi le fe alfani ma le fu o le foi sin pa u le tuar fu o le mai le tato tu no ale tato tu unga na le wai luma le fetua la fiafi au oi to fio lai wa emo le fetua sabusa.
Mageo ele tai lava se tuunga. Ele tai se tuunga mo temi nei le wa yai na swinga. Le wa tutusa tamua ale se ula ma le fetua la fiafi. Ale fa wa fi nau mai. Le pai le po. Ya le na wa fi nau fantasi ma le manule te sala lua. Ya le wa fai lava se le matu mo fetua temi no paula tete mai lava tuole mata sawa. Alo fa pena na pipi mai ai. Pipi mai le manule te sala mo mua fa pe foi le fel fani Samoa. La watu mo fantasi le baba yatu le mato tu ai le fa alo ele a eto na watu tala mai pau male folo tamfai male ta to le mo ya te me tunga ne lo finabia ai tai la masi tunga mageo le baba yatu
ai le tulanga na le wa le mai mo mai le tato watu no fa va ia lo tau sini o le temile nei le pito i loma o le fetua le fiafi le o lo sili pe ama le tolu no foa ia i se ula no mana le ala wa so ane el maunele tausala le wa nga yan el maunele tausala i le tulanga lua ia male pai ulu pa na wa so ane foi pa mo na wa pa u mai tual mata sa wa pe amale pa utasi le wa pa u ai tua ia mai isa u mai lo iluma pe amale lua le tolu pa utasi le wa pa u tu ai tua le tele sa le afianga fangsa le maunele tausala lua mai noli male aeto ia wa faisi na pa u le titi tua o le fu o mai la fianga batia e pe na vai atu sabusa ele tai le tuunga le mai mo mai le tuno
le wa yele swinga le baba ya tu terminal ta tu tuunga le wa mata na suya pa foi le wa se mai lumo le fetua la fiafi le na fi lau me le se ula le wa tau fai tau mo tu tusa male manula tau sala ya male pai parpo se milinga ma le ya tuunga le ala wa baba ya tu ai esel bele baba ya tu le tu sifo yo le wa se mai lumo la eto le wa mata na se mai lumo la eto le wa tau mo tu tusa male mata sawa ila mai mata sawa mo oile manula tau sala mo ya na foi wa ese foi sawa le fo a pe foi sawa alfa sawa la wa tau mo tu tusa foi male manula tau sala lua ya le lato tamfanya mai foi le lenga lo na fa a terminate ya le wa sili le tete lo martabua ale manula tau sala lua amwa kapteni ya martafia male pai parpo na lo fina watu pa pe foi male metua la fiafi
ata mo fele to unga le wa ye foi le swinga a woi to feel like le wa ye le swinga le mai po mai le tuno le via anga noli le wa iluma lai titi la val manule tau sala man ta fe malo na wa ya ale la volo pipi a tuai pau vai pau man ta fe le ai awa te va vesola tu unga ta awa paula titi mai tuar petu le fiafi wa taule emol petu le wa paula titi mai tuar tu la tolo numero fa le wa se mai ele se ula moana le aeto le wa mato na mai numero 5 ia le numero 1 ia le fianga le papu malo na wa le pasa ulala le lo angai mai tua le wa mato na pipi mai ai ia le sa le le fuo ale tu unga la marato le wa ilupa mo le tau sala sa busa
ia o se tu unga mato mo fiena ile va o le manule le tau sala mo mua ma le pai pa po o lo tu lai le ia pa o bala watu montavea on sai mai a o le fo fina watu ia le aeto le wa se mai luma la aeto ile tula matolu le wa sili la titi la aeto mai le seula o lo malua le tato fetua fiafi tula matolu ia le wa se mai la aeto pe ama le afa fautasi le wa se mai la aeto ilumo le seula o lo fa penana yese swinga le se mai le fa saula la terminate le wa ta wo tu sala va fatasi ma le manulele tu sala lua pa pe foi le fo ya na wo fai si swinga le lele mai fo terminate pa pe foi le fa di Samoa le fa di Samoa le wa pi mai le mata sawa ya wa fai la masina pa fa kata o le tunga le va o pa ya ma mata fe ali va ya tu mkeo
le wa amata ona se atu ile 5 ono no fo le wa sili le manulele tau sala mata fe malo na va ta pa inga la fia anga no oli lele wa amata ona tala fulu no manulele ale lava lo pipi a jele lupo mai pau le ai on sai mai mo tafea le ala ata fai uta tulanga tolu pe ama le lua fautasi mai le tulanga mo le lua le lo tu petua le fiafi pa u tu tua le se ula tulanga fa le wa tau amata ona se mai le aeto ia le ngato mo le tu mai le po ale tu unga lava la tau le wa amata ona afa fautasi e fōringa mai lewa tū la irunga manu ta whea mawala wato. Ia, tātou o, nūli, o le a tātou o, pālele le manu iuta, leo le a o tātou, ai le tai le tōonga, lewa amata o na talatala, pēa ma le toi se pulu. e mo le toiva no poa motu atu le manulele tausala ka pio lai le alu le manulele li sabusa.
As you can see, it's about 9 more seats before the Manulele Tausala number 1, captained by Manu Chafea, is now taking the lead by Lupo. Is actually bringing as much strength, but there is a change of the Aeto. The Aeto is now coming about a half of Autas in front of the Fetula Fiafi, taking the third lane. Coming up here, then the Fetula Fiafi, also the Fuo has changed his speed right now, almost bypassing the Fasa Lala, Matasawa, Lua, and also the fellow Funny Samoa is now catching up with the Iseula neck to neck with the Matasawa.
Ia ele o tu lava le pai ulu po Manu Chafea balo na uva ayo o le lava lo tau watu a fai aiva no po le vo tau watu ia le pai ulu po le o turi atu lava pai mai le pai ulu po le ai Manu Chafea fa mo le fa kali mai le aeto le wa mata no se mai tu langa tolu le aeto le wa mata se mai tu langa tolu pa u atu pe tu le afia fi tu langa fa ale tato tu onga le lava lo fina watu le Manulele Tausala numero tasi. Ia mare pai ulu po sa busa tu nga mataina tu mara.
Yo le mai mo vai dale pa ia male malo tato tu mo terminei le wa to titi lava. Ya male fa liba no foa ya ona vai se le ole Manulele Tausala mo bua le lo mo to terminei. Fina wa tu pele pai ulu po o te le swinga. Le wa se mai le ai tu langa tolu. Ya male ko fa tasi lo pipi mai le pai ulu po. Au swinga tele le vai atu. Ile saul fuo. Le wa se ma fo le wa ta ko fatasi ma le fetola fiafi ile tulanga tolu ya fa folinga mai le wa sa wa ilu ma fo te pipi mai ya pa awala eto le wa tala al matas ale Manulele Tausala lua ya lalo final mai pea ya ma le fasa lala fa pe fo le fel Funny Samoa le wa se ma le tu tu sale mai fangtongo e se ula le mona le wa tamfai mai ele la pilinga ya ma le matasawa.
Malo Felice ae maua mai lunga le tatou maunga alava o le asau tangtanga mai Felice.
A te lava vana e lua pe onua taua ia le Manulele Tausala numero mua ia ma le pai ulu po nao lo pito mai lava iluma ia le nao mai tau atu a fautasi atoa wa ia iluma le Manulele Tausala mua ia o lo fatautai e Manu Chafea ia o lo tawhiofi mai pe tulanga lua ia paupau ma le pai ulu po ia i tu atu no so mai le aeto tulanga tolu ia mfanga solo toe o tato va al tulanga na le vavai tu ngai nei o a malu ma tulanga le foi le aso le foi le amtanga me o tato tuunga ia ile tai o le efta o mai fa fenga tonu ma fatu mo futi il taimi nei al mai tawatu nai lunga nei a pe amal fautasi atol na we luma ia Manulele Tausala numero mua ia ma le Paulo po na lo so mai ai ia le pito I sisifo wa mai tawatu le angai mai lumo le aeto ia ile fa vai foi le po o mai vatia o se molmawatu nai lunga nei.
Tai a Felice, o le tatou tu uma na le wai ele taimi nei. O tu lai kiti atu mai luma. O le sa o le Manu Chafea, Manulele Tausala, numero tasi. Le o lo iluma.
Well, at the race right now, the Manulele Tausala number 1, captained by Manu Chafea, is now just taking the lead right now. Lupo is holding on to the second lane, but there is a change of the Aeto. The Aeto have opened its wings and is changing his speed right now. The Fuo is now moving up to the third and is now half of Autasia out of the Fetula Fiafi in the fourth lane, but there is an amazing race between the Matasawa, the Manulele Tausala Lua, and also the fellow Funny Samoa are still trying to bring it back. Fasa Lala is still not letting go of the Manulele Tausala Lua, but the Iseula Limona is now falling back on the 8th lane so far right now. This race is an amazing race. We still have a lot of time coming through, but so far the lead is now taking all the way up front. The Manulele Tausala 1 by Manu Chafea, but it's not letting go by Pulpo. Yeah. Ole tulanga na tato tunga ne yaso le mai mo mai ole tato tunu ya I anga tamo tai foi ya mai lava le talo lo ia foi le tato tunga vai le lisa val final committee sau tunga e la terminei le wa pe amale afa fautasi le baba ya tu le mato tu le wa se e mai lu mo le Manulele Tausala mo mo dar captain mai Manu Chafea ele o ta fio fio lava le wa tu la ilunga pa pa ilua pa po na lo ye le tato le ngalo lua Aole aeto le wa faila vasinga swinga. Faila vasinga swinga le sawa mai la aeto. Ya male fuo le wa o male tato le ngafa. Tu le fiafi. Ya se bena ese le milinga le wa nei ile val mata sawa lua. Male manulele tau sala lua le wa faila vasinga swinga o mai Sunday. O jese tu le se ulan mona. A tuunga mata mo fia vanal fel fani Samoa male fa sa ulala mai bailoa.
Le wa mali tato tuunga le tolo le fangalu. Le fa yo ma le tato tuno. Le wa iluma lava manulele tau sala numero tasi. Ia le wa amata no pipi ya tu le pole lanu mumu. Mai sina paula i titi mai tu le va ale ba tau te atu ai. Ia so tu ai male pai ulupo. Pe ama le lua le tolu fautasi tu mo le pai ulupo. Le lo tau tu ai va mua male aeto. Lua fautasi mai tu le aeto. Le lo tau tu ai le fu o. Ia mai le afio anga batia. Le petua le afiafi. Ia le ngata ko le mata sawa. Ia wa mai sina paua tu tu oni sio sa. Ale tulanga na o yeri tato tu o mal terminate mai mo mai o le tuno. Manu ta fe molo na uba. Le wa le atu manu le tau sala. Le wa tato wo tonu tu lava le pole la no mumule yu tu lei. Ia ele ngata ko ilea o le pai upo. Male a eto le lo al watu tulanga tolu.
Ole tulanga le wa to le tato tu ngal mai mo mai le pai male malo tato tu na wa fautasia toa. Fautasia toa na wa se tu iluma. Ia le manulele tau sala mo kwa. Pia tu yai lo malua le pai upo mai la fia mai ua. Wa telele swinga ole sawa mai le ato terminate le wa tu le lunga ba mua mala watu ya na le tau ai au apa foi marusia ale ato terminate o faila vasi swinga ale fo le wa pipi mai foi le ato ale tunga matu mo fia le vale mata sawa male vetu le fiafi ile tato lo na lima pa ula tete tu ai tua ya le iseula lo final matu male seula ape foi le per foi Samoa ale fasa ulala ale badole tau sala la wo toe pi mai le mata sawa
Ile tulanga na tato kamela mai lunga mo alava lo mai mo mai le tuno le mata manule tau sala numero tasi na lo iluma tau tu ile pu o le pai upo numero lua le aeto na wa mata na ai mai le numero tolu ia manisio sa le lo fa solo te pe la tato tu uma le alava lo mo mar tato tu uma ele o mo foi le alu ole sale de yo le manule tau sala mai le pai upo le lava lo tau atu pai upo me ama to atu luma tau ata le lo mai luma mo alava le lava lo tau atu pai upo le na le lo e mo pai atu pa mo na wa e tuli atu manule tau sala le lo sau le wa o me tolu tau i tolu lava le tolo le plus point ia le lava lo tau pai atu le lava lo iluma le manule tau sala tau atu e pai upo le ato le o toi mamau ia e pipi atu le ato le o toi mamau e pipi atu le ato tu al pai upo e le tato tu unga le lo fa solo il timnei
as you can see right now the Manulele Tausala still taking the lead right now with the pai ball still trying to change his speed but the Aeto has actually gotten as strong as they can right now bringing it into the Utule Beach right there at the Sungaula Tuasa closing in. The Fuao also have a changing of speed, but all the other boats are falling a little bit back. And that's what we can see from the Mount Alava.
Felice ai maua mai lunga mo alava ole asa utanga mai tato tuunga
KVZK foi vai atu lunga nei tulanga na wa yai o lo iluma pele manulele tau sala ma lo tu mau pe tato va i o la tu wala va o lo tau mai pele pa pa po tulanga lua awa ese swinga na sa wai la ato le tule pitonga ile le tato tafanga wa mata na sa iluma pe ama le tolu fautasi le nawa pipi mai le ato ngai mai le pa po. We have just taken the turn point from the mouth of the harbor. The Manulele Tausala #1 is still in the lead. Papaulupo in second. And the Aeto coming up in third. About 2 boat length behind the Papaulupo as of now. Temi Neisa is a Temi Momuala Talata Mele Wafu on to Atwele Antu. Alba Vayatu Night when they Mongo Lava. Tulanga le tulanga tato tuunga pena yai. Manulele Tausala numero Momua. Papaulupo numero lua. Nalo tau mai le Aeto. Peon sisi latu yai ile numero tolu. E na wapi pi atu le tau mua la Aeto ile tau muli ole. Papaulupo Temi Nei. Dave.
ole tulanga na lewa ye le tato tuunga tulanga na le we tato tu unga le temine le mai mo mai le tu le lava lo iluma manu le tau sala numero tasi tau tu ele pai lupo le upipi mai ele aeto le upipi mai le aeto tu al pai lupo a woi to pio lai va mua malo da va le aeto mai la fia ko pango le wa mato na pai mai pai lupo ia tuli mai manu ta fea le mau le tau sala numero tasi mai la fia anga no oli le lava lo iluma ale tato tu unga ile sila fia da tu no le wo tonu mai la ta ele ngale yu tu lei le malai le swinga ulo le atu vasa le wa mai ele tato tu unga le mai mo mai nai lunga le mau alava ma le tato wa e leo ma mau le fina wa va ye tolu e leo va telefoi le wa pipi mai le a etom fa talo fa mai ma lor to ikua papao o a mai oi ia le wa sense mai ia le aeto le wa sense mai le aeto tuli mai papao ma lona au va ile taimine nei ale alava lo iluma manu tafea le lo iluma manu tafea to titi lava tato wa watu ile mimilonga le mimilo to ali tato rainmaker hotel a lo ma nei ale to onga lo ma nei lewa maua le aeto papao ai leo fa vai papao le foi wo to tu papao fa balo silo na va fa bole pai lupo tato wo te tau na ho ale alava lo to voi manu tafea no uli o tatou o le amua le tausaga lenei finau atu pea mamao lava le toʻoga tavusa le taitai le tigi.
It is an amazing race between now. The Manulele Tausala is still taking the lead, and the Paipaulipo is now catching up by the Aeto. The Aeto has actually giving the most powerful strength and is now catching up with the Paipaulipo on the third lane. The Fuao is still coming up on the fourth lane. And there's an amazing race between the Matasawa and the
Lewa mimilo atu jato tu unga le me ka chao manu ta fe malona uva ia le ngato voi le pai lupo male aeto lewa mimilo atu le leipe ale yeni vai fale tonu ile vai nga le tato tu unga talo se ia le lo fole tu ia sao mauri umasa awone ese sa fale tonu manu ta fea malona uva le na lava lo iluma tau atu pai lupo alui foi male aeto to tonu atu pai lupo le lava lo fina watu sa ia lua ia ole teimile nei lo vote tu manu ta fea fa malo si aula na uva fa malo si mai no oli ele to ma malo to unga ale foi lo fina watu lava papau le to unga mataina la le wa se atu le aeto le wa pe amale toi ai le vo watu papau le ai vai papau le ai le vo wa mata se lumor papau lupo mai le tau mua le aeto a woi ka fio le fega papau malona uva le wa tala papau le va le foi watu ai amata o le tala atu ia le aluatu le pai lupo ale alava tu unga mataina tu unga le wa mai lava I to tonu le tato wafu I whangatongo le wa mai tonu I le wafu suahau le tato tu unga le olo I luma manu ta fea marona uva manu le tausala numero tasi le aeto la le wa mata na toi tala mai le aeto ia ma le pai lupo tu unga va ia tolu sabusa le olo fina watu mersailing al malo
Sembeina ese le tau tonga le tato tu unga fatasi ne fatausanga le olo pito ai luma le Manulele tausala bombua kaptene matafea ale wa pipi malaeto me ama le tolu fa lima ono anga yufoa le wa maua mai ele aeto ia le pai le po olo fina pea ba ai lua tulai lunga tongi jana ba foi a wa le wa tatala foi a paula aeto le wa tonu mai tonu
ole tato wata le na le olo maua mai antu le asau tanga mai lunga le wafu le olo e ai
Tangalo ye nei pe la bona se sen ban malo le tenu o luma pe le malo ta sanu me mua ya o ka mai foi la eto numero lua ya so ye male fa pau de po ma ga la ba tu lang o ngalo ye nei salau pa se le se me fa le tonu we're right in front of the main dock in the downtown area. At first in the lead is still Simone Tausala, number 1 in the lead, followed closely by the Aeto from Pangapango, and then at number 3 is the Papaulipo as we speak. Back to you, Dave and Sabusa.
Ia ina mai mai le tato watu nu. Le tato tu unga le na, toi titi lava o tonu lava iluma le waputele. Le alava, o lo iluma, manu ta fea marona auwa. So atu iai, ia, ma le pai ulupo. Ia le ngata foi lea o le aeto mai le fianga pangpango. Le alava lo tau watu, mata ngo fia le tu unga. Le wa toi titi lava, a papai atu le aeto i tu tonu lava manu ta fea marona auwa. ia le ngata foi lea o le sal pa po lea le tu uar pa po le anga le to lua sa fusa lea la volo tuli atu le pai.
It is an amazing race right now. So far, the lead is taken by the number 1. The Aeto has changed his speed, and now just neck to neck with the Paipalupo. The Paipalupo has given everything they have and everything they have trained for. It's now asking the Avamua, please let us come to the second one. But the rest of the other Fautasi are still catching up on the back from the view up there at the Mauna Lava. The Aeto is now opening his wings, now fighting for the number 1, which Madulele Tausala is taking right now.
Ia le tātou tuunga nā leo iai mata ese. O winga ese le tuunga. O woi to piolai. Le tuupo le to ina a fuola. Se meua ese. Lele wa sese mai le aeto. Lele wa sese mai le aeto. Le wa pipi mai a manu tawhea. Malona au wā. Tua tonu lava. O le series. I leo lo i nei whangatongo. Tua tonu lava le teri leo whangatongo. Le wa amata. Wa afa fautasi. O woi to piolai. Sa musa lele wa tatala pa au le aeto. A pai atu maule malosi, o le ruatunga lava leo le aeto, ma lele atu ai lava le aeto, ma putasi ma le afio anga i pangpango, le wa ele suinga le sau le aeto le teipi lei, a lea leo whamalos, e leo whawai manu tā whea, vai no oli, le ai, tātou e alu voi tātou le tuunga lea.
Tātou tūlanga nao tātou whainga mea tai, mai lava le fitu mai la, ia temi nei leua ta oto mai tua le taulanga, lata la tātou tunu whangaloa, se mea ina ese, le tūlai mai le aeto, mai lava, i le tūlanga 5 sa iai, lele mai, pai mai, e o ila le tūtua, ila aeto leua whinau, mea ma le tolu, 5, pipi ta mua whātasi ei, manu tā whea, se mea ina ese, tō pau te ese tuai tuan pai pārupo, alo whinau me whoi le whou, wholo ta whai mai le tūlanga wha, oisia tātou salo pau te ese tutua, ono le sawa mai tuunga le pito i luma.
Le mai mai o le atunu, moi la tau olo maua tātou pasara launga mai atunu mamao, o le wailuma le aeto, le wailuma le aeto, lua, tolu na foa, le wailuma le aeto, ai leo whawai manu tā whea, malona au wā, le whai olo whamalo si atu, a le alava, lua tū whai wā mua aeto, tau mo whai mai, le wā mata o na luatu le tātou tuunga, sa ili sampina le tausanga, lua afes furwha, le alava lo tau atu, manu tā whea, malona au wā le aeto, po ai oi la ua le sampini, le wā mata, al watu pere tuunga, le oi luma le aeto, tau whai whatingi uma wā e lua sa musa.
Neck to neck, the Aeto and the Madulele Tausala number 1 between Mamua and Manu Tawhea are standing up and giving the most powerful Fatingi a perform momentarily as we can view it right now. It is a very, very challenging race right now between the Aeto and the Madulele Tausala.
Le tuunga mataina, ele o lopo ai lo sili temi nei tabusa, a pai o lo maua mai tātou atunu, ia, le na lo sili mai titi la vai luma le tau mua le aeto, le lo sili ai titi la vai luma le tau mua le aeto, mai le manuele tausala, le wa fina watu sa ai e lua, poi o la ua le amua le tausanga le nei, fina sa ai e lua, ma lo si awa, o voi to pio lai, manuele tausala, aeto, mai pangpango, le lo fina watu, ia sa ai e lua, poi o la ua le amua, e le o lo temi nei, ai fori mai le lo luma le tau mua le aeto, le alo i luma le tau mua le aeto, i le temi nei mal tātou whatalaunga, a le leo tuua foi e no uli, o le alawa lau alwatu le tuunga, le alo alwatu le tuunga, le lopo ai e mua i la ua, a le alo pina watu umasa nei e lua, i le tātou tuunga, ia ma le tātou tiki le temi nei, a wā le tātou tuunga pautasi, le wa parpana, e pōlinga mai wa mua le manuele tausala, pe a mai tau watu, i le tūlanga leo lo iai lunga rei sa vusa. Oringa mai e mual manu le tausala. Pe a whai e sao le taua wawa ai atu. Ia mare whai unga le komiti. Ai o le tuunga le ano fiso a taua sa vusa. Ai whamalo lewa toiti tau nul pai paulpo. Sa vusa tuai mata ina le tuunga.
Sembe na matulu fie lewa tau nu mai foi le pai paulpo tulanga tolo tatu tuunga le fuo ona lo se mai tulanga wha. Fina mai le mata sawa male vetua la fiafi tulanga 5. Ai pa pe foi le Manulele Tausala lua le lo se me tulanga ono ya al fitu valu ya maleiva foi anga ya tulunga lalo ta mai mai foi fa saulala a pe foi fel fani Samoa ya male iseula mai mona sembe na ese ioe male le baba ya tu terminate
sabusa ole tuunga mataina ile mai tawa tulava ile taua ia baba yantu ile tulanga le tate yai male tuunga ila wa ia mai ta wantu sa busa toi whatamala le aeto, toi whatamala le aeto, ia e pe e fōringa mai o lo siri lai titi, luma le tau mua o le manu le tau sala, ai pālo le whana, pe o le tūlanga na, ia ai ele i fōta ua whaiunga, e pai ele whaiunga le komiti, tau teimi siringia le tionga le tama aitu matangata ia lua le manga, ia ua poi o le atau le na whapaina le whanga, a me whapita iai, hiu ma le manuia le wha moe moe, wha malo ia whioanga, le a whioanga o pangpango, le a whioanga o nuuli, ia le ngata poi leo le ting tau nuu mai o nisio sa i o lo tau nu mai, le tātou tu unga i le nei fo iai tu lao leo.
Le vao le ato tau mo tu sa mai foi ma le sa tani sa tau fiofi foi e le pal fana fatinga. Le la la se fai unga ale komiti awa la tau le tu le la vai ia ma fa pal fana le matango fier tu unga le ta au mai ai. Tamila nei ia tu langa lima le wa fi nau mai ai le mata sawa ma pe foi ma le manulele tau sala dua alo kapteni mai le fioga le babuya soli ai ma le fetua le fiafi. Bena manaya tulanga foi ulo foi nga mertai lewa tonu ma le fai ka tu fia nei foi tulanga ia nei na vai fangaloa
mata ngo fia le tunga le toi tau no ma malo bicho te u te fau ia ma le au manga lewa toi tau no a woi to fio lai le alui fol ma bele tu sala numero lua lewa tingi pe tu le fiafi ia le fionga foi le mapu mo lo na sa manulele tau sala lua malo fa fitai ia le ngata foi leo fuenga malona aval mata saua pa malo tu malo manua tene le wai o manuia le fa moe moe o tu tuila manua pa malo atu le tapu i le tanto tapu inga le lava lo tali nisio sa ia le wa toi tono le wa tonu mai le felo fani o Samoa ia le tanto sa mai le fio anga o fanga sa i le tulanga fitu ia so mai ai male fasalala ile tulanga iva lea ia male sepulu ole tatou sa ole kise ula le moana ia le mai mo mai na le tunu le tulanga valu ia le wose mai ele pe fani Samoa le tulanga iva le fasalala le lo tuli mai ele se ula ia male tulanga sepulu sa vuza ia le lo a fa fio mai le sa la fio anga fangatongo le se ula moana fa malo vai le wama malo va e wa toi tau no mal manuia fa malo ia fa wa ia male ta poi yo foi la fianga o vai loa fa malo ta poi
ia ta tono o na fa nga mertai mai mo mai le poi mai malo ta to to ba le fana mo mai lo mo se ula moana fi na mai lava ia ele mau lava masina mai la ele ko mai la se mali mai lo mai sa ia ese le matu mo fi ngai tu pa le la sa ba vai komiti maleni ya nala wa
ku mai ke bekakala
tanu mai ese le mana ya le sawala eto no le mai tua bina mai le fio le fo ya le ngata fo le ya o isi uma sa le ya le nawa tanu mai ne tatu tingi ya la fai fo ya fai uma komiti le no ba vai li ya tulanga fo tatu anga tama tai
ia le mai mo mai le tunu na wa toi tau ni sio sa e pe ia na fai atu stemi o sola vi ia le alofa ma le anga le leo le tua le wai o manuia le tam fai atu le mato va ai le afionga i le chairman o le tunga fautasi ia lu le manga faoa ia au mai se fai unga alo ia wa ia le mai mo mai le atu le wa mato ia i tapata tonu lava le afionga i le tai komiti le tunga fautasi le leo na fa fonga le atu le mai mo mai fo ia le tanto atu ia atu mo mau ia fa fonga fo ia fa au malo le afionga i le kovana le wa i mal manuia le fa moe ia le vinga fa fo ile tua le lo tali atu le pe tau no mai fo ia sa le lo ia le komiti le tanto tu nga fautasi ia awa ia le tato se tala la mai ia le tu nga pe ona tato ia le nei fo ia i tu la o le aso e wa to titi ia tau no mai ia le sa le lo ia le mai mo mai le tanto watu no pa malo le ono sai le wa toi titi lava mau mai le tato chairman o le tunga fautasi ia ona mau le se tala lo ia awa ia le tato fa moe ia e pe ona ia le nei fo ia i tu lao le aso.
Well, momentarily you will hear from the chairman of the committee of the Flag Day, who's Faltasi, actually from number 1 all the way up to the final lane. And that will be a live broadcast, once again brought to you as courtesy of KVZK TV and the Blue Sky Communication.
Ia whamalo atu I lau whionga I le kai komiti. Le ua hi uman manuia le wha moe moe le manua. O le ase wha iunga tu sa o haloa ia. Ia mai lau whionga leo lo kia wha kunga le atu nou. O na fi nausa I e lua. Ia le leita le lau whionga.
E mo mua ngau. Pa malulu aku fa fonga mai marka mai le. O me sini fa kai le ku ngai kai au. Ia ko ngu mo ia fa mo kuila mangua. Ai le le se me fa le kongo ka kuunga pe a ko ki sila yai I le mean ko mai ka kuunga. Ai o se fa iunga le o ko ngu yai ngai ku waso a fa fonga mai le ku. O le o mang malo o ngu merkasi. O le fi anga o uli. Le sa lea lo ave ko faya mau kafea. Ya e kulu ai le aeko mai pangpango. Ya o long kolu. O le sa o ua. O le papau po. O le kulang fa. Ya o le fu o mai vakia. O le kulang lima. O le sa mai pangalu. Kulang ongo. Ya o sori ai. O le isi sa leo uli e luai la ko sa. O le kulang fiku. O le mkasawa. O le valu o le falfangi Samoa ia ka ko uso le mai falfangi Samoa le wa kulang valu ai versa o vailoa ia ai ngong fulu ia sa le o le ula mai kongo o le fa kulanga nga e mua sa nge e lua I fo langa o kuma ia I piko ki le kingi ia ma ngai e finga o ka ngai sa ho ni ka ao o melea o ke mo le ko fa ke tire ka poinga a koile mua e me foi le malu fi anga e ku so la ko fa ka fa ngeso la foi me wo ia le mo mangi va ai o me sinim ka wa mo si fia le ia me foi le ka ko wa so fu ni ko sanga ia ku la ka miki ngeo
lo le manga le foi lo maua tatu fasal longa I lungo le internet ia lo mai mo mai foi fa o le tanto malo ia I le tatu tu unga le semi level nei ia wa ia so ta inga fa ona po nei
ka te aku ole kapoinga le kako kovanga le fionga le komo siri le kofai le koko le lolo e mo ke la ko va kai ke le kapoinga e unga inga singa se fafo a le lo ko fai le ku e kapoi lo ngas ngas ole me la voce me wo ko unga le ka sanga ya familia ku la fionga le komo siri e kusa fa mo le ku me siri ya wa kin ka un fa mo nge ka ya mo nge yasa e mo ia lo fenga ko mo siri lo ka poi mai mo ia fa fanga malo ku le mo ya me foi ka ko so mai Samoa ya I mo ia ka ko so
Paptai ia I le mai mo mai le tanto wa tonu o le fata tal noanga na ma le afionga I le te committee o le tato tuunga fautasi ia le afionga ia lo le manga faoa ia wa le tato tuunga matango fiel tuunga ia e pei ona ia I le nei fo ia a tausanga mo le atu le anga fatai lo fionga le te committee ma le committee atoa matango fiel tanto tuunga mai alo na fateina ia se o mai na tini tau nul fa mo mo ia o le vinga le tato te fa fo I le tua le wa tini tau nul fa mo mo pa malo fatai a German ia o le tanto tuunga na e pei ona tau noa ia le tanto tai committee ia lo le manga faoa I le tulanga e pei ona ia le tanto tuunga ia le ua I o manuia le fa mo mo ia o tuila ma manua e taua ona toi fa ilo antu ia le alo ia mai o le fa iunga e to ina mai le committee ia wa ia le tato tuunga va wa mulsa o le manuele tausala numero tasi mai la fio ango uli tulanga lua le aeto mai pangpango tulanga tolu ia le pai o lupo fa ia le fu o mai batia lima o le sa falfani sa mo mai fangsa ono ia le sal manuele tausala numero lua ia le ngata foi le numero fitu o le matasaua numero valu le falfani sa mo vai lo numero iva ia ma le numero sefulu o le seula o le tato sal fitu le o se mai le numero 5 ia mo le sila fia le antino le tato toonga Sabusa, would you like to briefly announce the official result of the Fautasi race?
Yes, well, first of all, thank the Lord for bringing this fabulous days to finish this Fautasi race April 16, 2014. That is the official, the chairman, Lulimanga, actually just came here and then we confirmed the official race. And this year, the number 1 will goes to the Manulele Tausala number 1 from the village of Neuli. And then number 2 was the Aeto from Pangupango. Number 3 is the Paipalapo from Aua. Number 4 is Vatia, the Fuo from the village of Vatia. And then also the lane number 5, that was the Petua Leftiafi from the village of Fangalu. Number 6 was the Manulele Tausala number 2, that was captained by the Mapu Suliai. The number 7 is the Tasawa. Lane number 8 was actually Palufani, and the lane number 9 is Fasaulala from the village of Bailoa, and lane number 10 is Ulalmona from the village of Fangtongo. Once again, it was a safe and wonderful day here in Paradise. It was a perfect day for the race, and I hope you enjoy watching this live as a broadcast brought to you as a courtesy of KVZK TV and the Blue Sky Communications.
Ia o le tatou tuunga nai pe ona iai moli te le atu le nganga whaatai le Azteca ia ona lango ina o le tatou whaamoemoe pe ona iai le tatou tuunga whaatasi le nei fo ia tausanga a wā ia le ngata le tuunga ia o Paul Kalama o Malawa ia o loo whaunga ina le whaipa le Azteca ia wā le tatou tuunga whaatasi moli te le atu fo i le nganga whaatai i le company a le Peter E. Reed Stevedore ia po le olo le ala ia wā mole le whaatai la o whionga le ala ia o le whaunga ina o lausa ia le ngata fo i leo au company SS le au am whaiona tuina tuai whasalalaunga nei a lau whale televise o le KVZK TV ia wale mai mo mai o le atunu le ngata fo i leo le Blue Sky Communications ia ma le lanto website le um whaiona mai mo le atunu ia atunu mamau ia wā ia le nei fo i ia wha moe so e moliantu le nganga whaatai ia le tapo inga si o tanto atunu o le a fo i se upu a so ona la fo vale sa vusa ma mangea o lunga le eo le tauta mali i lau wha fonga ia malu ave fale o tau finangalo ia mole te minei leo le atu se atu tatou whasalalonga le tatou ofisa utu i utulei ia mole whawawina o tatou whasalalonga i le nei aso.
Ia i le tūlanga fo i le whaalanga mai atu tūle mamanua i le tūnga whautasi fo nei fo i tausanga le aso sifulu maleono a perila lua afe sifulu male wha ia le fo ua mai ale mai mo mai le paia ma le malo tatou tunu ia i le whainga meo tai mo se manoa ia i whaatalo fai fo i le kapteni o Mount Fea ia le sa whaamanuina fo i lo sa nei fo i tuunga nei fo i tausanga se i whaisau whamtalanga mai lava le talalo ia ma le tuunga wasa pai le leisa ia le ase whamtalanga wasa wa ia lava lo se mai tonu ia ma le tulanga fo i na o i le lua finau ma le eto yuta
kai lava lau kalinga moka ke lo le yo e mo mua e le fe ko se whamkalanga e mo mua nga mo mo whakulo wakur pa ior ka ko fiam pe fio mo pu mo sori im ko ma farofi ia e mese pupu ia au fo malu kalenga i loko fa e mese lau fainga luenga ko kofi le kua ro fa ngo mangu ia au ase manguia ma o le fioanga mese ki ngam ka mama ko kua lo ka po ia fai vai ui lavanga wole mo sa bo ngoi mai ngi ka kongo le o lo por fala mo feula murila ia wala al fai bo o ka kongo mese ka ma falofi ma lau manga le ko se sila mai ki ngange ia le ropo fenga ka fia mese la fioanga alfa sili ma ka ngi aso e ko lo puloi ma ko ava u melua fionga mo pu ia sori ai mese fo ia le sao fo yo ma ko ka mai sori ai mese fo ma ko va o le amakanga ku unga ele se ma ko me fa wala o mai uma la mai iluma va ango mai luma fa ele fenga ma ko ngo fo ku ka volanga ya salonga makanga se me luma va ilunga e lo male ya mal pu pe o menga a ku unga se la po senge ku ngale se me fa le ko ku unga yo ya pescar ngo ku ngai la ka lenga moka
ile lua fina wa inga male aeto sa va ia le ngata fo le tatala mai apa aula aeto wala talata mai ta elenga yutulei fa solo tu yutale wafu sa fa pole fo ile au ta poi le sawa tele la aeto te milia la se tulanga no o ye le mafau fo ia le ngata ile le malosi lo wa se atu ala aeto lo na tulanga fa pe Mount Fea wait your moment or time your macho asa yela la swinga ina o tau nu i fanga lo le tuunga sau fam talanga ya fo le mai mo mai pa ia mal malo tato tunu
salo fa kaya kwa moka mo fa siri sau le pole sa ko ala va mo lo va o masangi ko mo fanga lo ala yo anga fa pe o ris kapteni ya fo ele ko ama ke lo la so me pang pang o la ko ya langa sa fa le mua ku la va ngwa sa manga yo ngom ha ku mai ai ko luma ma ngai se ma ko ma mai se ma ku va ka fe kulinga yu kar king ya inga wa kongi fa king ya henry ele kai nga or kai me le kongi la fa king pa kongi la fa king inga wa ke ale wa fule ki nganga wa ko lo ma ko va wa ai uma fo wa kunga la nga ya nga mo we lole ia le wha mo kusaringi aso ma wha loro.
Whaftai, manu, tatono le anganga whaftai fo ina le tapo inga la whianga. Ai mai se fo le vi inga pito isila le nta ue wha fo tato tapa o le langi. Awa o ia ela e vi inga. O sau whaftai, ia li iwa a fo i makapteni, ia le tau fo i whainga meritai, ne fo yaso.
Ia whafkai a moka mo whafsili. Ia lei o ngei vaengo leso. Lei vaku le ngang whafkai mar whamalo. I kapkengi umalava mai se afio anga lo ia la kousa ngei aso. Malor ka alo whakausala. Malor ka alo whakamari ngei aso. Ia o le mua e o le femea. A ngofo whalo whangi o kupulanga mafio anga. Lewa ia laso ngei. Ia mele mo mole kule ngang whafkai keles i riva. Mai se afio anga umalo ia la kousa. Malo wa lese ngā luenga whaingo fien ngei ngā luenga. Ioi. Whai walavo mafo whaunga i ka penga i wha mo moe ngu mafio anga. Ia mo se aio la fio anga i mai se kapo inga. Melea. La kungu uri aso leo lewa lele maru mai mang lele mai kai io menga fa fa yakule ma fi ngaumale si ma yuso io ka ko mai pango ma lor ka lo fa kamadi lor ka lo fa ka usala ia mang le yoso pele la nga foi ka usang fo e le io po uri nga pa u ko yoso pel mo mele ia o le nga fa ka nga va ku i riva uma lava ma mai se ia ka a fio anga lo ila ko sa fa tai.
Aftai ya tatono le saunanga foina kapteni ya mantafea ya malona sa leo fo wa mano le fita sanga fa mai level mo ngana yo le mo yo le metafea au fa yuso le metu mo pea.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango America Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango American Samoa.
Sa titoa pa ia lava le ia faliu wila polon sa ta pa io ai ngai lua tai nane fale atu ia na fo mai le metisi fai foi ma sui foi nei tu aso fa mai ina tatu fa moi
ngai sea o fa o le kalesi ya awai ma ya foi me fai au ya ole atu lo el malai mo le al fai fa foi o le kalesi
Wa tatou iai le taualunga o le ulua iaso o le whaamanatuina o le salau mareiva tausaga o le wasu fifia. Mai mumua le mātou watu le whaamalo ma le whaafitai i le tapu inga mau. Afitai foi i le utou on sai ma pale pale i le nei asu. Malole soifua manuia whaafitai le soifua langu maa. Leo o mawhai o le tātou tuwai le. O taimi o le tātou waso fifia, ia whapeo na iai na lei tula. Ngangona voi wa vela whala. Sa amata o tau no whanga i lalo i au leo la o hai lunga. Iai la leo lo mātou tau fi, ia o la tau mwhai e. Ka pupo sa mātou leo, whai alofa ati foi. Ia, ai, mapu mai lau tau tāpuai. Lau tau sila ma lau tau mai moa. Ia o le atau whai voi whapupu o lo mātou whawhianga i le soa maia. Ia o nā tātou whai ala leo se mālolonga mo le aso atai ao. Aso whai i o le whamoe moe tuila manua. Mātou te mwai whatal whatu, whatu lou i le paia wa awhi fio mpapa ao i le malai moi tai. O le tala o lupelele o le tala o pai uli. Ea wa awhi fio le paia o le whainga malo. Te nane foi au auna le tua. Ia pa ia ma mamalu o le au vala o lia o e mwhai o tātou whatasi le so. Ai nane le pa ia la slasi o le tātou tunu. Ia o lau fionga i le Coven City o le whainga malo tuila manua. Lau fionga i le matua tō ngiola tala le lei tu la fono ma lau masiofo. Tu lau sunga i le Kovana Lutena. Lau fionga i le ali whalangia. Paoa i pulasi ai tufele sunia malo faletua. A fio mamalu kapineta ia whapea le vaenga whamalosi tu la fono. Ulau sunga ile sui o la inga salavi. Sunga mo suniolo fai mausi taulanga le neiaso. Si ilvi inga mal whaptaio le tua na ua Tātou tau nua manuia i le, se lau maleiva tau sanga o le whaelongaina o le sisi ngā fua tuila manua, ma lo le soe fua, a tālu whatu. A tau te, whatalo whatu fwoi o mamatou whatu lou le pai o le whono. Ia o lau whionga i le plestene o le mauta mawalunga. Lau sunga i le tamai tai o le aonga o te ote to whau pala ie, malu i sui tofia. Patala van fatulou le, io lau fionga le fong talai. Lau to fai le tau to o se vali talava wale. Ma lau faletua. Malu i sui filifilia, ia tainane le paia o le fono fai tula fono Amerika Samoa. Tulau. Ma tau te fatalo van fatulou atu i le fio lau fionga i le fam sensili. Lau fionga le ala Michael Cruise. Malo faletua. Mai se ia whaamasino langolango mamalu i le vaenga o whaamasinonga. Ma tau te whaatalo whaatu mwhaatulau atu i le paia o le whainga malo tu sonu. Ia lau fionga i le lofi a moa o le whailo tusi o mtau tau Samoa. A fio kovana o whaale lima. Lau fionga i le whaatui misa le fua. Lau fionga i le alo sa le masina, sa tele. Lau sunga i le tamai tai o le ao ngau te ote tap tonu. Malu i li mautofi, ma le ofiso mtau tau Samoa. I le whangaloina a fia si o na vau. Ia o lau fionga i le sui filfilia o Amerika Samoa i le Kongresi a le United States of America.
lau to fa fale o mavenga eni. Malo le soifua whaatai le tawasa mai. Awa le wha mamoe. Alo whainga malo ni nei tausanga. E o lili wana i le tū. Ma tau te whātāl whātu. Ma malu malpaia o malo whārongia o e o mwhaio nau whātasi mai. E o lau whionga i le pālemia. Lau whionga tui la epasa i lele malia le ngoi. O le mamalu lava lea ua le whaao le malotu tautasi o Samoa. Malu i le kāpineta. Ia e tainane fo i le awhio sui ao. Su lau sunga i le whonga whtalai. Ma le mamalu i le palemene. I nane i le ofisa o whamsinonga. Ia nai pui e tu mua mapula i tu au malataua. Ainga i le tai ma le vaa o fonti. Ia nā, tauia o no saua i le vaa. Ma tau te whātala whātu, ma tau whātu lo te fo i le paia o malo ese o mwhai o na whātasmai i le so. Mai tonga, Niue, Tokelau, Cook Island, me se fo i le konusula mai Nusila. Ma tau whātala fo i whātoa. Mo vainga au ese o le whainga malo a Amerika, e o lo mwhai.
Malo pastai.
Kau lau o le whamoemoe. Kau ai o kapalenga i le vai. Wa o lele wa kingi pa olo papong. Nop!
Nei foi vai ma fa fianga ma ta vie ale fa sinoti a America Samoa.
E le whaopopoa upa ia mo umana. E le koe sea foi se ioka se makaipusi. E ala i se pese ale kalisi. O upa ia mamana, mai ai le amkanga. E o ai le ngakanga, ka whonga. Patia! Hei, hei! Oh! Le ngalo ai se famalo aos fafkai ale kalis
ele mau le komana ma le fainga malo se manuia ai fa mo lava ile li o le ana toe fa tumu ma fa tumu atili me uma u fa ngao ngawina ona lo to manatu ande ile fainga malo tai tai o le tunu ai mese le fainga malo ma malo wala unia o te toi whaapai atu I pai o a pese, e mai se e kalesia e whakaasa mō whawhiawhiango le nei aso. Le ngata fo ele nā, ia o le pai e le whioanga e sa te toa malota pena, ia whaapitai ta watai. Lofa le atua ia.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pangopango, America, Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV, Channel 2, Pangopango, American Samoa.
La ulupe ualele, lele bao maoa, italo foi la upele, ola upele uale iloa. La ulupe ualele, lele bao maoa, talo foi la upele, ola upele uale iloa.
Ono lea ua no foia ua lolo. I le paia o le whainga malo. Paia foi o tupu mai e o le atunu. Tainane foi paia o le au whainga luenga totofia le tua. le mamalu o tutuila mamanua ua mafai o na afi o mai matala mai ao i le nei a fiafi. I lupe le nei le malai ta alo tele o le malo. Ia ua pro kalama e wha manatu ina ai le fua tutuila mamanua i le nei tausanga. O te tūla ia i le ava ma le mingao mo o soli tuina le paia o le nei a fiafi. E whai ma fonga tau moli moli. O le tātou maafutanga ma le whaatasinga i le nei a fiafi. O te whātulo watu i paia o le whainga malo tutuila manua. Le a fionga i le kovana. Lau a fionga i le lutena kovana. Ma le mamalu o le kāpeneta. Patulo watu pa ia o le fono fai tula fono le afionga le prestene ma afionga i sentoa le afionga le fonftalai afionga i fai pule ma le mamalu o le maoto sui o le atoa lea o le fono fai tula fono tulou patulo watu foi le mtanga luenga famsinonga i le afionga le famsino sili Whaamasino lango lango, male mamalu o le vaenga o whaamasinonga. I le vaea le whala oto, pa ia o le whainga malo whaloto i whale. Le fio le fionga le maputas, whailau tusi o mtau Samoa. Pa ia lava le awa le a fionga i kovana o whalima. Ia ai tainane o le matanga aluenga. O matau putau Samoa. Pa iyo sua ma le vai whanua. O fō mai tulangi tu au ma la taua. Sa ole ma le launiun sai lua. Tainane le a fio i maupu tulou. Whātulou atu fōi le pa ia o le la au nā motas. I le a fio whātui. Ma le whatalenga mau i tōtō. Pa ia o le manua tele. Tulou. Patulou atu foi le usonga ia tu mua mapule. Pa ia lava lea i ainga matama tama ma ainga. Ainga i le tai ma le va au fongti. Patulou atu le pa ia o le au whainga luenga tutofia le tua. O loo whaololo ma au i le tua. I le au ma le po. Ia awase manuia. O tutuila ma manua. Maona tangata i le neia fiafi tulou. Tulonga lava. Amatalio le tātou pro kalama le neia fiafi. E ia te au le ava tele ma le whaalo alo. O te tāpā ai ma o wala au watu. I le sunga i le whengai ngā taulangi. Ia whaatoto tapo i tu ua. E ka le sia me tisi mai le afioanga i malai loa. Ia mo le taita ina o le tātou pro kalama i le neia fiafi. I le tālo sanga i le atua. Malo whaalo alo.
Ua tātou iai le taulau mea o le nei tau o fiafi. Ua ifo foi le lai lona no fuanga. Ae sa whaataatia mai le tō whā ma le utanga. E ala i le wha moe mo le nei aso. I le tātou tū ma le tātou wanga i whanua ina ua tātou malama lama i le atua. E ao no mamoli mea uma i matau tu sa e wha muai so se wha moe. E u tātou te talo mo le nganga pa ia. Le ali ie. O le ou le mana o malava. O mātou whaalata tātou i lau o fionga. Pa mole. Ulu fale maia lo wanganga pa ia. Se e wha pa ia ina le wha moe o lau whanau. O na tai. Ai mai se le au ngā lulue. E ala i lau si o manga ma mea uma. Pa ia ile nei tapo inga ina ue whaatasi mai. Ono Yesu. Amene. E na o sinta mai upupu ua o lo ile a fionga pa ia le atua e whapea. ua sila atu le atua, ua matua le lei lava, ma ua matango fie. O loo i le kenese mua, tolus funmaletasi lona foi upu. O inae whai uai le foi tau whapena. Ua sila atu le atua, i mea uma ua na whaia, whaauta fo, ua matua le lei. So o se fatu pese, so o se whailaunga, so o se tusi tala. E ao ana mua na whai se au wivi, e au tū iai mawhauwhaunga malangona. O le nā fo i au wivi, e whai ma me e whai maanga iai. Ia le tala, po le pese, po se tauloto, po se solo, po se launga. Awa au noa ma le au wivi, ia ua le pai se launga po se pese. Ma le maua se tāua o se whamoemoe. Tala o le fuafuanga, o loo ta oto le mata upu mua. Aso mua lua tolu wha lima ono. Ai whaiu le mea lea, ma le foi upu ma upu ia sa o foi atu. Ua sila atu le atua. Ua matuale lei. Ua matuale lei. O le fasili, wa fua aisea, ona fai le tala o le fuafuanga, ma fola mua o le tuspa ia. E a fua aisea, ona au mai le tala o le fuafuanga, e ala le kanona ina o le tuspa ia, e fai ma fola sanga, e ta ai lana fiongpa ia. Mua. O lo ta oto i le tala o le fuafuanga, le mamalu ma le silsilese, o le tua. Na ona whapea atua i le sami, na ona whapea atua i le vai, na ona whapea e ai i le la, ma le vani monimu, ai maise le lau ele, ona iai lea. O lona winga, ua tau mai a te tātou, o lo tātou soifua, e te tau lava o na vava ai mau tilo, i le au wivi na whai mafola sanga, e le atua i lo tātou soifua mo le ola. Ina nei umi. Wa tātou va ai ma sila. Ia tai o lo tātou malo. I fua o wha ele leanga. O so se ati nae. O so se mea ua fola i le so. Ua moni ai le upu. Ua fola i ula. Ua luma fale i ula. Ai matango fia i le vi inga o le atua. O le alea. O mea na whaia i le atua, e ao o na tua i aile tangata, e ao o na whaalango i aile tangata i lona ola. O le mea lea e tāua i le tala o le fuafuanga. So se tasi la e le tāua i a te ia le fuafuanga, e le tāua fo i a te ia, le fola sanga o lona ola na whaia i le atua. Aftai lava i le komiti, aftai fo i le fionga le kovana, ma su kovana, ma le tātou whainga malo. I le tilo ane i le whao ngā ino le neipol kalame tāua. O lau tala, malo le ngā lulue lau whai whātoanga. Malo le ngā lue, lau whai whaiva, malo le ngā lue. Lau whai ati nae, malo le ngā lulue. O tau mamana, o mea nae tua i ailo tātou atunu. Tātou te olai, ma le mea mole muri. Aua ne ngalo. O mea ia e whai ai lau taulanga i le atua. O mea ia e whai ai lau taulanga i le atua. O le ala whai leo le fofuanga ma fola mua. Tātou te au tilo ma vaava ai ai i lana fio. Ina ne i umi ai fio o lau tautalanga i le whenga i fau. Le ala so o mai le nao Yesu Keriso. Ma ka nona ai ma mua le tusi o mātai o le whenga i fau. Wa o lota oto le whenga i fau le uluai ngafo Yesu.
o le alo na ia whaia le taulanga e tas, e so o ula ma le taulanga o le fofuanga. Milik Samoa, aua ne ingalo, e tā ua o le fofuanga na whaia le atua. Le lava na maliu maofolo na soifua, ina ia tātou tilo ma vai, le tua ele o lona wha moe moe, o wha le leia atidi ai, ma wha atari tonu ai le tangata. I le ola whai taulanga o le tātou leo Iesu Kiriso. Tātou tālo. Le atua manu, le atua le ola. Le atua poto ma le ata mai. Mea umalava ua e whaia ua sirisi ese lea i lo mātou ola. Mātou poto mai le nei fiafi o tai o lo watunu. O e wha ululu i ei matanga luenga. Mai se fo i le wha tonu o le matanga luenga, o le au whai ngā luenga. O tupu mai o le atunu o le au ngā lului o le au whai wha atoanga. Te i o mātou sula lo alofa ma lo wanga le lei. Ua malie o, malie pule i lo alofa tele mai a te i mātou. Mātou te toto ma wha susu a oe te wha tupu ma wha ola. Mea ua mātou whaia, le li e whaaftai, le aso ma le aso lo mātou wola. Whaaftai na mātanga o fia lo mātou o tunu o Amerika Samoa. Ini nei wha amai mo na pui puinga, sao mai ei Amerika Samoa. Ma lie pule whaaftai tele i lo walofa. Manui o mātou tai tai. Manui e fo i e o wha urulu i ei so o se mitanga luenga. Manui e tangata o lo o tunu. O le vi inga lava e tu mau i ati o le whaavavau. Sili la mātou whaaftai li si o manga le e saunia mo i mātou. Ua whai lea mato o manga o i mātou. Ai panga lea le li e. Ua iei fo i taimi ua mātou whatala le ai. Ua lele leo na mātou tausi lau fuafuanga. Ma li e whinoa lau whina ngalo. Ia wha maa ngalo lo watunu. Ia wha tasi maia. A fio maia. E ni so fuafuanga ele nei tau o fiafi. Le li e te to lua malo wanga pa ia. Pa manui e kovana ma le sui kovana. Pa manui e tai o lau whainga malo. O ai o wha ululu i ai lea matanga luenga ma so se tu tino o lau atunu. O e o tai. Ia lea li i e te to lua ma lau o fionga. Wha manui e tele na yo mātou. A inga ma uo mai masani i atunu ma mao. Ai mai se foi o lupe fa lele o lo tunu o lo le fa taua mai la to lo taua suina le pu vai o le ola ia le atu ai fa pale la o fionga i o matu tangata matu te manu ia ia la matu o lenga le mala matu tal wa fu fuanga mal taulu manga le yaso fa ta si mai a lo nga pa ia do la va suaf ke biso o matu o le tal o tuine amen amen.
Moli tele le nganga whaftai tele, whaftai fola, ma lo foi le au a whamau i lau sunga i le, whia ngainga taulangi i le nei a fiafi. Ia awa le tātou whasao i a manvao, ia a mese foi o le tātou taulanga whaftai, a matalia lo ia i le nei proklama. E le ai so tūlanga, e le ai foi so uangawaa, o te whaalau iloa atu ai, ia le saunoanga whaapitoa o le nei a fiafi, mai a te au le awa ma le minga o tele tau ai, whaalau iloa atu ai le saunoanga i le fionga i le lutena kovana, tala wenga e le asaro va lele ale, molan saunoanga.
O le atu le ngā whaftai i lau sunga i whengainga o no le upfolafola ma le talosanga o a matalia e le tātou whātasinga i le nei a fiafi. O te le i a saina le vaina i le asanga. O te le i sāvalia foi le ala nai mawhawha e peo le whetalainga i Talamoa ma le langi tuaiva. E mua o na o tui le papa tui ngatā. Sua le pai a wa o lele ua pa ia ma ua malu le aso. Launga le pa ia o le au whaingaluenga tutofia le atua. Pa ia o lau whainga malo Amerika Samoa. O mamalu wha le atunu tali tonu o lele ua mai au na ta pena whata mai tai tuanga. E le fofonga o le tato aso. O na whapea leo le taofi. Nu atu ia o tau pa ia ma whainga. Nei le lava tau limaina le tau talanga le te maloa o talawenga. A o te tulai ma le anganga fia ma le anganga whaftai. Whai masui o lana fionga i le kovana. E whaaleo atu lo ma anganga fia ma le anganga whaftai o na o le nei aso. Ma le nei wha moe ua fuafuaina e le tulanga o le tatou whainga malo. E le ngata o le amatalia o ni whawhiawhianga a wā le whamanatuina o le aso le fua o Amerika Samoa. Ia au le tulanga foi o le farmers market po le tulanga o le fair o tatou whaiwhatoanga. Whamalo whawhitai i le sunga i le whatonosili o whatoanga. Ona ua whapea foi ona maua se avanoa e o mai aia le au whaiwhatoanga. O le pa ia ma le mamalu o le tātou atunu. Tātou te nofo lava whapea e le maua ni manuia whapea nei isi o tātou te mai atunu. Ai pangale alofa o le atua. Lele wo o tau sila mata le pa ia o le atunu. Ele ai e feo lolo foi lava le maumanga lea ma le whai ma fua le ele o foi na mai le atua mo tātou. Whamalo whaftai. O le tatalo a le whainga malo ia awane i whawaiwai tātou i le ngalua ina o le sua ina o le ele. Ngā lulua ina ia mau aile manuia o tātou. E le ngata o le tausinga o ainga ia e whapea foi ia le nuu e ka le sia ia ma le tātou whainga malo. Ia o le anganga fia foi i le vaenga o le Arts Council ona ua e foi se taofi ia e whainia tātou whawhiawhianga la iti a wale whamanatuina o le aso le fua. Ua whaisina leva o na whanoa noa ma nofo puipuia si o tātou atunu. Ia ona o tūlanga lavo nei whamai wa whaina i le lalolangi. A le viinga i le atua e le au noa. Ona o lo sisila mai pea ono fofonga alofa i Amerika Samoa. Le ai se tala i se whamai wo o mai. Moli ai le nganga whawhitai i rana fionga i le kovana ai meisi o le whainga malo. Ona o le tofa e puipuia ma malutia Amerika Samoa mai tūlanga o le nei whamai. A vea e foi le nei tūlai ma moli atuai le malui puenga i le totele o le atunu o lo mai mua mai atunu mamao. Ta alofa. Sa nau lava le anganga tātou te mafuta whatasi uma i le whamanatuina o le aso le fua o Amerika Samoa. Ai peitai ia ua le taulau fuafuanga ono le finangalo o le atua. Ia iai le tali tonunga e leo toi mamao se aso. Ia ona taunu mai leo tātou o lo au mau ia tunu mamao. Whatalitai i le taimi e tau te awhiwhio mai ai matoe fo i mai whanua. O le anganga whawhitai fo i e moli atuai i nei o tātou te matina. Uso matua whawhine na taunu mai i le whainga malanga i le uli nei. Sa ma nofo lava malana fionga i le maputasi. Ma pea le loa ia sili mātou tapua i mai i le mātou center. Ia ma aile tau ngā solo mai i le vālele se ia o mai i le hotel. Malingi loi mata, tutulu le fionga i le maputasi i le alofa. I le sila atu i lo tau ngā pātia, lo tau tawasa mai i le mea mamau. Ia whamalulu atu. Wa pau lava o se mea o ele malosi o lau whainga malo Amerika Samoa. Ana yaini nisi mafuanga ma nisi vaenga tupe e tele. Pa penei toti o mai umali te mea tasi. Matato fia ele asol nei. Ya o le anganga whawhitai le tua. E oi lava o na tato mo i nisi mafutanga e tele. Ya e whawhitai o lea ua. Tua taliu mai lea vaenga o lea tunu. Au le nei afiafi mai tato whatasinga. Ya i alofa le tua. Tato fia, tato oli, ma neia le, ma lu mai o le afiafi, ia ni whaafiafianga fwe la tato sila iai, ia tato fia, ma moli ai pele vi inga, ma le whamanui le tua. Temi o iluma pea tato tau maa vai foi, ia lofangia le tua. Le toe, tali watu yala ia ui na whaingofie, ia aulo iai le matui ma le mangau. Ya o se whamtalanga pupu le nai le neitu lao le aso manuia tele oe Amerika Samoa, tātou whaatasi tae ao i le awha le ono, i le malai o le talu. Ya tā le fitu o na sisi aloa ia leo le tātou tangawai. Ya ma isi fuafuanga o le awhianga iai tātou, soi fua mai manuia le nei afiafi.
Whaftaitele i le lau fionga i le Lutena Kovana ia mo le tanoa whaalele i le nei e fiafi. Ia, o lea ua o mai le tātou prokalama ia mo le sila fia foia le mamalu au fia i le nei e fiafi e whapea foi le whafonga mai a tutuila manua i maota malawa ma fioanga ia e whapea foi a tunua i mau o le prokalama i le nei e fiafi e lua tātou au talavou lea o le a whawhiawhia i le nei a fiafi, ia mai e ia te au le awatele, ia e wala au atuai le au talavou, mai malai loa e ka le sia me tutisi, mai le awhioanga i malai loa, ia tala mai loa au, mo la autou whawhiawhianga i le nei a fiafi. Tā pena mai ai tua, ia le au whawhiawhia, mai le e whaka a sa Jerusalem Full Youth, i Petesa Tafuna. Ia se toi au mai se pati tele le nā, mo le whapia pianga matangofia le au talavou me tutisi mai le awhioanga o malai loa. Ia mo le silafia o le nei a fiafi, ia o le whapia fianga le nei, ia o le whaalinga le ua maua mai le sui o le au talavou, ia sa tape na umalava i le sunga i le tausi mta ngā luenga, ia le whapia fianga matangofia o le nei a fiafi, ia o lea e vava ai atu, o lo soi le fionga i le lo i sili le malo, ia ua o whangatongo lea e fau mai a tai au, ia i le lupele le nei, ia mo le wha moe fo i le nei, whape nei a tai au. O nai whaasiri silanga wha mole le mamalu o mātua, se i wa aile le iane i o to walo ma whanau, ia ua mai le whaalinga inisio le au, fai fale ainga ia ua a afia atuai a tāpenanga fo ia wale aso a tai au wha mole. Ia o le a so mai ai loa ma le wha fianga le nei saunia i le au talavou mai Petesa, Jerusalem fo ia mo la lato wha fianga, bala au atuai ma le wha aloalo le au talavou, Jerusalem fo tala mai au, mo la o tau whawhia fianga.
le fa lo me mai fa ya le si fu ala wala ki mai ka le ki yo esa e fa nga TikTok me ya so de ki mai check
How we do it in the island. Come sway with me. Come girl, you know you want some more. Come play with me. This is how we do it in the island. Come sway with me. Come girl, you know you want some more. Come play with me.
A fai lo oe stana te fai fato anga po stana te fai faiva. O lau wa no le leile nei. E te suma yei mafio mai. Ile tatou fanfare.
Yes, you heard it right.
Ile tatou fanfare. O le am fai ona faali ei fua fa ile leanga. Fua la au aina. Fua ta mafa bena mo fua ta mafa mata. Ai mai se ile so sia no ngata fale. Suma mai mai le maina. Tatou mo le mo wina le lofo mana nga le leile me tua. Ile tere fa mani nga mo sia tatou watu no. Awane ngano aso sifurumani limo aperila lua afeni watasi.
This is for you. Tutuala sidea maile mahalo Why you say la kona Ifanya ina muaile na muli mai Awosita utai poto seni ona fuatia Tayo lepa malo na loloto Yo weo peninga Ena tia ilo wafutoto Oh
ia se toi o mai se pat tele na mole fa fianga matango fia la utelvo e fa casa Jerusalem fo ia mai petesa tafuna ile taita inga lea le sunga il fa fengainga a lapi eti mal faltua o nai fa linga mole a fiafnei a ile i ta walunga la tato wa fiafi male maftanga ia e fa silsilatu le paia male mamalu ile nei fiafi ia mesi fo yo lo sila mai mai o le fiafi fo ia ta o le fiafi ile itulae ono ile fiafi ile Veteran Stadium i tafuna nei o le ato e whataunu ai fo ile prokalama ia o le soonga o le prokalama o le nei fiafi wal whamna tuina o le fua tutuila manua le nei tausanga ia mai tolu a tato o telvou o le a whawhiawhia ai o le au telvou me tisi mai le whioanga i whangatongo o le katoliko mai le whioanga i pangpango ia ma le CCCAS Siona mai le whioanga o leone ia o le si ui fo le na o le tato prokalama fuafuaina o le nei fiafi mai ai le manatu ia e le ngā whatauli mai nei lo whatau waa le pa ia mawalunga o lele ua sasau ia i le lupe lele nei ia i le malai taalo tele o le tato whainga malo moli atu le nganga whaafitai tele lo tou maupapale ia ma le afia mai tala mai au i le pa ia o le whainga malo me se foi o le au whainga luanga tutofi e le atua i le nei fiafi ia e moli mawina le prokalama i le nei fiafi ia lo whangia e le atua ia tatou tau mawai ma tala mea whaasolo ma tala le filiali i le nei fiafi ia anga le leile atua ia tapu au lo tau soifua ia la o le a toi tali watuai ia ai o te vala au watuai ma le nganga whaalo alu tele i le sunga i le whengainga ia alapi eti ia na te whai wina le tatou wa fiafi ia i se tatou tau sanga whai ma le whaalo alo.
Ua tātou tofu mōri mau malenganga whaafitai. I le tele o le sosia, le tamawa inga o le atua. Ua whaamanuia ina ai lo tātou atunu. Ua e tamawa inga i o lau ele. O fua o whaatoanga ma whaele leanga. Ua tamawa inga o ngātai whale. Ua tātou maua i le sosia o le sami e alu so i fua. Ia so faiso o te inane lo tātou wola e atina. Ua tamau a inga foi ma wha mea lo whaine tātou ele atua ia tātou tūma tātou wanganu. O le wāwhia aloa i o le tasi leisi. E oa i whaafia fianga o siva ma whesanga inga. O te manatu. O te mau a inga umai o le atua o loo iai tu tonu o le tātou o tunu. Fō ina mai matu lima mai. Ina i o tātou manu iai. E aono tātou vi mu whaafitaia i le atua. Wa wo mai lava i neo naso. O tātou vangaia matu fitau whao le lasi o na manuia. Le nei tau sanga. Ya leo wa lo favor le tatu tunu mal fenga malo fa manatu naso fa ilonga ina tai au ena le fa mo mlanga ya tu yelwa ale fa manatu ino le singafua o taimi mai tu aso tatu te mafo fa wai male lotu fa tai male lotu maulalo i lumo le atua mi vi ya e ono le tele ona fa manianga o fo ina mai mo America Samoa. Ia, a ua fōa ina mai mo i tātou. E le ngata ino tātou whaunga. Ia, pe au po le whai whiau la matanga, tātou te whai tau la ngai lona suafa. Me lalea, o le whao ngā te tau, o le whao ngā ma le whao tauta, o le sau nia le lei, ma lo tātou whao ngā ma le e nganga maulalo. Ia, o nisi o mea ono tātou whaia. Ina ia whai lo ngai nai. Ma whaafetai ai lea tua ina mea lofa. O mea u tātou whao ngai na iai male lelei, whao ngai na iai male mātango fie, whao ngai na ia pa ia mō lea tua. mea nā tātou te whaitau la ngai. O ai lo tau soi fuolo tātou, wola la tātou, nganu ma tātou whisanga inga, whaale tangata. Ia atangi ai le pa ia le mamalua le atua, ona whātua mawina lea. Whaamanianga le atua mo Amerika Samoa. Manuia ona tūpulanga. Manuia alam whanau o lo i te whautau o matafa SS. I so o se whinaunga o le lalolangi. Mata vilinga o le so i fuatiai. Ia whaamamalungai le atua le nei tūpō pe a tala le whileri. Ia mamalutia lo tau so i fua le tātou wola, o tātou tunu. I ona au file mu. Ia iante i pēr le vi inga e leo noa. Si o tātou te talo. Fo ia tu lava i lo suafa le li ia le vi inga o me umai whai e o te ngata whātua tua o malama. A o mātou māwhau whau ma le loto maulalo ma le loto whawhitai. I lo walofa ma lo wanga le lei. Wai fo ina mai ai lo mātou o tunu o so sia ese. O le vau matua ma le lau ele. O le ngata i whale wa le maani mo ni mo. O la ese o mātou tū manga nu. O mātou whawhia whianga ma mātou whio fo inga whale tangata. O mea lofa umai le li o wai wha mea lofa ina i mātou fo i lo suafa le vi inga. Ia o mātou te talo. Na lafa wha moe ngā o le nei vai aso. Mai se le wha i ungo le nei vai aso. Aso wha i longa ina o le malo. Le li i mātou te talo. Ia mua pēr mata i mua lo nganga. Sao nia mata pēna momoli ai le soi fua o te itai o lo whainga malo. Te itai o le atunu. O lo mātou o tunu ato mai se o pito matua e o lava ia mātou whanau. Ia mātou maua ia i tu aso le oli ma le file mu. Māso lo vi inga. Ia o a meu mātou whaia le nea fiafi. A walawa nei le tangata. Ia pale lo suafa le vi inga. Whaata mau a inga ina ngā luenga lima o tangata. O whai whaato anga. O e ngā lue ina so se tafo le so i fuati ai. Ia tupu maola mea te tō ma mea whanga. Ia tau masua pēr le sosia o le ngātai whale. Ia ta mau ainga pēr la mātou nganu, ma mātou whawhia whianga. Ma ia tangi ai le mamalu o la o whio. Ina ia whai pēr ma mātou taulanga i lo suafa. Nā mātou tā ape matu ua le mea nei, leli ia leo le soi fua tā pēr tō lau whanau. Whai oe mamala malama i lo lātou malanga atu le pōngisa. Mo mori tau nui a inga, o nuu mawhio anga. Pe au mātou tā o oto e malo loma momoe. Mapu atu lo moantou wola i au file mua la o fio. Si o mio o mātou whale i lo mamalu. Si o mio o mātou muenga i lo file mu. E te momoli e lo mātou wola tai awa ena. Lo mātou wola le malo se sanga vi ia i oe. O a mea wale ato ia i mātou le nia fiafio no lo mātou vai. Wha maa ngalo i mātou uma. Ale manuia ma le file mua la ua fio le atua le tamai. O le lo fasilisi Yesu ke riso lo mātou li i whaola. Le mawhatanga i le te alava malo nganga pa ia. Tu mau mai lungo le whainga malo. Lungo a Samoa atoa. Lungo alo mo whanau o lo i te whao tau ma so se tafa o le lalolanga. Nei se i o i le whaavavau e whaavavau lava. Amen.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango Amerika Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango American Samoa.
La ulupe ualele, le vau maoa, italo foi la upele, o la upele ualeiloa. La ulupe ualele, le vau maoa, talo foi la upele, o la upele ualeiloa.
Talo Falava, and welcome everybody to the Veterans Memorial Stadium in the big, beautiful village of Idili. We have playoff football here for you today between the Whangaitua Vikings and the Tafuna Warriors. This is going to be the first game in a doubleheader for Asha football today. Following this game will be the Samoana Sharks and Leone Lions vying for the final spot in next week's Asha Football Championship. As Whangaitua kicks it off. Tafuna will get set to receive. The Whangaitua Vikings led by longtime head coach Suese Puch Tase. The Tafuna Warriors led by one-time head coach, and now he's back again, Taufinu Oakland Salavea.
Will be kicking off for the Whangaitua Vikings.
And as we get underway, I want to let you know that we are live from the KVZK booth. So any existential noise you hear are the hardworking members of the team.
And also Kanaisa Tele.
All right.
And that's the start of our game.
And that kickoff is going to bounce into the end zone as Jonica Collins
and the kickoff goes into the end zone.
Sends it off for the Vikings.
Defending champions Tafuna will be bringing it out to the
Christian Talo was there waiting to receive along with number 6 Kanai Satele. Now out come the high-powered Tafuna Warrior offense. Calling the offense is offensive coordinator Kolose Ili. First and 10 at the 20. Warriors come out.
Duffy,
number 7 at quarterback Regan Duffy Mangalo has trips to his left, and we have an offsides. That is the other number 7. That is Arona Matamea. And that's going to give a free 5 yards to the Tafuna Warriors.
Defense, 5-yard penalty, still first down.
Duffy, the senior quarterback out of the village of Vaitongi,
for the Warriors,
now has 5 yards for a first down. Talo. Oh, check that. That's going to be going to number 11, Tiriki Fo'a. And he gets it on the swing. He makes it down the sideline. He's going to be brought down by a couple of Vikings. But it's going to be first down, Tafuna Warriors.
For the Tafuna Warriors, but there's a flag on the play.
And the Tafuna Warriors look like they're debuting new jerseys today. And I got to say, these jerseys on both sides looking very sharp, man.
Personal foul, face mask, defense. Number 4, 15 yards from the end of the run, first down.
It's going to be a face mask, a 15-yard kind. That moves the ball into Viking territory for the Tafuna Warriors. Wearing the number 0 jersey is Semisi Moli. He's going to be at the top of the trips, here at the bottom. Number 23, that is Samuelu, and they're going to give it to Christian Talo, and Talo, oh, he shakes off one guy, and then he fights for more. He's going to be brought down after a gain of about 7 yards. It's going to be second and a long 3 here for the Tafuna Warriors.
Making a stop for the Vikings, number 44, Joseph Sayuli. Second and 4 at the Vikings 39.
Now the Trips move over to the right. They're going to go play action here. They want to go down the field to Samuelu, and that might be a flag coming, but it's not. Pass is incomplete.
No penalty on the play.
The intended receiver, Laeli Samuelu.
Coming on that play, number 4, Alafanga Bayula.
Not able to get a chance at that ball.
Attempted receiver on that play, number 23, Laeli
Number 2,
Samuelu.
Jonica Collins in on the stop. Or check that on the breakup. Now we've got a 3rd down situation for the Tafuna Warriors. The Trips to the right are Molita, Wisse, and Satele. They're going to get it to Moli on the tunnel screen. Ball takes a bounce.
Pass falls incomplete.
Wangaitua not able to get there. Pass falls incomplete. We got 4th down now for the Tafuna Warriors. And looked like he had a couple of blocks there, just not able to bring that ball in.
Brings up 4th and 4 for the Warriors.
For the man wearing number 0.
10 minutes,
4th down here for the Tafuna Warriors. Trying to get them to jump is Duffy Mangalo. Oh, and the ball is snapped very low. Quarterback is going to fall on it, and that's going to be the end of the opening drive for the Warriors. As the Vikings defense forces the turnover on downs in positive field position. First down, Funky Town at the 43-yard line.
Immediately defending on the play, number 7, Aaron Matamea.
Now, leading the Vikings is the freshman sensation.
For the Vikings.
Wearing the number 15 jersey.
At the Warriors.
Tusi Edifasa.
46-yard.
Comes out, 2-back set. Man goes in motion. Edifasa wants to wheel down the field. And it's thrown out of bounds. Incomplete. Intended for Roland Pitayai.
Nathan Artin. Correction, number 17. Coming on that play for the defense, number 21,
Toa Ho-Ching.
Ho-Ching.
Very talented young man out of the village of Nauli is Mr. Ho-Ching. 2nd and 10. Edifasa, screen, pass is too tall for the intended receiver, Eti Sasa.
Incomplete pass from Tusi Edifasa to number 5.
Now we got 3rd and 10.
3rd and 10 for the Vikings. At the Warriors, 47. Tusi Elifasa, freshman from the village of Amauli.
Now the freshman out of Amauli. Edifasa calling the signals as a man in motion. That's Daniel Fiso. And so Daniel Fiso makes the catch on the wheel. He's going to be brought down a yard short. But that's the 10th grader out of the village of Aua. The dangerous Daniel Fiso.
Daniel Fiso. Making a stop, number 4,
All right, now the spot
Kalasa
is going to be closer than what we're seeing right now.
Timeout, Vikings, 10 minutes, 13 seconds in the first quarter.
Looks like the marker is a yard shy, and they're going to mark him 2 yards shy, so it's going to be 4th and 2 following this timeout. Now both teams faced with 4th down situations early in this game. It is 0-0. With about 8 minutes remaining in the first quarter.
Make yourself at home, tell me where you've been. Pour yourself something cold, baby, here's to this. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go a while. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go a while.
All right, coming out of the timeout, correction, it is 10 minutes and 13 seconds remaining. Tusi Edifasa almost had 12 men on the field. Now he's got the correct number. They got trips to the right, they're gonna bunch it up. Tusi, they wanna end around, they run into each other, miscommunication and a broken play is gonna give Tafuna Warriors the ball back.
Is no good for the Vikings, stopped in the
Looks like
backfield.
Nathan Aching was supposed to come on the end around.
Turn up and down,
Or on the
it'll be
reverse.
first down.
That did not work.
Tafuna
First down,
Warriors at their
Tafuna
own
Warriors,
40-yard
ball
line.
on their own 40-yard line.
Making that stop for the defense, Jesse Isileli.
Looks like Jesse Isileli going to get there and make the play
Number
for the
52
Warriors.
for the
And a
Tafuna
host of other
Warriors.
Warriors came in and helped Jesse out. Jesse, the senior, out of Ottoville and Manua. As his offense is on the field. They got trips to the left, man in motion. They say Missy Moli going to give it. No, Regan Mangalo keeps it. And
quarterback keeper on the play.
Regan Duffy Mangalo is going to get about 4
Regan
yards, picking up
Duffy on
second
the
and
play.
6.
Correction, Regan Duffy.
In on the stop.
Making a stop, number 57,
Number 57,
Captain
Saipale
Baoli.
a senior out of Alofau. Second down.
Second and 6.
Kanaisa Tele. They might give it to him on the bubble, and they do. Passes behind, and the Vikings get there. Jonica Collins got there. It looks like he made the tackle, but
Tafuna Warriors.
they let him go. They say he didn't touch the ground. So good play there by Kanaisa
Pushing him
Tele.
out of bounds for the defense, number 33.
Trying to gain more than
Johnny
he was losing.
Alafocio.
However, it's still a loss. 3rd and 9 now. Loss of 2
9
on that
minutes.
last play.
And counting in the first quarter. Scoreless. First playoff
Getting in there
game
to
for
break that
Asa
up was number 2,
football.
Jonica Collins, the senior from Pango Pango.
3rd and 9.
Now we got 3rd and 9. Pangaitua. Gonna rush 4 as Regan keeps it on the read option, and
Another
Regan
keeper
Duffy
by
Mangalo
Regan Duffy.
gets enough for
But
Itafuna
there's
first
a flag
down.
on the play.
Looks like we have a flag. Let's see what the call is.
Sideline warning on Pangaitua. First down, Tafuna.
Sideline warning on the Vikings.
Sideline warning on the home team as Mangalo down the field, Laeli Samuelu, and he makes the catch, back shoulder,
Another
but the
incomplete
ref says
pass.
he's out of bounds. And that was great effort there by number 23, Laeli Samuelu. Just not able to come down in the field of play. That brings up 2nd and 10. That was a nice little dime there from Regan Duffy Mangalo. As they go balance here, 2-by-2 set, and they're going to keep it. It's another read option, and Duffy Mangalo gains 5 yards. That brings up 3rd and 5.
Making a stop, number 44, Joseph Sayuli.
Joseph Sayuli in on the
Also in
tackle,
on
the
the tackle,
sophomore
number
from
33,
Lodi. Johnny Alifocio in on the
Alafocio.
mix as well on that last one. As it brings
3rd
up
and
3rd
5
and about
for
4
the
yards
Tafuna
now
Warriors.
for
7
the
minutes,
Tafuna Warriors.
54 seconds and counting in the first quarter.
Wangaitua staying in that 2-high look. At 4 down linemen, 1 linebacker, looks like it's man all across. 2-by-2 set here with Kanaisa Tele at quarterback, and he's going to run the read option, but he gives it this time to Ricky Fo'a. Going to get enough for a Tafuna first
Ricky
down.
Fo'a, keeper
And that
for the
is a
Tafuna
good
Warriors.
12-yard gain for
Good
the
for a
junior
first
from
down.
Nu'uli.
Bringing them down was a host of defenders.
I'm telling you what, he's the next in
By
the
the
long line of great
Fangaitua
running backs
Vikings.
here for the Tafuna Warriors. That young man gains 11, 12 yards on his first carry of the ball game.
Leading the pack, number 99, Kamisi Yasomua.
Now in comes Christian Talo. He is the guy for the Tafuna Warriors. Let's see if they give it to him. No, he's going to swing it out. Duffy looking right, looking left, has time. We got a flag. Ball intended for Semisi Modi is low and behind, but this play just might be coming back.
Flag on the play. On the offense. That will take the Tafuna Warriors back 10 yards. Making it
Okay, so
first
it's going
and
to be
20.
first and 20 now following that
6
infraction.
minutes, 59 seconds in the first quarter.
Fall coming back in. Christian Talo
First
checking
playoff
out.
game of our doubleheader for today.
The receivers at the top are Semisi Moli and Kanaisa Atele. They are stacked. Receivers at the bottom are Tuese and Laeli. And they're going to run a quarterback up the middle, and it goes nowhere.
Quarterback sacked in the backfield.
Rona Mata Mea.
Leading the pack, number 99.
Along with big number 99,
Kamisi
Asomua Kamisi. They get there and make the play. Mata Mea, the fullback and linebacker, 12th grader out of the village of Pangai. Going to combo up with the junior from Awa, Kamisi Asomua. And they stuff it there. Loss of about 2, bringing up 2nd and 22. Ball is now on the Fangaitua 45-yard line. Trips now at the bottom for the Tafuna Warriors. And he goes screen to Moli. Semisi finding blocks. Semisi has a lane, and he is not going to get caught. Touchdown, Tafuna Warriors.
Caught by number 0.
On first and almost forever.
Takes it in for a
Semisi
Tafuna
Moli
Warrior
takes it to the
touchdown.
house. And he puts up the first points here in today's game, 6-0 for now, with 5:56 remaining in the first quarter. And Warriors are going to go for 2 here.
Tafuna going for 2.
They go. Oh, and the ball is loose.
No good.
They're going to say
our score remains Tafuna Warriors
no
6.
good, and the score remains
Fangaitua
Tafuna 6.
Vikings will be receiving 5 minutes.
Fangaitua 0. 5:56 remaining in the first quarter.
First quarter of our first.
All right, kicking off are the Tafuna Warriors. Back to receive are the 12th graders Misi Leifui Maono, along with Salatielu, and it's going to be Salatielu. Going to be met at the 22-yard line, and the 10th grader out of Aua.
So return by
Tielu,
Salatielu for the
Fangaitua on that
Vikings.
return. Eti Sasa is the running back. Fangaitua comes out with 2 backs. Give it to Eti. No, play action. They go to seam. It's intercepted. That ball is picked off. And that is number 25, the dangerous safety, Siata Lealie.
Takes it in for Tafuna
all the way
Warriors
from the village of
touchdown.
Faliniu. There goes that man they call Nuski, making the play, adding 6 to the board for the Tafuna Warriors.
That adds 6 more to the Tafuna Warriors.
And following pick from Leali'ie. Looks like the offense is back on to go for 2. And Leali'ie is just one of those kids, as a sophomore, 2 years ago, as a sophomore, they brought him up in the middle of the JV season to play safety. So he's been at the varsity level for quite some time now. Also a member of numerous all-star teams, both JPS and AYF, as they give it to Kanaisatele. Another all-star here, and he powers in.
Extra point is good.
Extra point is good for 2. That takes our score to 14-0. Tafuna Warriors with 5:41 remaining in the first quarter.
14.
Drew Iono kicking off for the Tafuna Warriors. It's going to be a short kickoff as it bounces out of bounds.
Kickoff goes out of bounds for the Warriors.
And the Vikings will get the ball at the 35-yard line here to start this drive. Nigel Ali is going to be one of the receivers stacked up here at the bottom. And they want to go to Ali on the out route, and it's picked off again. This time number 24, that's Afualo. And Afualo down the field, and Afualo gonna get in the end zone. That is Fatuanga Afualo, the other kid from Falingu.
Fatuanga Afualo takes it in.
And that's back-to-back pick sixes by this dangerous Tafuna defense.
Touchdown.
And both of those kids right there, 24 and 25 for the Warriors. And right now, Tafuna sitting on a comfortable lead. This is what they do, though. Tafuna Warriors used to have a knack over the years for scoring fast. That's 2 touchdowns in less than 30 seconds. The ball was kicked off at 5:56.
Going for 2.
It is now 5:30, and Tafuna's going for their second 2-point conversion attempt. And they go reverse to 4. And the counter gets there.
Ricky Farr takes
Little
it in.
counter power action here from the Tafuna Warriors.
High
and
score
OC
now. Tafuna 22. Vikings yet to score. 5 minutes, 30
But you got to
seconds.
give hats off again
In
to
the first quarter.
this Tafuna defense. Defensive coordinator Travis Pabihi. Former standout all-star player for the Tafuna Warriors. Now calling the defense here. As this defense scores twice. Of course, one of his best friends is one of the defensive back coaches, Suryasiro Mori, along with Coach Nate Mangalay. And you know that defense wants to get out there again. Let's see what the Vikings do here on this first down. If they get the ball here, because Drew Iono had a short kickoff last time. Let's see what he does here. And that's going to be a straight up out of bounds bouncing kick. Wait, oh, they almost get there.
Kick goes out of bounds for the Warriors.
Almost there. Does the Warriors gunner make it? But it's going to be first and 10 from the 35 again for the Whangaitoa Vikings. 20 personnel here for the Vikings, twins to the right, and they're going to give it Etisasa on the run. Etisasa bounces outside, and he's going to be brought down. We have a couple of flags here. It looks like it might be in the vicinity of a face mask.
We have a flag on the play.
Let's see what the call is. And it is going to be a face mask now. Is it the 5 or 15 variety?
Personal foul.
Oh, wow.
Face mask. Defense. Number 41. From the end of the run. 15-yard penalty. First down.
Okay, the 15-yard variety there. That takes the ball to the midfield marker.
That will take the Viking offense to
First and 10
midfield.
at the 50 for the
5
Whangaitua
minutes,
Vikings.
24 seconds in the first quarter.
Sasa to the left this time, and Kiripa Samaeli,
Short gain to the left side
senior
by number
linebacker
5.
out of Mapusanga Fo, getting in there to make the play. Now early in this game, the defensive backs have been making the plays, but I'm going to tell you, Kiripa Samaeli and this linebacking core, along with Fulasanga Leai, they've been stout this entire season. 2nd and 9. Sasa. Gonna get it, and Kiripa Samaeli gets there right on cue. And that's gonna be a huge loss, forcing a 3rd and long situation for
Immediately
the
making an
Whangaitua
attack on that
Vikings.
play for the Warriors.
And that's why you wear the number 1 jersey, because you're that
Attempted run
guy.
by number 5, Eti Sasa.
Shotgun pro set here now for Edifasa. And they're going to swing it out to Collins. Collins shakes one, can't get away from Fatoanga Afualo. And that's going to be a loss of 1. 4th down now
Collins,
for the Whangaitua Vikings.
Receiver on the play for the Vikings. Immediately making a stop for the defense. Number 24, Fatoanga Afualo. 4th and 20. 4 minutes, 2 seconds and counting in the first quarter.
All right, 22-0 is the score with 3 minutes and 30 seconds and running remaining in the first quarter. This ball's going to bounce in the end zone.
Jonathan Collins' punt goes into the end zone.
That'll bring the ball out to the 20-yard
1st and
line
10 for the Warriors.
this Tafuna Warrior
At their own
offense,
20.
who have not seen the field in 2 possessions and yet have gone up 2 scores.
First and 10.
Now Tafuna in their own 20 personnel, twins to the left. The give is to Talo. Oh, check that. That is Joseph Toilolo on the carry.
Joseph Toilolo's carry
The
is
senior
good
from
for a
Petesa
stop
and
for the Warriors.
Laui.
First down.
Gets that carry. And it's going to be enough for a first down, they say. For the Tafuna Warriors, Joseph checks out.
Making a stop for the defense, number 44, Joseph Sayuli.
Checking in at running back is Tiriki Fo'a. Receivers at the bottom are Semisi Moli and Kanaisa Atele. Laeli Samuelu is the receiver at the top. They give it to Fo'a. Fo'a up the middle. Fo'a going to be wrapped up and brought down after a gain of about 4 yards.
For the Tafuna Warriors.
Making the stop there for the Vikings is Tautai Lopesi. And Lopesi,
Making
the
a
12th
start,
grader
number
out of
51, Jetaya Toia. 2 minutes, 24 seconds and counting in the first quarter.
2nd and 6. Check that. That's Jedediah Toia on the stop. The junior out of Aua. And they give it to Christian Talo. Christian, find pace on the outside, bounces back. And he's going to rush forward, falls forward, and they say that's enough
first down.
for a Whangaitua first down. In on the stop was Tielu Salatielu.
Making a tackle for the
And
Vikings,
Christian
number
Talo,
24,
the senior out of
Tony
Tafuna.
Moana Tiumalu. Also assisting on the tackle, number 51, Jedediah Toia. 1st and 10 for the Warriors at their 40. 1 minute, 27 seconds in the first quarter. Our score, Tapuna 22, 5-2 on defense.
Twins to the right now for the Warriors. They go play action. Duffy Mangalo down the field. That pass is picked off. Jonica Collins. He's going to get his knee down when he came down with the ball, but that is going to be a turnover there forced by the Whangaitua defense.
Down at the Vikings 35-yard line.
And the senior from Pangupango making the play, Jonica
1 minute,
Collins.
6 seconds left in the first quarter.
1 minute and 6 remaining in the first quarter. 22-0. The Warriors lead it. But this game has been all action since the kick. Shotgun. Edifasang avoids one. Ain't going to wait a second time as Kiripa gets in there on the second effort and brings down the quarterback.
Tusi Edifasang sacked in the backfield by a host of defenders for the Warriors. Number 52.
In there as well to assist him, number 52. That's Jesse Sileli.
And also number 1, Kilipa Ismaili.
Screen to Matamea.
Pass
goes nowhere. That pass is incomplete. That brings up 3rd and long now.
Arona Matamea.
For the Whangaitua Vikings.
32 seconds left in the first quarter. 3rd and long for the Vikings.
Play action to Matamea. Tusi hesitates, and then he goes nowhere. Ball comes out. Okay, they're going to say that he was down before the ball came out. And that is going to be a sack. Credited to number 33, Raymond Tooley.
Number 33, Raymond Tooley.
The senior out of Idi.
He's
a converted running back. In last year's championship game, they had a trick play. That was my boy Raymond's only play. And it was a double reverse pass down the field, and that was to Raymond Tooley.
3 seconds.
And out here in the playoffs, he's on the D-line, getting sacks, forcing 4th and longs.
And that's the end of our first quarter. Our score.
As the team switch sides, we'll take a break. You're watching Asha Football
Vikings
on KVZK
will be
TV.
kicking off, will be punting. 4th and long.
Okay, 4th and long. Collins gets the ball off just in time, but that is going to be fielded by Samuelu very shortly. And he takes it up for more yardage. That's a good return.
15-yard gain by Laeli Samuelu for the Taupuna Warriors.
Ball will be spotted on the Viking 27-yard line.
Pushing him out of bounds for the defense, number 57, Saipale Baoli.
And it looks like the Warriors' 4-receiver set is going to come out to start this drive as Jamal Tawisi is going to be at the trips. He'll be all the way at the top. Trips right here. along with Moli and Satele. Laeli Samuelu alone at the bottom. Moli goes in motion. They pitch it to Moli. Moli has a block from T. Ricky Fo'a. Moli trying to turn the corner. Moli going to get forced out of bounds by Jonica Collins.
Missy Moli on the carry for the Tafuna Warriors.
Trying to get to the block there by Laeli Samuelu down the field, not able to get
Taking
there.
it all the way down
but
to
Moli
the 4
going to
yard
gain
line.
a lot of yards as
Finally
he works his
pushing
way
him out
down
of
to the
bounds,
5
number
yard
2 for
line,
the defense.
bringing up first and
Jenica
goal.
Collins.
Collins there with the touchdown saving tackle.
First and goal for the Warriors at the 4 yard line.
Nice to know you, let's do it again. How we did it on a one night stand. Girl, I wanna be more than a friend. To you, this isn't my first fight. Open a relationship.
Now they go trips left here. Tawese will be the lone receiver at the top. It's going to be Samuelu, Moli, and Satele here. They go low snap on the give, but no, it's going to be a give to Fo'a. And we got a flag that came in right as the tacklers brought the ball carrier down.
Teriki Fo'a. Flag on the play.
But little misdirection there from Regan Duffy Mangalo. Let's see what the call is here.
Personal foul. Face mask. Defense. 99. Half the distance. First down.
All right, so it's going to be half the distance following that personal foul. Repeat first down here for the Tafuna Warriors. Joseph Toilolo is now in at fullback, and we have another stoppage. That's going to be a timeout for the Tafuna Warriors. We'll take a quick timeout as well. You're watching Asher Football on KVZK TV.
If you want me to stay the whole night, girl, I ain't putting up a fight. To tell you this, where you turn me on with the sexy shape and form. If you want me to stay the whole night, I ain't putting up a fight. Maybe if one day I win the lottery and get the money to can buy the dream property, I can kick back either way and sip daiquiris and dedicate myself to you till eternity. Until then, I got to keep on grinding and see the dark cloud for the silver lining. I got to pay the bills, I got to put the time in. I'm doing this for us, since it needs to be reminded. Respect the hustlers in the streets, finding out a way to and respect goes out to you. Respect your mama working the brain to feed the children down the lane. Respect goes out to her. Respect the hustlers in the streets.
All right, following the timeout, it's going to be first and goal. Warriors in the power set. So Ilolo Fo'a along with Talo as Satele gets the snap, but whoa! He gets met right at the line of scrimmage, but second effort, he powers right through. That's going to be a touchdown for the Tafuna Warriors, adding to their score. Satele, again, back to receive the snap. Looks like they're going to run to the right, and they do. Student body right in Satele. Had complete disregard for the big hole that was on his right. He was going to look for contact, and contact he found. But he got in the end zone, and that takes the Warriors points to 30.
Vikings yet to score. 10 minutes, 42 seconds.
Early in the second quarter.
In the second quarter.
10 minutes, 42 remaining in the first half. Iono's kick is going to bounce. Oh, out of bounds at the 1 and right at the 1 yard line. They're going to get a flag.
Out of bounds for the Warriors.
That's going to be 1st and 10 at the 35 yet again for the
Don't forget,
Football
Vikings.
Vikings.
Immediately after this game will be our second double hitter for today.
Check that. That's
Playoff
Samson
game
Nasir Langi
between
kicking
number
off that
2,
time.
Leon Elaye, taking on seed number 3, Samana Sharks.
Oh, no, double check. It was Iono. Getting the wrong information here. All right, 1st and 10, Whangaitoa Vikings. They're going to stack up the receivers tight at the bottom. Shotgun pro set here for Tusi Edifasa. Edifasa going to take it up the middle himself, but nowhere to go as Jesse Sileli.
No gain on the play. Quarterback keeper.
Makes a great
Tusi
play there
Edifasa.
as he wraps up the quarterback. Also had some help, I believe, from number 41. That's Fadedua Moalele.
Making a stop,
The
number
junior from
191, Andrew
Loss
Pide.
of 2. As they throw it, and it's almost picked off yet again. Fatoanga Fualo almost had his second pick and maybe
Pass
pick
ball
6 of the
incomplete.
ball game. Coach Travis
Attempt the
Lee's
receiver was
defense
Sawia
is playing
Fiso.
stout today. 3rd and long here.
3rd and 12 for the Vikings. 10 minutes, 8 seconds in the second quarter.
Rolling out to the right, they want the backdoor screen here. Number 19, that's Joey Jr. Josefa has space, has blocks. Joey Jr. Josefa down the field. And Joey Jr. going to get all the way to the Tafuna 33-yard line.
Joey Jr. Josefa.
And if the name sounds familiar, yeah, it's that Joey Josefa. In on the stop, looks like Big 77, Mark Todwao. Along with Jesse Sileli making that play. 2nd down, they go up, and that ball is picked off. Toa Ho Ching gonna get the interception.
Intercepted. Number 21.
And he does. The ref says it's a turnover. That's a great play right there. Look at his coach, Kevin Mangalei. Very, very happy with that effort and that work there by that young man, Toa Ho Ching, who has been hurt most of the season, but he was one of their guys every year since he's been here, and he still is that guy. So now that's 3 out of the 4 defensive backs with picks here for this Tafuna defense. Now, the other guy left is the other safety. That's Naciolangi, Samson Naciolangi, the junior from Tafuna. So he's going to be up next when they come back out. But right now, it's going to be Regan Duffy Mangalo and the Warrior offense as they give it to Fo'a. Fo'a on the counter. Fo'a following his blockers. Fo'a shedding off the arm tackle. Finally brought down by Jonica Collins. And Tua'ato, number 57, leading the way there for Teriki Fo'a. And that's what the Warriors do. They run this power, this counter game to perfection. Big Tua'ato there coming along. Great perimeter blocking too by the receivers. So now we got 1st and 10. Trips to the right for the Warriors. And they're going to give it opposite side. This time it's Christian Talo. And Talo trying to outrun people. Talo gets to the sideline.
Talo, ball carrier for the top.
That's going to be a gain of about 5 yards. He's ran out of bounds by that young man, Alafanga Vayula.
Finally putting him out of bounds, number 4.
Also giving chase.
Vayula.
was number 44, Joseph
Second and
Seyumi.
5. 8 minutes. 5 seconds and counting in the second quarter.
Second and 5. Regan gives it. This is Joseph Toilolo, and he's met quickly. 22 in on the stop. That is Josiah Mongo, the junior out of Aua and Oulu.
Joseph Toilolo.
And he comes in from his linebacker spot. Does Josiah.
Making a stop for the
Brings up
try to
third
our
down.
Vikings, Josiah Mongo. Also in on the tackle, number 14, Tielu, Salah Tielu.
Third down now for the Tafuna Warriors. Trips, Semisi in motion. They fake it to Moli, and it's going to be the quarterback, Duffy Mangalo, down the sideline. Can he get there? No, he's going to be wrapped up by Missy Leifui Maono. But they're going to get a first down. And we have an offensive lineman, looks like he's down. Or slow to get up. That is Tuatu.
First and 10 for the Warriors at the Vikings 30. 6 minutes.
And Tuato's going to check out
47 seconds and counting. In the
as he
second
was
quarter.
slow to get up after the play. But it's going to be first and 10. Ball at the Vikings 30-yard line. Fake it down the field. It's Samuelu and overthrown.
Pass falls incomplete. Attempt the receiver number
Is Naeli
23.
Samuelu. But he had a step.
Naeli Samuelu.
That brings up second down.
Second and 10 for the Warriors at the Vikings 30.
Warriors coming out second down. The trips goes to the left. And that running back is Tiriki Four. Duffy Mangalo fakes it to Four. Same play. This time it's Satele. And the same result. Pass overthrown.
Again, the pass falls
Third down.
incomplete to the receiver number 6, Kanai Satele. Third and 10 at the Vikings 30.
For still the running back, third down here, trips to the left. It's going to be Tauese, Moli, and Satele. Laili Samuelu, the lone receiver at the top. Now they go quick screen here. Pass is behind
Screen
Tiriki
pass
Four.
falls incomplete. Attempt the receiver number 11.
Bringing up fourth
Tiriki
down for the Tafuna Warriors. Vikings now got a single high safety. And that is the sophomore Sawia Daniel Fiso to the left of your screen. He's going to be the only guy at the top. They bunch up the trips here to the Warriors, fourth down. Duffy Mangalo under pressure, fires. And that pass intended for Jamal Tawisi is incomplete as he runs right into Sawia Daniel Fiso in the middle of the field. Vikings defense forces the turnover on downs. And that is another forced turnover there by defensive coordinator Melfo Sangaportelli. Now we got first and 10 for the Fangay 12 Vikings offense. Now they're running out here, and this pass is caught. Number 17 on the catch. That's Nathan Aching. It's going to gain a good 5 yards
Pass
there.
is good and completed to number 17, Nathan Ating.
That read is read by the defense. Raymond Tooley having a game today.
Sacked in the backfield, quarterback. By number 33 of the defense, Raymond Tooley.
As Raymond Tooley gets there to make the play.
3rd and 8.
That's a loss of about 3 there.
5 minutes.
3rd and 8 now.
27
As
seconds
the
and
trips to the
counting in
right
the
here
second quarter.
for the Whangaitua Vikings. Gets going. Receiver at the top wasn't ready. They swing it out to the running back. Sasai gets lit up. Toa Ho Ching gonna come in there. And there's gonna be a flag on the play.
The Viking offense. Flag on the play.
Now, from this angle, look clean here, but let's see what the call is. Did I just see a personal foul? Helmet, wow.
On the defense, number 21, 15-yard penalty, first down.
Okay, so they're gonna say
Hitting to the head by number 21 of the
it's gonna be a
Southland
helmet,
Warriors.
it's a helmet infraction there.
15-yard penalty. First down, Vikings, 5 minutes. 19 seconds in the second quarter.
And there's a lot we can say about that, but that's just up to the discernment of the official. But that was the call. Negates that play, and it's a first down here for the Vikings. Eti Sasa fighting through up the middle. It's going to gain about 9 yards is what it looks like.
Ball
Check that,
carrier
they're going to
for
call
the
it 8-yard
Viking,
gain.
number 5.
And that brings up
Eti
2nd and
Sasa.
2 for the Whangaitua Vikings. 30-0, Warriors lead it with 5 minutes remaining in the first half. Susi Erifasa, oh. Play is blown dead, but that's probably a good thing for the Vikings. We'll see what the call is. Isileli and Samaeli were there in a hurry, as it's going to be a false start against the Vikings.
Penalty on the offense brings them second down. Second and 8 for the Vikings.
And Vikings going to go play action as Erifasa has the pass complete. And that is number 18. So Daniel Fiso avoids a couple of defenders, but eventually brought down by the rest. Fatuanga
Reception is good and made by
in on the stop along with the host
Daniel
of
Fiso.
Warriors. As Fiso loses 2 yards there. 3rd and 10
Making
now
a stop,
for the
number
Whangaitua
24.
offense.
Fatuanga Apualo. Also on a tackle, number 4. Polasa Maleai.
Erifasa shoots for the middle. Nali'e almost making the play again.
Pass falls incomplete. Brings up 4th and 10
In and
for the
out of the
Vikings.
hands of
4 minutes, 12
number
seconds in the
25
second
there.
quarter.
Vikings getting set to punt here. Collins sends a line drive here to Kanai Satele. Satele looking for a block, gets to the sideline. Finding space, and he bounces it back to the middle. He's gone. Kanai Satele all the way to the house, and he gives up the ball, and he gives Folasa the touchdown. So Satele goes 99%, and he gives the 1% to Folasa Ngaleai. And that's +6 for the Tafuna Warriors.
Touchdown!
That was great blocking there down the field by the Warrior punt return team.
Tafuna going for 2.
And Satele, I think that's the second time I've seen him do that this season. What a team player giving up tutties like that. But here we go. They're going to go to Talo. Talo for 2. Talo brought down by number 22.
No good.
That is Josiah Ngongo. 2-point attempt, no good. Our score now, Tafuna 36, Whakaitua 0 with 3:53
3 minutes,
remaining in the
53
first
seconds
half.
left in the second quarter. Our score, Tafuna 36. Vikings will be receiving.
Drew Iono in to kick this one off. And that's straight to the goal line. 1st and 10 from the 20.
Iono
for the
kickoff
Vikings.
goes into the end zone. Vikings will be bringing it out to the 20-yard line. 3 minutes, 53 seconds left in the second quarter.
Vikings gonna give it to Eti Sasa, and Sasa finding space up the middle. Kiripa Samaeli leading the charge there. 2nd and about 5 now.
Ball
for
carrier for the
Whakaitua
Vikings, number 5, Eti Sasa.
There's that guy, that young man.
Making a
Kiripa.
start, number 1,
Check that,
Kiripa
Samaeli.
Samaeli.
Excuse me, as they give it to Sasa. And Sasa meets Samaeli again. That's gonna be no gain, and we've got another flag.
Eti Sasa ball carrier again for the Vikings, but it's a flag on
Samaeli
the
and
play.
Sasa's collision knocks Samaeli's helmet off. And this might be on Tafuna. Now, Samaeli has to take.
Number 19.
Oh, check that.
7-yard penalty. Still second down.
All right, so that's going to go against Whakaitua. But because
That will bring the
Kiripa
Vikings
lost the
back
helmet,
10
he's got to
yards.
go take a play off. Then he'll come back in following this play. 1st and 15, however, following the infraction for the Whakaitua Vikings. They go quick screen in there, and it is not there. Nigel Ali,
Pass falls
the
incomplete.
intended
In
receiver.
another hands of number 12,
They wanted that now throw to
Nigel
him.
Ali.
2nd and 15. Play action. Edifasa down the field for Nigel, and the ball gets swatted away. Great play there
Pass
made
falls incomplete.
by number 2, 23 I'm looking at? Check that, trying to get a look at this young man's jersey. 22 in on the stop. Pika Malai, the junior from Waitongi. Third down now. Vikings. They have time here. Edifasa rolls out, gets away. He's going to go down the field. Intercepted! Fatuanga Fualo with another one. And Afualo fighting for more yards, but he's going to be brought down at the Viking 32-yard line. But that's 2 for the young man out of Faliniu. And that is now 4 picks for the Tafuna defense in the first half. 3 minutes and 3 seconds remaining in the first half. Trips to the right here for the Warriors. Laeli Samuelu, the lone receiver at the bottom. Tiriki Fo'a in at running back. And the Vikings are going to take a timeout. And we'll take a quick timeout as well.
Defense.
You're watching Asha Football on KVZK TV. All right, first down here. Regan going to swing it out to Fo'a. And Fo'a avoids a couple of defenders. Fo'a still on his feet. Rona Matamea on the tackle as Tiriki Fo'a gains about 8 yards, bringing up 2nd and 8.
Gain of 8 yards on the play. Making a tackle for the defense, number 33, Johnny Alfonso. 2 minutes, 22 seconds and counting in the second quarter.
At the 23, Duffy Mangalo going to give it to Talo, and Talo with space. Talo going to fight for yardage. Christian Talo on his feet still. Not going to get to the goal line, but he is brought down at about the 3-yard line there. Took almost the entire Viking defense to bring him down.
To the 4-yard line.
But great O-line play here by the Tafuna Warriors. Malcolm Polu Jr. He had the pull on that play. They went power right there. And behind Polu Jr.'s block,
number 2,
along with the rest of the O-line did. Talo get a good run there.
Also on the tackle, Johnny Alfonso and Alafanga. Bayula. First and goal.
Trips to the left. Tiriki Fo'a now in at running back. Check that, trips to the right. Kanai Satele in motion. Fake it to Kanai. Oh no, they give it to him. They faked me out, and that is going to be a touchdown on the jet sweep for Kanai Satele.
Number 6, Kanai Satele is good. Start for the Warriors, touchdown.
Warriors have now hit the 40 mark Jamalta Wese in motion. He gets the sweep. He cuts it back in. And does he get in? No. Vikings hold there.
Our score remains. Tabula Warriors 42.
42-0. The score remains.
1 minute, 21
1 minute,
seconds.
21 remaining in the
Left
first
in the
half.
second quarter.
Ayono sends it off. It's going to be Tielu. And Salatielu avoids a couple but can't get away from Drew Ayono.
Salatielu.
Number 12, Sanerivi Fuimono, also in on the stop there for the kickoff team.
Takes it all the way to the
1:15 remaining in the first
for the
half.
Vikings. 1 minute, 15 seconds.
They're going to run it up the middle. Going to gain about 5 yards there. That's Eti Sasa.
Eti Sasa to the right side for the Vikings.
He's going to be wrapped up there by Raymond
Making a foul, number
Tuli,
33.
along with Kiripa Samaeli. As Tusi Edifasa rolls out. Tusi going to get pushed out of bounds by Kiripa Samaeli. Clock is stopped at 47 seconds. That brings up a third
Pushing
down
him out of
now
bounds by the
for the
defense, number
Whangaitua
1.
Vikings.
Kilipa Ismaili. 36. 47 seconds left in the second quarter.
Third down here for Tusi. He wants the out route to Sawi. Oh, check that to Joey Jr.
Pass falls incomplete.
Joey Jr.
Attempted receiver, number
Josefa not able to
19.
get there. Tusi Edifasa under pressure. And bringing that pressure was Raymond Tuli yet again. Vikings going for it on fourth down. Ball is snapped. Tusi looks left. Nobody there. He's going to run it himself. And the freshman gets away. Oh, he almost had enough. And we've got a flag. But it looks like he was stopped right at the line.
Quarterback.
And as he was going, he sort of came straight down toward the sideline. And it looked like he lost that yardage. And that's where they're marking it. But the flag
Making a
after the
stop for
play,
the defense.
that's what might get the Vikings the
Samaeli.
first down here.
And also for Tuanga Afualu. Flag on the play.
It's going to be a personal foul.
Personal foul. Number 24. Defense. Illegal half a contact. 15 yards. First down.
Personal foul on the defense. Takes the Viking into Tafuna territory. 34 seconds left in the second quarter. Timeout, Tafuna.
And the Warriors take a timeout.
Don't forget, coming up after this game is our doubleheader for today.
It's going to be first and 10
Between
from the
number
Warrior
2
44
seed,
following
Leone
this
High
timeout.
School.
You're watching Asher
Checking
Football
on the number 3
on
seed.
KVZK TV.
Samona Sharks.
.4 seconds left in the first half. First down, Whangaitua. Freshman Tusieri Fasa here. Under pressure, steps up, rolls out. He's going to take it up himself. Looking for blocks as he goes out of bounds. Vikings still have one timeout remaining. 27
Keeper
seconds
by
now on the
Tusieri
clock.
Fasa takes the Vikings all the way down to the Warriors' 27-yard line. 27 seconds.
And the Warriors going to take their final timeout of the half. We'll take another timeout as well. You're watching National Football on KVZK TV. First down now, Aruna Matamea in at running back, possibly to block. As they bring the blitz from, oh wow, corner blitz gets there, and Raymond Tooley in to clean it up. Number 41.
Quarterback sack on the play, number 33.
Moalili.
Raymond
He came in
Tooley.
off the right side of the
Timeout.
offense.
60 seconds.
Initialized the pressure. And then Raymond Tooley came in to clean that one up. Nice call there from defensive coordinator Travis Pavihi. And the Vikings use their final timeout here. Second and long. Vikings. Down, they lose the ball. Raymond Tooley with back-to-back sacks. Ball is on the ground, and that's going to force the third down, and I think it's going to take it to halftime. That's the final play of the first half. 42-0. Tafuna Warriors lead it. And we'll take a break for halftime. You're watching Ashell Football on KVZK TV.
We'll be right back after this message from our station. In Tulane.
mic, everyone, so great back. The man, okay, back away, part free. Listen to my music themes of reality. The mask from every corner, boys about.
Drew Iono, the kickoff guy.
Drew Iono kicking off for the top of the
Send
Warriors.
this deep. That's Tielu, Sala Tielu. Coming to the right, going back to the middle. Tielu gonna run into a Warrior and then another Warrior, and then he is brought down at the 34-yard line.
Sala Tielu on the return for the Fighting Vikings.
Now we got second down for the Vikings.
Making a tackle for the top of the Warriors, number 52, Jesse Isileli.
Give it to Arona Matamela. The power back goes through, but he runs right into Joshua Papu.
Ball carrier for the Fighting Vikings, number 7, Arona Matamela.
That's going to be a gain of 3, bringing up 3rd and 2.
3rd and about 2 for the
Interesting
Fighting
fact
Vikings.
about Joshua Papu, he used to be a defensive back. 3rd down run is to Arona Matamea, the big boy going through yet again. Brought down by Johnny Siliva, wearing the number 99 jersey.
First down for the Fighting Vikings.
Healthy rotation
Making a tackle
here
for the
the top of
Warriors.
the Warrior D-line. 1st and 10.
Number
ball on the Warrior
99,
40.
Johnny Siliva.
Vikings going
And
fast.
number 1,
Play action.
Siliva,
Nigel
Samari.
Ale down the field, and that pass sails out of bounds. 2nd and 10.
Pass falls incomplete. Attempted receiver number 12, Nigel Ali. Gain of about a yard on that play for the Fighting Vikings. Ball carrier number 7, Aaron
What's up, Mills
Matamel.
carry? He's going to go for minimal gain, bringing up 3rd down.
Making a tackle for
Crow's
the
head
Warriors,
here,
number
shotgun.
1, Kilipa Samaeli.
For Edifasa.
And number 91,
Edifasa
Andrew
has mass
Pine.
protection. Gets it out to Sawia Daniel Fiso. And Fiso going to get wrapped up and brought down. That's going to
Pass
be a gain of 2
completed to
yards.
number 18, Sawia Daniel Fiso.
Initiating the tackle was Saudima Ho Ching, number 20. Coming in to clean it up.
Making the tackle for the
was
top of the Warriors, number
Siata
20, Taulima Ho-Chi.
Along with number 22, Pika Malai.
And number 25, Siata Levier.
4th down, the Vikings
Fourth
are
down
going
situation
for
for the Fighting
Arona
Vikings.
Matamea checks out, Joey Jr. Josefa checks in. Trips bunched up to the right for the Vikings. They still want the single side. Is he going to give it? He has all this space, does the quarterback, and Elifasa. Oh, he's way past the line of scrimmage. That's going to be a turnover on downs as the
Pass
quarterback
falls
was about
incomplete.
2 yards
We
beyond
have
the
a
line
flag
of
on the
scrimmage when
field.
he released that ball.
On the offense.
But it looked like he had enough room to squeeze in that 1st down run if he wanted to take it off. The safety and the corner were both on top. Pika Malai, along with Samson
5
Nasolani on
minutes,
that last
57
play.
seconds in the
So
third quarter.
Warriors take over. 5 minutes, 55 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Warriors lead it 42-0.
1st and 10 for the
Our
top of the Warriors
second
from their own
game coming
36-yard
up
line.
will be between the Leone Lions and the Samoana Sharks. Warriors in control of this ball game and looking like they might take up the first slot in next week's championship game as Regan Duffy Mangalo comes out, trips to the right for him. Tiriki Foa is the running back. Duffy Mangalo down the field. Kanaisa Tele on the sideline, and he is gone. That is going to be a one and done for this offensive drive. Kanaisa Tele takes it all the way.
Sakala with the reception, takes it in the end zone for top of the Warriors. Touchdown.
And the Warriors add to their lead. So with the mercy rule, the clock will only be stopped for scores, penalties, injuries, and timeouts. Other than that, it's going to be a running clock. Timeouts or turnovers as well. Now Samson Esiolangi, their place kicker,
Warriors going for the extra point.
going to come in for the PAT. And the point after touchdown try is good.
The extra point
Plus
is good.
7, so now it's 50. Check that, 49-0.
Our score now is Tapuna Warriors 49.
Warriors well in control.
Fangaitua Vikings yet to score. 5 minutes, 12 seconds in the third quarter.
Represent 65. Pick up my other bass, I can play what you want. Feel the real sound of best heat in the town. Shake your body up and down. Jump for the crap, rock, crazy, go shout. Sip so Victor, Mr. DJ, yeah. See, but I might to see, you and I might to see, I might oh, this 1, 2, 3, dance to the beat. Like singing on the mics, everyone, 2, 3, Jack is the man. Okay, take away for free.
Drew Iono, the kickoff guy.
Drew Iono kicking off for the Tapuna Warriors.
Send this deep. That's Tielu, Sala Tielu. Coming to the right, going back to the middle. Tielu gonna run into a Warrior and then another Warrior, and then he is brought down at the 34-yard line.
Sala Tielu on the return for the Fangaitua Vikings.
In on the stop. Number 12, Sanirivi Fuimono, along with 13, Jamalta Uisi. Brings up a first down situation.
First and 10 Fangaitua Vikings from the 35-yard line.
Play action. Idifasa down the field, and it looks like intercepted, bobbled, and it is out of the hands of Pika Malai.
Pass almost intercepted by
there.
number 22 of the Tapuna Warriors. Pass interference on the defense.
Warriors break out their 3-4 defense, and they're going to run right at them, do the Vikings, but they are stuffed.
Ball carrier, Etzi Sasa.
Mark Toluau in on the mix, along with number 91. That is Andrew Pine.
Making the tackle on the play for the Tapuna Warriors, number 91, there. Andrew Pine.
Toluau and 91 on his right, Andrew Pine. As we got 2nd and 11. They're going to go to the flats here. This is Joey Jr. And Joey Jr. Josefa putting on a step, fighting for yards. Looks like he got enough for a first down. No, they're going to mark forward progress a yard short.
Pass
that brings up 3rd and
number
1.
19, Joey Jr. Josefa. Leading the tackle for the Tapuna Warriors, number 4, Kolasa
Etisasa. No, he doesn't get it. They want to go down the field, and quarterback's just going to keep it. Tusi Edifasa goes out of bounds at the 33-yard line. First down, Fangaitua.
Tusi Edifasa on the keeper. Gains the first down for the Fangaitua Vikings.
Sasa off to the left now. Sasa goes down the field, and the sweep gets there for the Vikings. He's brought down inside the red zone.
Turns the corner for another Fangaitua Vikings first down.
At about the 19-yard line.
Finally bringing him
3
down,
minutes
number
remaining
20,
in the third
Taulima
quarter.
Hoti.
And you're going to come out to the right. Rollout gets there. Sauia Daniel Fiso makes the catch, but Pika Malai gets in there and makes a quick tackle. Fiso doing a good job of holding on to the ball.
Daniel Fiso with the reception for the
Look at number
Vikings.
22, Pika Malai.
Making a tackle for the Warriors, number 22, Pika Malai.
Younger brother of former Tafuna
Second and
standout
about
Ramsey
6 for the
Malai
Vikings.
is Pita as second down and is going to see the quarterback scramble, get down the field, and he's going to be pushed out at about the 11. Brings up third and short now for Tusi Fasa in the Viking offense.
Pushed out about the Warriors' 11-yard line. Number 43, Sisa Vaipula.
Sisa Pula making that tackle as they run it on third down, and Raymond Tuli gets there, forces the fumble, and this is picked up by number 42. It looks like, check that, number 40.
Fumble on the play.
That is Drew Ayono,
Recovered
who
by
gets the
number
fumble
40
recovery.
of the top of the Warriors, Drew Ayono.
And it's going to be a turnover. First down, Tafuna. Another big play there by 33, the former running back Raymond Tuli. Forcing the fumble there, already has a couple sacks, multiple tackles for loss. This defense is on a roll.
First and 10, top of the Warriors
the
from
offense
the
takes over here.
42-yard line.
It's going to be trips to the left. Lone receiver to the right. At the top is going to be Kanaisa Tele. Ball is snapped. They want to go deep again, and this time it's to Laeli Samuelu. And that pass sails. In on the defense was Misilei Fuimono, number 6.
Kept the receiver, number
that was
23.
the intended receiver right there.
Laeli Samuelu.
Second down now for the Tafuna
Brings
Warriors.
us second and 10 for the top of the Warriors.
And Korose Ili dialing it up here. Two by two set here for the Warriors. Give it to Talo. No, it's going to be a keep on that read. And he puts his shoulder down, does Regan Duffy Mangalo.
On the keeper for the Warriors.
And that's going to be a 13-yard gain.
Gains the first down.
On the pull there from
Making a tackle
Regan.
for the Palmetto Vikings, number 2,
Jonica Collins in on the tackle there.
Also in on tackle, number 8, Ali Mauuti.
And that's going to bring it to the end of the third quarter. We go into the fourth, 49-0, Tafuna Warriors. And we'll take a quick break as the teams switch sides. You're watching Asher Football on KVZK TV.
Warriors with the lead over the Palmetto Vikings.
Molly stays at home and does her pretty face, and in the evening she still swing it with the band. Oh bloody, life goes on, yeah. La 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 la, life goes on. Oh bloody, life goes on.
First and 10, top of the Warriors.
Starting the
on
fourth
Vikings
quarter.
43-yard line.
It's going to be first and 10. And this is going to be Junior Afoa in at quarterback wearing the number 8 jersey. Whoa, he gets wrapped up. Oh, check that. Wearing the number 8 jersey is Jordan Reed, the sophomore. And when I said wrapped up, his face mask
number 99
looked like it got grabbed. But Asomua with a big tackle there, bringing down the sophomore. And Jordan Reed, the sophomore from Waitongi, fresh off a championship with the junior varsity squad. Had some playing time last week in the final regular season game for the Warriors, and it looks like he's going to take a break here. And this is Mangalo. And Duffy Mangalo looks left, under pressure. Oh, that's a sack fumble. And the Vikings fighting for it, and they get it. The Vikings get the ball. Number 14 coming up off the edge, Tielu, Salatielu. Gonna get the strip sack. And number 8, Ari Mauuti, gonna recover that. And the 10th grader, Salatielu, makes the play. The junior, Uti, gets the fumble. Now this offense gets the ball back.
First and 10, coming to Vikings.
Call there from DC,
Timeout,
Nelfo
Warriors.
Sangaportelli. And looks like the Warriors are going to take a timeout here. We'll take a quick timeout as well. You're watching National Football on KVZK TV.
Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, I'm talking to you right here.
First down here for the freshman. Oh, he didn't see the snap come.
Snap is
Ronald Matamea is going to fall on it.
Recovered by number 7.
Loss of 3 yards. 2nd and 13.
Second and about 13 for the Pine-Tour Vikings.
Second down. Elifasa going to give it to Matamea. No play action. Elifasa down the field over the head of Sawia Daniel Fiso. That falls incomplete. 3rd down.
Pass falls incomplete. Tempted receiver number 18, Sawia Daniel Fiso. And on the coverage for the Tapuna Warriors, number 43, Sisava Ipula.
Third down for Elifasa. Vikings running crossers.
Pass falls
that pass
incomplete.
intended for Ah Chong. That falls incomplete.
Tempted receiver number
We got a 4th down
17,
situation.
Nathan Aching. 4th down situation for the Vikings.
Now following the pass intended for Nathan Aching, it's going to be 4th down, and Vikings are going to stay on offense. They've tied up the stack here. 2-by-2 set, trying to get them to jump, and no one is jumping. Going to take a timeout here are the Vikings.
Timeout, Pine-Tour Vikings.
Fourth down, Vikings come out in the same formation. Tusi Elifasa fires middle, passes dropped.
Pass
Sawia
falls
Daniel
incomplete.
Fiso. An uncharacteristic play there, usually sure-handed.
And a
Drops the
turnover
ball
on down.
4th down.
It'll be 1st and 10 for the Tapuna Warriors on Vikings 43-yard line.
First down, Regan Duffy Mangalo. Looks left, no one there, dumps it off to T. Ricky Fo'a. Fo'a heads toward the sideline, takes a big hit as he is brought down shy of the 30-yard line. Joseph Sayuli
with the reception for the Warriors.
making the play for the Vikings. A gain of 9
Gain of 9 yards on that play.
And now we have mass substitutions here by the Warrior offense.
Making a tackle for the Toronto Vikings, number 44.
Like those last three, there's like 5 more in front of them, and then they brought 8 on. That's how fast that just happened. Oh, they might have too many men on the field. The Warriors, they've got 12 on the field. Are they going to run a play here? And that's what happens with mass substitutions. Everyone's confused. Warriors got 12 on the field, and that's going to knock them back. It's just that one player didn't communicate to the guy he's supposed to go in for. That's what just happened. All right. Okay, it's going to be a timeout here.
Slow wine, then she gone down on the ground so. Catch it on the rhythm, she a wine and a tons up. Back it up, drop it on the ground and make it jump so. Get wild, dash it out your man and so she love go. The one that can't make it bounce up, but she a run go. I hope I catch it, somebody please come get your wife. The girl a go and bad a mash it up, so me like it. The woman them will make it jump up, and them me like it. 2 of them in front of me and one the right beside me. Bounce up, make it bounce up, make it bounce up, bounce up, make it bounce up, make it bounce up, bounce up.
Hey, Warriors. On 2nd and about 6.
2nd and about 6 for the top of the Warriors.
Satele in motion. Fake it to the jet. They give it to the running back. And this is Christian. And Christian Talo with the bounce back.
Christian Talo, ball carrier for the top of the Warriors.
1st and 10. Tafuna. Ball on the
Making
19.
a tackle for the Toronto Vikings, number 14, Tielu, Salatielu. Also in on the tackle, number 8, Ali Mauuti.
Can't clap, enough of them a try, you couldn't kill this. Cash up on the ground because you're shameless. Make man a walk round aimless. Watch out, the cash it just up, make it bounce up, make it bounce up.
1st and 10, top of the Warriors.
The give is to Joseph Toilolo. And Joseph is going to run out of bounds.
Joseph Toilolo, ball carrier for the top of the Warriors.
That's Tongi Moana Tiumalu.
Gain of about 5 yards on that play.
Junior out of the village of Masifau.
Making a tackle for the Toronto Vikings, number 24, Tongi Moana Tiumalu.
The give is to Fo'a. And Fo'a gets a first down as he is going to be held up at the 9-yard line.
Ricky Fo'a, ball carrier for the top of the Warriors.
By T. Ricky.
Gains a first down. Making a tackle for the Toronto Vikings, number 21, David Salatielu. First and goal for the top of the Warriors from the 8-yard line.
Now the Warriors going to pitch it out to Talo, and Christian Talo breaks 1, breaks 2 in the end zone. That is a touchdown for the Tafuna Warriors.
Christian Talo takes it in the end zone for the Tafuna Warriors. Touchdown.
It's going to be 55-0 for now. Fake the jet sweep, roll out by the quarterback. Wide open receiver, Yafeta, not able to hang on to the ball.
Two-point conversion is
Sean
no good.
Yafeta, the intended receiver,
Our
with
score
a drop
now
in the
is
end
top of the
zone.
Warriors,
That leaves the
55.
points at 55-0
Toronto Vikings, yet
with
to score.
4:31
4
remaining
minutes,
in the
31
ball game.
seconds. Let's
All right, this is going to be a high kickoff. That sails out of bounds. Going to be
Kickoff
first and
goes out of
10
bounds.
for the Vikings. Ball will be spotted at the 35-yard line.
Vikings will take over from their own 35-yard line.
Don't forget, folks, following this game will be the battle of Samoana and Leone, vying for that second spot in next week's championship game. Nigel Ale, the intended receiver, can't get there. The pass is broken up by
Pass falls
number 15.
incomplete. Intended receiver number 12, Nigel Ale.
That is Nobert Toilolo.
In on the
The
corner
junior
for
from
the top on the Warriors, number
Petissa
15,
and Loli.
Nobert Toilolo. Second and 10 for the Toronto Vikings.
That's going to be misdirection give, and they run right into big Mark Toluao. Mark along with Johnny
Eti
Siliva.
Sasa, ball carrier for the
In on
Toronto
the
Vikings.
stop, 92 there as well. That's Joey Sangapolu.
Making a tackle for the top of the Warriors, number 77, Mark Toluao.
And they want to go deep here. Pass intended for Fiso. That pass falls incomplete. Brings a fourth
Pass
down
falls
now.
incomplete. Attempted receiver number 18, Sawia Daniel Fiso. 4th and 11 for the Toronto Vikings.
Fourth down here for Edifasa. He wants Nigel deep, and that passed in and out of the hands of the defender. 20 on the defense there. That's Taurima Ho Ching, not able to bring that in.
Pass almost
Forces the
intercepted by
turnover on
number
downs.
20 of the top of the Warriors, Taulima Hoti. And a turnover on downs. First and 10 for the top of the Warriors on Vikings 39-yard line.
This is going to be the sophomore again. Jordan Reed, he's going to hand it off to his running back, Jesse Toilolo.
Joseph Toilolo, ball
Or check
carrier
that,
for
Joseph
the top of the
Toilolo.
Warriors. Brought down in the backfield for a loss of
Jesse's
yardage
Joseph's
by
brother.
number 99.
But he's going to get a loss here, this
Asamoah.
Joseph. 2nd and 13. The clock is now less than a minute. The Warriors are 50 seconds away from punching the first ticket to next week's
Second and
ASHA
about 12 for the
championship
top of
game.
the Warriors.
Second down, the give is to Joseph, and we've got a flag. Oh, it's a timeout right before the snap by Whangaitua. Timeout is called at 39 seconds. And we'll take a quick break. You're watching Asha Football on KVZK TV.
Don't forget, coming up immediately after this game will be the doubleheader for today, featuring the number 2 Lady Lions, taking on the number 3 seed, Samoa Sharks. The winner of that game will most likely play the Tapuna Warriors for Asha 2023 championship game. We are seconds away from the end of this game. Congratulations.
All right, and they're going to have the kneel down there.
Head coach, Oakland, Salavea.
And that's going to do it. The Tafuna Warriors, they're going to walk away 55 points to 0 here in a shutout win in today's playoff. Hats off to the Whangaitua Vikings as well on a very good season. It's not easy to make the playoffs here in Asha football, but the Vikings did. However, the Warriors, are going to go off and watch this second game and see who they face next week. As we get a good shot there of this year's Whangaitua Vikings squad. That's head coach Suese Puchtase right there on the right. Malo Lava coach, Malo Lava to the players. Along with families and friends of the Whangaitua Vikings. Malo Lava on a good season. Well, the Warriors, they're coming back here next week. And speaking of coming back, folks, before we sign off here, I want to let you know to stay on the live. We've got the second match of our doubleheader today. They are all lined up and ready to go. The Samoa Sharks and the Leone Lions. That is going to come up right here. But for now, we are signing off for Director Solomona Welua and Deputy Director Tawapailo Pola Jr. Thank you for joining us, and we'll be right back. You're watching Asha Football on KVZK TV.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango America Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango American Samoa.
Without the mothers, and then there's hatchling there.
A variety of species make up the colony of seabirds and the atoll. The great and lesser frigate bird, called Ata Fine Samoan, are easily distinguished by their forked tail. The very large masked booby, which nests on the ground, is called a 4O in Samoan. Another kind of fu'o, also prevalent, is the red-footed pupi, the color of its feet being its distinguishing mark. The third type of pupi or fu'o is the brown pupi called fu'o manu'ula. The prevailing bird species on one side of the island are the sooty terns, which nest on the coral rubble on the ground, and the black and brown noddies, the ngongo in Samoan, which nest both in the trees and on the ground. The graceful white tern or manusina is also found, as well as the red-tailed tropic bird or tavaituto, nesting near the roots of trees in the interior of the island, its long red-tailed feathers being its special feature. All these various seabirds are dependent on the sea for their food.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
The close human presence appeared to make the bird nervous, though it did not fly away.
Inga mai le mala wakula ngol fuo. Mama kule e fanga ai ma ko uyo. Ia fuo ai ma singa mai ni fango kai.
Ah foi mai. Ya, o se fianga le motu nei. Ono le tele o fingota. Tele o tuina manu ese o mai mai. E fai me alofa mai ai la to fa na o lo fa mulia tu nei le motu.
Following the successful eradication of introduced rats in 1992 by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and American Samoa's Department of Marine and Wildlife Resources, bird chicks born here are no longer eaten by these predators. The next management goal is to eradicate the ants, which not only harm the birds, but also support the scale insects that are damaging the Pisonia trees, a species that is declining worldwide and which once dominated Rose Island. The atoll is an important nesting site of green turtles. These depressions in the sand are the evidence of past nests. The adult female turtle comes ashore and lays about 100 eggs. In about 60 days, the babies hatch and make their way to the shore. Most are eaten by predators before they reach the open ocean. The few that do survive may swim to far-off islands, such as Fiji, to feed on seagrass. After some 20 to 30 years, the females return to their birthplace to dig a nest and lay eggs, and so the cycle repeats. After 6 hours at Muliava, it was time to head back home. The trip to Muliava has revitalized Manua's links to their atoll and stimulated new interest among the younger generation.
Everybody's trying to pollute the ocean. They think it's good, but it's pollution. We got to talk about this right now because many people are destroying coral reef. Back to life with the fish and cut it down too much tree. But my sweet Rosato, my sweet Rosato, my sweet Rosato. Ooh, yeah.
Ona fia rai mana ia male manu tele man file tele fo io po fu manuele o tatia rungo nenu
o se tu ile mangu ni mesi ngo foi anga alu malanga I ro se tu anga alu I ro anko fu mai manga I ke lo mangu mangu fish
Fasana, ai se si ni me ayo fai suama. Ana inale, fasa fai fale.
The project of documenting Manua's oral histories and traditional uses of their atoll, which is known by 3 names, Muliava, Nu'omanu, and Rose, has illuminated the importance of the atoll to the people of Manua and Samoa as a whole. Perpetuating those traditions as a living heritage goes hand in hand with preserving the ecological health of the atoll and its surrounding waters.
Ya ol mea fu le eleng fa ngoi ka kan nu. Wa le ngi me nga mang wa ne ngo fo ngi ni mot. Si va ngai la ya song. Ang mo ma se ngo mai fang ngo ko ngo le wa au le yi fang ngo kai.
For millennia, the people of Manua have had an important relationship with this atoll and its inhabitants, the birds and other life that reside here.
Ole wa na fe wa ye mo no i le ma ole ol te tu mu fo na mo no e ne ol mo tu ai ol mo tu
Olo ye pese al matou nu e fa pea o te ngā rue i te tonu o matou nu. Ai o te ea e whai ala mau abe i eilo siusiu matai o na o mea tō tino e tau na pui pui ai tangata anu o manu.
The ancient name of the atoll is Muriava, meaning the end of a channel or pass. Another name is Nu'uamanu, the place or island of birds. The European name for the atoll is Rose, and since 1973 has been protected as a national wildlife refuge of the United States. This status only allows visitation under special permission through the U.S. federal government, which means for decades the people of Manua have not been able to travel freely to the island as they had in former years.
Famaro faftai wa e fo wa leu tato mai nei fo nei ta o manisio fa na wo wa o. E mo wa fo la to wi ni se tamali wa fo o mo tede e manisio wa fo yo no fo ato. Ina ia mala a tili ai le au nga male tu tonu nei aso. Ina ia mafai on tal tonu le fa sauina o me ola ma ia ma manu se lo ia.
This video documents the historical, traditional, and cultural importance of Muriava to the people of Manua. It is a place that has supported the community's customary lifestyle for centuries. There are thousands of coral atolls in the Pacific, some smaller than others. Many of the larger ones have human inhabitants, such as this one in Yap, Micronesia. They are formed on coral reefs that has surrounded high volcanic islands, which over the millennia sunk back down below the sea, leaving the reefs behind to continue to grow into atolls. Rose Atoll is thus what remains of an ancient volcanic island. It lies at the eastern end of the Samoan archipelago, which, moving west, consists of Ta'u, Olosenga, Oofu, followed by Aunu'u, Tutuila, Upolu, and Savai'i, with the smaller islands of Manono and Apolima lying between Upolu and Savai'i. These volcanic islands rise at roughly 13 degrees south of the equator and are politically divided between the independent state of Samoa in the west and the United States territory of American Samoa in the east. Rose Atoll lies 80 miles due east of Ta'u, the largest island of Manua. The two other main islands of Manua are Ofu and Olosenga, which are connected by a bridge. The total land area of Manua equals 51 square kilometers, the majority of which lies on steep slopes behind the coastal villages. The 2010 American Samoa census indicates that less than 1,200 people were living among the 5 counties and 8 villages that constitute the Manua district. American Samoa Department of Education supports 3 elementary schools and 1 high school in Manua to serve Manua's children. Those wishing to pursue higher education or employment opportunities not available in Manua must leave for Tutuila and beyond. This pattern has led to a dramatic decline in the local population. Air and ship transport between Tutuila and Manua are limited. Ferry service from the MV Sili is at best once per week. Air transport in small planes is also not reliable. Importing and exporting supplies is a challenge. This means that the people who remain in quieter and more tranquil Manua must enjoy a way of life more reliant on traditional food sources from the sea and land. Most people in Manua participate in fishing, and fish is an important component of the Manua diet. From a young age, most children in Manua learn how to fish.
O menga o pia o le whaloloa leo kanga. O ngā kai whale. Kere ko i ngā whai. Whai o le maka. Whai whee. Whai a lili.
O le ula, longo, malau, funga. Funga laia.
Some forms of traditional salmon fishing have changed, as reported by one of Manua's fishermen.
Ia masalo o mātou sa ngata le whaiva o le alafanga po le alonga atu. Salo o mātou le tausanga mulmul.
Meafua is the last of a generation to have used the va'alo, the traditional bonito trolling canoe, which today in American Samoa is relegated to the museum. The motorized modern Elia has now completely replaced it. Some traditional Manua fishing techniques are still being continued. For example, the use of the enu for the fishing of the asina, or goldfish, a technique involving this traditional fishing weir, and also the lawatule, the collective fishing of the seasonal mackerel under the direction of a chief fisherman called Matuo Tautai.
E reira se mea se upenga po se mea whai ia kai. E whai mo le lau, ma le kui. I ngā vere, o le au manga ave kai, whai pae kai sam.
Using coconut leaves that have been tied together, the men encircle the school of fish that visit seasonally. The fish are corralled into a special giant woven basket, which is hauled onto the beach. The multitudes of fish are brought up to the land to be counted. After that, they are carefully distributed to all the members of the village under the supervision of the chiefs. Besides the sea, the land is also extremely important for many reasons. Taufusi, or wetlands, are important areas for planting crops in Manua. All families of a village own a portion of the Taufusi in which to grow taro. Breadfruit and green bananas are also important staples providing starch in the Samoan diet. These foods are usually cooked in the traditional Samoan oven together with other Samoan delicacies, such as palusami, made from young taro leaves and coconut cream. Manua is rich in legends of their ancient past. They were, according to Samoan legend, the first islands of Samoa that the ancient progenitor god, Tangaloa Langi, created, making them politically significant to Samoa.
The motu nei, o motu uma o Tangaloa o ia lea sa fuafuaina I le atu Samoa. E o tatanunga na o mātou ia nei stiu taloina o motu Tangaloa motu.
One Manua oral tradition tells how Muriava was used as a refuge over a millennium ago. A couple from the village of Whangae on Ta'u Island were set adrift in a small boat as a punishment from their chief. After a few days, they were washed ashore onto Muriava. There, on Muriava, the woman, who had been pregnant at the time, gave birth to a son. The son grew up on the atoll listening to stories of his parents' cruel punishment and vowed to someday seek revenge on the offending chief in Ta'u. When he was grown, he built a boat and sailed to Ta'u, where he subdued the offending chief and became a great leader of the people. In fact, he became the great Tuimanua, a ruler whose prowess in war, as well as at boat building, resulted in his rule and honor extending to not only all of Samoa, but also to many other islands of Polynesia. The Manua Islands became known as Motusa, the Sacred Islands.
O malai tele le ta ua le tele o malai o tofinga. O ilana e ta ua le fale ula o le tui Manua.
Yau le fungai maale upu. O le fungai kupu mua kui mangu. Ia ngal maale le faali mai au uka kui o le vai.
Manua's oral traditions also have repeated references to Muriava. According to one legend, the Tui Manua had a malai or meeting place on the ocean, halfway between Ta'u and Muriava.
Foi le tulia, lo yen malai o Tui Manua, foi le ta o malai o pupe.
It was at this malai on the ocean where he would meet with visitors from other island groups. Manua tradition also speaks of the Tui Manua taking special trips to Muriava for rest and recreation.
Pio motu le e ta whawanga I tu Manua i ta whaonga manasi singa fo I. I le wasa o Pasifika o na mapu mai le I ta whawa I ma whasa usau ai I le wasa.
The chain of Manua Island starts from Ofu, Olsega, Ta'u, and ends up in Muriava. You know, in our language, it's the end. It's the end of something.
Tell Tonua o a Kongo le fo il me o fa ngo ai o Muriava. E o mai ma e muli mai ngai ala ko whainga whaiva I aso unga vai. Ia ma malolo ai. Ia ma koe fo ia kua malu I le ku malola.
Here, the importance of Matasaua, the easternmost point of Ta'u, should be noted. It is directly west of Muriava and is the reference point for traveling to and from the atoll. While the ancient name Muriava is more commonly used on Ta'u, many people of Ofu and Olsenga refer to the atoll as Nu'u Manu.
na whaingo o le nua man, po le motu man. Ia ai o inae o whanga uma i ai manu o le lalolangi.
O le ngoa sao le moku ia o le ngua mang.
O le ngua e whanonga ia o ingai koe inga fo ua maliu. O nua mang.
The name Nu'omanu, meaning residence or territory of birds, denotes the ecological significance of the atoll to the people of Manua as the hatching ground for a variety of South Pacific seabirds. Various species traditionally assisted Samoans in predicting the weather, in navigation, and in finding schools of fish. The atoll's European name, rose, is explained in several ways. One derives from the extraordinary pink color of the abundant coralline algae that grows on much of Rose Atoll's coral reefs. More historically related explanations also exist. The explorer named the atoll after his wife Rose, who was accompanying him on his around-the-world voyage. Yet another version attributes the name to the daughter of a man of mixed heritage who came from Apia to Ta'u in the mid-1800s.
Sa malanga mai le nei manua ya ona pai people le tin manu ile na finio tu manua e fulano na fine no e ngoi ya ro la ai pe fa mo matu ai.
Ile afe iwa se lau tausanga. Sa fio ele fionga tu manua ile nuo muliapa. Ma ave ia ile fuwa e tu wai luma. Fa mauni ai o le nuo manu tele. Ai le o le afe iwa se lau o fa. Pio na isa ini ai le whengainga man malo tele.
Mao ina tonu fo ina sisi ai le ua i fu an motu sane.
When Tuimanua Elisara signed the deed of cession in 1904, the atoll, belonging to Great Manua, also became part of the U.S. territory of American Samoa. Later, in 1941, at the beginning of World War II, U.S. President Franklin Roosevelt designated Rose Atoll a Navy defense area, but it was never used for that purpose. In 1973, the atoll was established as a national wildlife refuge through cooperative agreement between the American Samoa government and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The refuge encompasses everything inside the red line, which outlines Muliava's reef in this aerial photo. Its two islets, Rose Island and the barren Sand Island, comprise 20 acres. The lagoon, 1,600 acres. Closure to the public is designed to protect the fragile ecosystems of the atoll. Permission of visitation must be obtained from the Office of Rose Atoll National Wildlife Refuge in Pangupangu. Despite this protection, a Taiwanese longliner tuna fishing boat ran aground on the atoll's outer reef in 1993, causing major ecological damage to the reef and its marine organisms on which the birds are also reliant. The waters were contaminated with thousands of gallons of diesel and lube oil. Decomposition of the iron hull in the water led to an outbreak of harmful algae which killed the coral. The reef is now recovering thanks to efforts from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the American Samoa Department of Marine and Wildlife Resources to remove the 250 tons of iron off the reef. The need to increase the level of protection from such environmental hazards was realized. In 2009, the Marine National Monument was established through a presidential proclamation under U.S. President George W. Bush, protecting 50 nautical miles around the atoll, shown here with the green square. Besides the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, other agencies with responsibilities in this area include the NOAA National Marine Fisheries Service, the National Marine Sanctuaries, and the American Samoa government.
Te mulmuli no vaieo o luese ma tau. O le afe iwa se lau onos fulfitu. O vaia pea le motu nei. lo fai malanga pe le nu o manu e whaonga ia wa whaangota.
Given that the people of Manua seldom have the opportunity to visit Muriava, a special trip was organized on board the MV Sili, American Samoa's ferry boat. Early Saturday morning, March 26, 2011, the ferry headed out from Pangupangu Harbor in Tutuila. The trip's purpose was to afford the opportunity for people of Manua to visit the atoll and experience it firsthand after so many years of only hearing about it from their elders.
Oli taimi nei lo mato yai pe lungo le ba te po il mana yo nei fai nga malanga lo mato fai malanga mai ai to tele la wa tangat o e po yo lo fai malanga mai yo atu no man e asi ya yo ni ko yo pa sese yo atu yo fu ta u pala saum fitiuta.
In addition to people of Manua, also on board were members of federal and local government agencies. These agencies are now attempting to increase inclusion of Manua in planning processes with regards to the atoll. This trip is seen as part of that effort. It was an 8-hour ride from Tutuila to Ofu, where a meeting was held with local members of the villages to help stimulate dialogue and sharing of concerns.
La ue o lo fulea le whaasawingo na pe whare ma tūranga o la whongo sai whawaingo o le o manu.
In the proclamation that established the monument, it specifically said that commercial fishing was to be prohibited throughout the whole monument, so all the way out to 50 miles. So that's being done.
O le nguu leo, le nguu wa sa o ia yo kako makua yaso o mawai manako tiskasi inga le motu le nei. Iwi ya lainga, ku whakasi kako makukuila. Ya ele sa ia mwhai al moko mangu ia ko aku waku mun muli king kui mangu.
I think before I was kind of leery too, so pole afo ingena. But when I look at the program it's set up, I think it's to our benefit. Because right now in Luagako, we don't have commercial fishing boats. So I think this protection it protects us from the commercial fishermen that will come and take some of this without regard to conservation.
There are a lot of foreign vessels that are encroaching into local and federal waters without any monitoring and enforcement. One of the objectives here is really to monitor and control. Whatever we do, Manua will be at the forefront. In terms of the decision making, in terms of consultation, representing the American Samoa government, it will be Manua.
Residents throughout Manua were also interviewed about their concerns.
Pule to lo se upo to ilo ngutu. Ia le malo tele po ai foi ni e oni tamali po ai lava. Ele ai ele ifono ele tasil fina ngalo manu tele ina ia avatu fa pene ia mato mesi.
The trip continued to Ta'u, where more people boarded for the voyage to the atoll. One schoolgirl expressed her excitement about going on the trip.
Say experience me for my Rose Island.
The next morning, after sailing through the night, the MV Sili arrived offshore from the atoll, an exciting sight for all to see. The ship's small boats were offloaded for people to be ferried to the shore. All refuge policies were followed to ensure against the unintended introductions of any organisms or insects that could negatively impact the atoll's ecology.
Tonu le nganga o se fifianga ma na whaiona sa ilu talu e o mai tonu nei nuu stasio o nuu sa iaitu ao ma nuu yaso umawai.
On shore, everyone had a wonderful day of learning about and experiencing the atoll from both above and below the waterline. The lagoon is teeming with fish and giant clams, the faisua, a traditional Samoan delicacy.
Ole faisua, ole fe'e, ia maltele au isi I tu ai ngā whaiva. Ole tala lea to ina mātua, ole nei tu malo, ia o whaiva na e masani ona o iai. Ma sa tau nuu ai fo I Muriava.
They used to travel to Muriava to do this type of fishing called lepanga. I remember very vividly that one of the lepanga came in. The boat is almost sick. It's full of fish, especially the shark.
Tu ia le popo o niu o me uma whapena whatasi ma le mauno le panga.
Muriava was also a turnaround and resting point when Manua fishermen went on their long-distance bonito fishing trips.
Kalala ia whapeo ina ia malolo mai ai. Beo se mapsanga fo ina ia whaiala to walwhanga o na mapumaile ina.
While fish, clams, and coral proliferate in the lagoon, above the waterline, it is birds that dominate. Here is where many of American Samoan seabirds hatch, either in nests in the trees or underground.
So right now I'm seeing a lot of eggs.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango Pango, America, Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV, Channel 2, Pango Pango, American Samoa.
O lo uai fo nei le seungali I au whaiva manaia America Samoa. Ma ua ngalo atu I uluvao le fetu o le apai sa malamangi ai o tupua tausi. O lo ua tu sau noa foi le malae, ai anga I mai le pongi sa I lona taua fiafi. Ua manawa nei le toa alii, ai maeva le na afa, ma ua tau le upenga. Vala awa tuia I turu inga o le lalolangi ma le atu lau uma. O mai hasa I o tato ula afi ma whaafatai atu I le atua o malo. I lona anga le lei ma lona alofa. Ua e ma le manui ai whaiva ma whiau o le nei aso.
O te whātalofa atu suafa man malo o tato wali o Jesu Keriso. Whātalofa atu fo I taftolu o tato whainga malo tutuila manua. O ar mea lo iai le anganga lo iai sa ortonga. Lo atunu America Samoa. Lea o tato taunu mai de toi aso ngalua o nei vai aso. Mua o nei masina muli o nei tausanga. Mai Paulo ia te salo nia I o tausanga oli pe alava. Ia te talo I le au noa. Ia o tau whaafitai mea o molava. Awa or fina ngalo lava lea o le atua ia o tau ia Keriso. La tātou talo. Iova le atua lo mātou tamā. Mātou wala au le atua o mātou mafuta le atua ma lau atunu le nei afiafi. Hei ei le atua lau whamonianga. Upu fola le atua. Mātou talo le atua i eilo wang le lei. Tu mau ia to elvi inga no Yesu. Amene ma amene. O tusi whaitau. O rea moa mai lea ke neses fulu ma le lua. A lona whai upu mua. O whetalai mai ova i Abramo. Ia tuua e oe o lo nu. Ma tangata o lo nu. Ma le ainga o lo tamā. Ai alu atu se nu o te whaasino atu i a te oe. E pei o lo whai lo atu e le atua i Abramo. E ta pena, masao nyuni,
le whainga malanga. Lea foi o le atatou taunu le whai unga le nei tausanga. Lua afe, lua sfuru marwha. Lea tuai, ua le lei ea lau tapenanga, i le mātou whainga malanga, mai li nei tausanga o le amau atu. E te toe maanatu ai, ma mawhau ai, be a mai lau tapenanga, e le matanga le nei tausanga, o le a whai ui. E te toe tū, ma whasiri lava oi a te oi. Pe a mai a o le tamā. Pe a mai a o le tina. I la u tapenanga. Pe a mai fo ia o le whanau. Pe sa iai se whare tonu le tapenanga o le amatanga o le nei tausanga o le amau atu. Pe sa atoa toa mai ea lau tapenanga. Sa auni e te whaimalanga. Le tausanga fau o le atato ulu fale atu iai. Asa maalosi po se au tū le nei aso. E taitaina e pea lo savaringa. Whao puina wha pea. Te pena, whainga malanga, Abramo. Whetalai le atua i Abramo. Ia tu ua alo nu. Tangata alo nu. Male a inga alo tamā. Ao le mea lava le e tasi. Sa whai mata iala Abramo. Le tapenanga o le whainga malanga I kanana. Sa usu stai Abramo I le whetalainga le atua. Whai mai o le ki lea. Sa taita ina ai. Ma tapena ai lona whainga malanga I kanana. Tātou masani. Le tala ia noa. No whetalai le atua ia noa e whausewa. I no sila atu le atua. Ua le anga te le tangata. Ma whainga tā I laulangi. E lei whatamala noa I tapeneina. O lona ainga. Au ar whainga malanga. Ua ave ai noa me ola tai lua. O manu whawhine. Ma manu poa. I lunga o le wā. O le usu stai o noa. I le atua. Lea sa tau nuu ai manuia. La na whainga malanga. Ma le a inga. O le mafuanga fo ele nā. Sa ta pena I e noa. Ma lona a inga. Le whainga malanga. A ele yo mai le lolo. O le isi lea onga le lei mo I tātou. I le nei tala ia noa. O le usi ustai. O le wauna sa ola li usi ustai. A wauna sa ola li whamaoni. Sa ia te ia. Le alofa. I lona ainga. A o le unga nei tala. Sa whasao ina noa ma lona ainga. Mai le lolo. Le nei whai tau sanga. O le a whai ui u tātou savaringa. A whai sa whale tonu le nei tau sanga. Lea ua toe nei o ni asu. Tātou ulu whale le tau sanga fau. E te wala au ei le atua ina ia taitaina. I tāpena ina. Lou whainga malanga le nei tau sanga fau. Whamairi ta iala. A se toe whamanatu mo oe le atunu o Amerika Samoa. O le tāpenanga. O le whainga malanga Abramo. La tātou talo. Via oe le atua lo marta maa. Ma ea le atua le ngā luenga la o auna whātau wā. Ma tau wala au I a te oe le atua. Laua nganga pa ia le atua e wha malama I loto. Sio mātua tunu I laua fionga le atua. Ta iala oe mea umalawa le atua tu mau I a te oe le inga. Nei e o lava whavau lava. Amene, mamene.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango America Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango American Samoa.
Pele, whaatalo whātu Amerika Samoa lau whaafunga anga le nei tūlao le fiafi e ala nisi o whaapopongo tala mai lau KVZK TV ua mai a nei loilonga I maota I lua mo le sunga le whaatonu o le ofisa o whaamatalanga whalau e tele ua whaamaliina fo I fesili ma fina ngalo Samo o mia le whaamala malamaanga a le sunga ya Aaron Hall Inisi o mata upu tau le tautua lau KVZK TV mo le atunuu whaapea nisi o fuafuanga e aona sila fia le mamalu le atunuu. Sa amata mai le tautua le sunga le whaatonu I lau ofisa whaasala lau I le tausanga luafe luatasi o le sui whaatonu ma whaasaloane ai I le tōwhinga o le whaatonu. I lea vai tau sa tele ai le swinga sa ia whaatuina tutonu o le KVZK e pe o le whaongaina ofisa o tainga whaona ponei. Ma le whaaleleina o le drone I no fuanga e le au I le sila ma le maimoa o le whaongaina o le teknolosi ina ia whiawea I ma fesa o tai le atunuu le au au nangai polo kalama ese ma tala fou o aso taitasi. O nei au wala sa whaavaina le sunga ya ho ua whaafaingo fiai o na o polo kalama mai le atunuu I ona tangata anu o lo lala mau I atunuu e mau I le ngata I lea ai mawhai o na maua whaasala launga lau TV e le mamalo le atunuu o lo papa a au e tutono le territory. Sa whaalia le finangalo le awhionga le senatoria Levu Yosia Jr. E tusa ma le tele o swinga le lei sa whai le sunga le whaatonu a o ia tau aveina mai le taitainga o le TV tau sanga o mawai. Whaapea foi le finangalo le awhionga ya mao wha umangongo I le tau o tele o le TV e le atunuu. E le ngata iana polo kalama maasani a ia mawhai na sila le atunuu I tau o lumanga ale malo. E pei o na whaia nei I le senate. Ia malama le lautele mata upu mawhai unga o lo tala no ine tutono maota o le fono. O e o lo whai masui o le atunuu I tutono le senate ma le maota o sui. Sa whaaleo ina I le awhionga le senatoa ia tuiale uluu vai mili tuiale uluu. Le leo o atu o le tautua le TV le moto o manua. O se tasi o au nanga o lo tau mawhai iai le sunga le whaatonu ia ho I le whaalangolango lea I le fisoso ane se leni mai le malo ina I mawhai na tino mai lea vaenga o le tautua. Nunu yasu le lei mai lau KVZK News.
O le a whain se iloi longa whalau I tele mo pili tau whaawhi numera toluiva o wha ma le toluiva o lima. O le pili tau whaawhi toluiva te si o wha. O se tula fono e whaau talaina. O se tula fono e wha ese ai le whai o palo tau le kovana manilu tena kovana. E sui ai le manga wha tesi o tasi o tolu ma le tasi tesi o tasi o wha. I le tusi tula fono Amerika Samoa. O le pili tau whaawhi o le toluiva tesi o lima. O whaingoa ina o se tula fono e sui ai anga waa mo sui tau waa mo le ofisa le kovana ma le lutena kovana. E sui ai le manga wha tasi o tasi lua e le tusi tula fono Amerika Samoa. O le nei loilonga o le awhaiei le aso lulu lo February le aso lo se fuluono I le afa o le valu I le taeao I le mauta fono le senate. O te tala tuai le avanoa I so se tasi o lo fia moli mau I nei mata upu. O I lato umai fia moli mau wha mole feso tai. Mai le ofisa ono tolu lima valu ono po le ono tolu fa lima ono lima. O lo avanoa fo I le upenga te whailangi le tuatusi o le www.asfono.gov. E lafo mai aini tusinga mo e le lava mai le taimi wa whaatu langaina. Ua tauri maina I le awhionga I le whongwhetalai se tusi mai le awhionga le kovana sili e whailoa alo I aisuinga I le whaavai o Amerika Samoa. E lima mata upu sa tu uina I pepa palota le tausanga lua o lua e whaali ai le finangalo le antunu upe pasia pele ai. O se tasio nei pili o le tuina lea o le ai le sui fai pule o Swain se palota ai mata upu le mauto sui. O lea pule ua I tutonu le whaavai Amerika Samoa. E tu sai ma le finangalo le atunuu ma ua maea o na sainia e le whailau tusi le interior. Ia lo ia ai ma amana ia ina le sui I taulu manga o le mauta. Wa talu sanga ina fo I se finangalo le awhionga le whongwhetalai ina ia ai se whaalinga tu whaatasia a le tawhatolu o le whainga malo ina ia whailoa malo ia ai suenga ua iai nei le whaavai o le territory. O lea mata upu sa tulai mai ai se fe se ina o finga ngalo I tutonu le mautu sui le amatanga o le nevi yaso. Ina wato e fisiringia le awhionga ya sua Alex Jennings le tulanga o lona sui tutonu le mauta sa fatuina le afionga ia fetu junior se mau e faalia ai fina ngalo sui fai pule e se faamanatu e te tau na tuuina atu i le sui o Swain se tusai ma mionga e le talafenga ai matula fono le mau ta fono faapea le fautuaina o se iloilonga o le soifumaroloina faale mafaufau mo le sui o Swains. Peitai ua taatia nei se tangi i le whaamsinonga le afionga i asua e whaasanga i le afionga le fonga whetalai e tusa ma le whaatino ino le suinga fou ua umona pasi e le whaavai. O lo tūlanga lolo wampea le tau ma o lo iai pea lampata inga mo matangi malolosi. O lo iai fo i lampata inga mo ta whenga malolonga. Ma o le utu ina mai ai se talalata mai o le tau mai le ofisa o va ai tau o le antunu.
O se talalata mai le nei le tau ia wa fo ia la mai mo ta po mai le nei fiafi. No te sila mai o lo tele lava ia o lo i lunga le antunu. Ia o lo ia le taula ingo o Sabina Pasifika i saute o lo whapeona mawhai peti munga ia e mese ia le tofa tau o Sabina o lo ia nei. Lo ia tabilinga peona tala noa sistemi o whano i le asua nafi. I le tabilinga o le balu wha, ia mamao lava i sauti sae o le atunu, ia po o ia i New Way, wa lo angai pia i sauti sae. Lo ia i fwese e tabilinga tau amata, lo i mātu o fiti, ia po lata fo i o ia i Wallace no Fatuna. Lo i le fuafuanga mo le angai i luma, ia angai i saute, ia ma angai i o i fiti. Rona winga. Tele lava o fianga lea lo tu mauni lungo tatu ia o sabili lea lo ia mise fuia timunga ia la tu mauna mai le pona nei o sabili lo no fai tia sabili mai i lapta inga mai andele tai ia le fai tia i tulanga o fautuanga ma o le atu mau le pona nei o timunga foi o le atu mau lava ia le mamafo timunga ia lungo le atu no ia mese fo ia so lava o tulanga o sami ia marcisi o le o tulanga o ngalu ia i ngata i whare o le tatu atunu o tulanga le ia o lo ia se vaenga o pea mo mafo le ea lo i mātu i sasai le vaenga o pea mo mafo le ea le whaapea o na sosoani i tūlei ese ia le tele o ti munga ma savili dia lo i lungo o le tatu atunu ma ngai mai i saute ma saute i sifo lapta inga no fa ia me se foi fautuanga o lo fa pea lava na fa wau mo le tatu atunu lo ia i pea ia lapta inga mo ngalu ma walunga lo afia ia tal fa tai o le atunu lo pe tal no stimo fan lo wa sui ia lapta inga ia i fautuanga mo savili ma losi le wa ia i tatu i fautuanga mo savili ma losi ia mo le tatu territory ia le foi wa o tui nā tui a whautuanga ia mo walaiti i le ngata i leo. Ia ono ti munga ma mawhalo tu mau dungo tātou i o lawa i le pōna nei. Ia lau lo watu e pēa ia le nofa wa ia mo tā whenga longa ia ono ti munga mawha. Se paika leo le talo le tau, i whainga o le nebai aso e angai atu lawa i le bai aso pou. O le pōna nei, pēto sisila atu lo tu mau lawa ia whautuanga mo sabili ma lolosi ia lunga le tātou. Tunu losu lima, tosu mai la. Ia martofa tau ia i lunga le atunu tulanga o timunga ia la whapea lava na tu mau ia timunga mafa ia mise fo ia le so o le ngata i whare o le se fulu le suma i tolu o le aso atai au le asto nai o mai sabili lus fulu i lusu lima ia mise fo i tulanga o le sami ia whaasolo la ia le whaiunga le nema aso i le pole asto nai ia o maulau lo lava i sabili le sulima le los fulu mai le tula ai mese foi ia tulanga o timu ia o le afatitia timu ngai lunga le atunu e fai ngon nei vai aso ia ngai atula matanga o le vai aspo sami pa umai lalo le fitu le fotu mese foi vai aspo ia i le pola so dua ngai atu i lasparele na to silsila ia se fulu sulima o mai sami le lima i fitu fotu o le talana o tau a whai lava i eise fisili wha mole bala mai le ofisa le ono i vai batasi tolu o ia pia sesi fo i lunga o pengata whai langi i le weather.gov/ppg ia po lunga fo i Facebook ia mo nisi whapo o mo talo le tau.
I tala mai ia pia o le lafo i le taritonuina o le palemia ia fie mena mi mata afa o le a avema mata upu momua e tala noina i le taimi e fono ai le palemene i le aso lua asau na talie le fonga fe talai o le fono fai tu la fono ia papali ili o maspau le talosanga alo ia le tuwangai mo se palota le taritunuina na whaamaunia mai le teita i o le tuwangai atu ila e pasa i le malia le ngoi na talie le fonga fe talai le lafo i se whai ngā tusia ma whaatanga i loa le to limo sui o le vainga whaupu whai le tuwangai i saunoa iai na ta ue tu ila e pai whaapea o le palota o lo o taula i tonu i le palemia malana ka peneta na ia tā ua fo'i ua leto e pulea e fia me le toa telo fai pule i tutonu le palemene. I le teiminei na whailoa ai e le minista o whaatoanga ma whai ngā whai wau whaamalolo nei o ia fo'i o le teita i fono ma le teita i o le vainga whaupu whai o le whaatutua i le tua sa mo watasi le lu i tāu o le whai o le palota le tali tonuina ai ua tau fia le wha ailoa ina o lola tau tūlanga ma whai mai o le a whaatali se ia o i le a solua. I tātou talamuli o talamai le Pasifika. Na mo le maule tamaita i kovana ia Low Leon Guerrero i le asolulu i lumo le whale pae Washington DC. I le una i o le malo tele fe sonsoani a kuam me fausia se whale mai fo o le malo. E pe ona si la fia, o tupe te uwha whai ngā ruenga i le sui fo marolo i no kuam ma tina e o whale, e wha malo si ai le saunga le mu o le atulu. O upu nei nā nginga i lana saunoa ngai le teimi o lana mo di mau. Na ia wha mawhaina le tāu o kuam i le saunga le mu o le atulu, e mai se le Indo-Pacific region, i le fe ese inga masaina ma Korea i mātū. Whaatasi ai ma se pūlenga fau o whaatuina, na tuina tuai e kuero lu i tau i tūlanga ese o lo whengai ma le lātou lava territory. Na matawina e le whailau tūse le interior ia Doug Burgum, le tāu o tele o le territory le saunga le mua le atunu, e mai se lava le Indo-Pacific region. E lana moni mausaunia, na talosanga i nai e le kovana, ia Burgum e whautua mo territory le toi luiluina, o le poloa inga, ale President Trump e tau fia le fisonsoani le federale i o tātou wātu motu i le Pasifika. O le fisonsoani le federale o se tupe whawhai ngā ruenga i le ati na e noanga fesotai ma le tamau ainga o tātou tangata i territory teitasi. Ma le whaiunga nao tātou tanau toto mai lau KVZK le whaiunga o le reiva yaso manui e tele whai ngā marolonga le tātou tunu tō whaa sifua.
Talofa lava and welcome to your evening news here on KVZK TV. Aaron Hall has been confirmed as the Cabinet Director of the Office of Public Information under the Pula and Pulu administration following his confirmation by the House of Representatives. This marks the second time Mr. Hall's nomination has been presented to the House. The initial attempt did not secure the necessary votes for approval, so a motion for reconsideration was introduced. This resulted in a second vote held yesterday. In this vote, 12 representatives expressed their support for Mr. Hall, while 5 opposed his nomination. Having also received approval from the Senate, he is fully confirmed in his role. Mr. Hall, a seasoned professional in the field, began his career at KVZK TV in 2021 as the Deputy Director. During his tenure, he played a pivotal role in revolutionizing local news production by introducing advanced live streaming capabilities that improved real-time information dissemination and viewer engagement. In 2022, he ascended to the role of director, spearheading a significant transition of broadcasting services from outdated analog systems to cutting-edge digital technologies. This modernized the office's communication infrastructure to align with contemporary industry standards. Under Hall's leadership, the office embraced innovative media production strategies by launching live streaming services across popular platforms such as Facebook and YouTube and on the dedicated news website. These initiatives broadened KVZK TV's reach and fostered greater audience interaction and accessibility. In his address to the Senate, Mr. Hall articulated his vision for the future of KVZK TV, outlining ambitious plans to enhance regional news delivery further and strengthen community engagement through upcoming technological advancements and programming initiatives. During the concise confirmation hearing, Senator Levo Yosia Jr. expressed his appreciation for Mr. Hall's innovative approach to implementing live streaming of local programs on social media platforms. This initiative has enabled Samoans from around the globe to stay connected and witness the excitement of the Fautasi race, a cherished cultural event. Senator Levo remarked on Hall's outstanding achievement in elevating the local television station. He was the first director to effectively facilitate live streaming on social media, a significant advancement in broadcasting that connects community. The local TV station integrated drone technology into its operations for the first time, marking a significant step forward. This innovative approach enhances the station's ability to capture dynamic aerial footage and improves its reporting capabilities, particularly in covering events and breaking news. The adoption of drones represents a commendable effort to stay at the forefront of broadcasting technology, allowing the station to provide viewers with more engaging and comprehensive content. In stark contrast, Senator Ma'ofa Umangongo urged Mr. Hall to take a proactive stance on transparency by incorporating coverage of corruption within the government's local news broadcasts. He emphasized that the public must be thoroughly informed about ongoing governmental affairs and pressing issues directly impacting their lives. By live streaming the phono sessions and legislative hearings, Senator Ngongo argued the station would provide a crucial platform that offers insights into the inner workings of the government. He cautioned that without such transparency, citizens could easily remain uninformed and oblivious to critical decisions made on their behalf, effectively keeping them in the dark about matters that influence their daily existence. Senator Tuialu'ulu'u Vaimili Tuialu'ulu'u of Ta'umanua raised a pressing concern regarding KVZK TV's limited reach, questioning why the station's broadcasts do not extend to the Manua Islands. He highlighted the disparity in access to programming, lamenting that his constituents are deprived of the same broadcast and cultural content available to residents of Tutuila and Aunu'u. Hall held coursework in business management and criminal justice and pre-law at our local community college and Grossmont Community College. Nunu Yasulele with your KVZK News. The Senate will hold a public hearing for two bills concerning the separation of the election races for governor and lieutenant governor, as well as a proposal to modify the eligibility criteria for candidates seeking these offices in American Samoa. During this week's Senate session, Senator Tongiola Tulafono announced that a public hearing is scheduled to gather community opinions. Public members can also submit their comments through the Senate website at www.asfono.gov, where an online form is available. The hearing will occur in the Senate chamber on Wednesday, February 26. The two bills under consideration are Senate Bill number 39-04 and Senate Bill number 39-05, which pertain to candidacy requirements. The first bill proposes an amendment to allow separate election race for the governor and lieutenant governor. This measure emphasizes the benefits of electing these offices independently, suggesting that an independently elected lieutenant governor will have the authority derived from a statewide election to address significant issues affecting the territory and provide an alternative perspective. This process will require the newly elected lieutenant governor and secretary of American Samoa to comply with the American Samoa Code Annotated and the American Samoa Revised Constitution. The newly appointed lieutenant governor will have substantial opportunities to influence policies that will shape the future of American Samoa. The second bill aims to revise the eligibility criteria for individuals wishing to run for governor and lieutenant governor. This legislation seeks to strengthen qualifications by introducing a new requirement. Candidates must be of American Samoan ancestry and establish actual residency in American Samoa for at least 24 consecutive calendar months immediately prior to their candidacy. Additionally, candidates must demonstrate a long-term connection to American Samoa by having lived there for at least 5 years before submitting their candidacy. The proposed legislation includes a provision to waive residency requirements for specific individuals, including those serving in the United States Armed Forces, U.S. government employees or their agency personnel, individuals working for the American Samoa government or its agencies, and students pursuing education. Nunu Yasulile with your KVZK News. Governor Pulali'i Nicolau Pula recently informed House Speaker Savali Talavo'ale in a letter that the 5 amendments to the revised Constitution of American Samoa, which were approved by referendum in November 2022, have received a sanction from the Secretary of the Interior. Therefore, the amendments will take effect immediately, stated in the letter dated on February 14, 2025. Talane reported that one of the amendments grants the Swains Island delegate the right to vote in the House of Representatives. The governor expressed his intention to work with the House Speaker and staff to develop a joint press release from the 3 branches of government. He also mentioned that upon returning from the National Governors Association meeting in Washington, D.C., he would like to schedule an event to acknowledge the approval of the constitutional amendments formally. On Tuesday, Vice Speaker Fetui Fetu addressed a lawsuit filed by Swains Faipule, Sua Alexander Jennings, against the Speaker of the House. He strongly believes that the House should consider punishing the Swains Faipule under House rules because of his conduct in chambers last week. Additionally, he suggested that the House request a mental health evaluation for the Faipule. The Speaker acknowledged that a response to the court action would be forthcoming. However, the Swains delegate is indefinitely barred from returning to the House. Last week, Representative Jennings filed a complaint with the High Court, seeking a declaratory judgment that the Speaker is violating the revised Constitution of American Samoa by denying him the right to vote in the House. Governor Pulali'i Nicolau Pula officially informed House Speaker Savali Talavo'ale that the Secretary of the Interior approved the 5 amendments to the revised Constitution of American Samoa, which were passed by popular referendum in 2022. Here's the latest updates of the weather for the territory reported early this afternoon by the U.S. Weather Service Pago Pago, American Samoa.
Talo for American Samoa, here's the latest weather update for your understanding and your preparedness. So right now we still have the South Pacific Convergence Zone As you see here in this satellite imagery, it's still over the area, still producing widespread showers at times and heavy at times, also with gusty winds and the potential for thunderstorms. We have TD08F, that's to our far southeast. It's going to continue on its track moving further southeast. Then we also have 94P to our northwest or north of Fiji. The models are showing that the 94P will continue to move southward. And also on our imagery here, we have the ridge that's building from the north, and this will help push the SPCZ further south and away from the territory. By Saturday, late Saturday, we will be seeing some changes. So our current warning, watches, and advisories, we still have our high surf warning that's in effect, mainly for our north shores, because we are seeing the conditions on the north shore. It's still high with the seas and surfs. And so we still have that all through tonight, early Saturday morning. We've downgraded our high wind warning to a wind advisory. We've also downgraded our gale warning for our coastal waters to a small craft advisory. And we still have a flash flood watch that remains in effect through Saturday. And so here's a timeline for what the conditions are. Starting tonight, our winds will be coming from the north at 25 or 30 miles per hour with higher gusts. And keep in mind, gusts will be much higher in the harbor area at the higher elevations and especially near the mountain areas. Seas are at 10 to 13 feet with widespread showers and heavy at times with the possibility of thunderstorms. For Saturday and Saturday night through Tuesday, you see the decreasing trend in winds. Winds for tomorrow would be at 20 to 25 miles per hour with higher gusts. And rain would also be decreased to numerous showers with seas as well. And the trend continues all the way through the new week. And we should be seeing improved conditions for the new week.
In news from Apia, a motion of no confidence against Samoa's Prime Minister, Fiame Naomi Mata'afa, will be the first item on the agenda when Parliament convenes next Tuesday. The Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, Papali Ilio Maspa'u, granted the opposition's formal request for a vote of no confidence. Opposition Leader Tuilaepa Dr. Sailele Malielengoi confirmed that the Speaker approved the motion in writing and allowed 5 members from the opposition bench to speak on it. Tuilaepa emphasized that the vote is specifically targeting the Prime Minister and her cabinet. He claims that Fiame no longer commands the majority of members in Parliament. Meanwhile, the dismissed Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, who also serves as the chairman and leader of the Fa'atuatuele Tua Samoa Watasi Party, or FAST, acknowledged the challenge of holding a vote of no confidence but refrained from disclosing their position, stating they will wait until next week, Tuesday. Joyet with your news on KVZK. And finally, in news from the region, Guam's Governor Lu Leon Guerrero on Wednesday testified before White House officials in Washington, D.C., urging the federal government to help Guam build a new public hospital and fix its housing shortage amidst the military buildup on the island, as well as exempt Pacific Islands from federal aid pause. The investments in Guam's healthcare and housing infrastructure only strengthen their national security, the governor said in her prepared testimony. She emphasized Guam's strategic role in national security, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region, amid rising tensions with China and North Korea. Leon joined governors from other territories at the Department of Interior's Interagency Group on Insular Areas 2025 plenary session. With a new administration in place, the governors presented the unique challenges facing their respective territories. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum noted the territory's critical role in national security, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region. The governor asked Burgum to advocate for the territories the reconsideration of President Trump's executive order of pausing federal aid to the islands in the Pacific. The governor of Guam noted the exemptions that have been granted. However, they must consider and allow the Pacific Islands to continue receiving federal funding assistance. The federal assistance is an investment into social and economic development of every Pacific Islander that leads to self-sustainment, economic growth, and financial stability. Guam's delegate to Congress, James Moylan, was also at the plenary session. A release from Moylan's office noted that with discussions on potential national cuts proposed by the White House on various programs, each territorial leader expressed that many in the communities rely on social programs. The funding for these food, education, or housing programs are not handouts, but a hand-up intending to provide economic opportunities and self-reliance in the respective islands. This was outlined in a statement released by Moylan's office. Joyeta Fengaimali with your news on KVZK. That's your evening news. Thank you for joining us. Good night.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango America Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango American Samoa.
Blunt's Point was actually an interesting historical site that my son and his close friends introduced me to. One day they had learnt about Blunt's Point at school and wanted to go for a hike up the hill to Blunt's Point. So one afternoon in the weekend we actually went for a hike up and checked out the guns up there. Quite amazing sight. These things are huge.
It's actually Matautu Ridge. I think the Palangis call it Blunt's Point because it's kind of blunted on top. But the Samoan name for the place is Matautu Ridge.
Okay, we're at the Blunt's Point Naval Guns. It's a World War II site. It's on Matautu Ridge, and the Samoan name of the point is Tulu Tulu Point, and it's in American Samoa. It's just above the Pongo Pongo Harbor. The guns were placed here in order to protect Pongo Harbor from invasion during World War II.
At that time, Pongo Harbor was quite a strategic point, a point of refueling and stores for the soldiers that were in the area, protecting the Pacific Islands from the Japanese.
American Samoa was the biggest storage depot. This is why this harbor was so valuable, because it was from here that they moved everything out to the rest of the Pacific, you know?
What we learned was that the guns were originally from World War I, where they were on battleships.
And they were brought to American Samoa just before Pearl Harbor, and they were installed here. These guns are unique in the sense that they were two of four sets of guns in American Samoa during World War II. They were the largest defensive guns on the island.
I mean, at that point, we found out that they had these massive 6-inch shells that they would fire out of them out to sea at any potential threats from the Japanese Navy.
They could project shells that were approximately 6 inches in diameter with a range of just over 9 miles. The guns were brought here by the Marines, and they were installed by the Marines and contractors as well as Samoans.
They put them on this sled type thing, like a cable car on a sled, and pulled them up the mountain.
The way they were brought up was on a skidway, because there was no road up here at the time. And so there was a skidway that was actually, they didn't have steel rails at the time, so they used a Samoan hardwood called ifilele.
It's quite impressive when you look back at actually how they did it, a combination of American military and Samoan brute force got those things up the hill and got them positioned and got them in place to protect Pango Pango Harbor.
With a diesel engine that pulled them up using cable. And one of the interesting things is recently the American Samoa Historic Preservation Office has had a survey done, and we've located the approximate location of where that skidway was. We found the concrete anchors for that held the steel cables, and we've even found one of the round pulleys that was left behind after the war. The guns were never used in anger. There was only one attack on American Samoa, and it was a submarine that surfaced on the other side of the island and shot shells over the island into Pango Harbor.
And when the Americans conquered the Japanese, they found all the papers, and they what they found out that was after Guadalcanal to Solomon Islands, they were coming to Samoa next.
And the Japanese commander must have known either that the guns were here or it was likely that there were large guns defending the harbor, and so he attacked from the other side of the island.
There was some potential threats in the area from the Japanese, and the Japanese did fire upon Pango Pango Harbor, but they seemed to, I don't know if it was instinct or some type of information or knowledge that they had received, that Pango Pango had 2 of these large weapons in place.
I don't recall too much, but I remember some of the important events. When we were bombed, we were shelled from this side, from over there. I said, I'm trying to think of the boat. I think it was a submarine, Japanese submarine. We got shelled, and most of the shells fell right in out there.
So the Japanese were lobbing shells from Whangasa into Whangatongo, and the only thing they hit was Shimasaki's store. The only Japanese living in American Samoa at the time, they hit Shimasaki's store.
One of our Samoan guys picked up a live one, a live shell that did not explode in there. You picked it up and carried it around. Yeah, everybody was running. Walking right here in front. The guy didn't know it was very dangerous. I was carrying it about this long.
The only time the guns were fired was for practice. And I've talked to old Samoans who were alive at the time, and they told me that they were incredibly loud. Another thing that's interesting about this site is the American Samoa Historic Preservation Office recently conducted an archaeological survey mapping in all of the features, the guns, but also other features that were associated with the site. And what we found was that the people that were manning the guns, they lived up here. And so there's concrete steps that go up into the jungle on two separate ridges. So there's a ridge that's associated with the lower gun, and on that ridge there's concrete foundations that were the foundations for barracks and probably mess halls and offices. And then there's another set of similar structures on the upper ridge. So the upper gun, the men stayed up on the upper ridge in the buildings up there, and we've documented all of that. And then with the lower gun, the men stayed on the lower ridge. This hadn't been known before, and so we're going to be using that information to write a report and an article about it, so the public and history scholars have a better idea of how the guns were manned, and we're also going to send that information to the National Register of Historic Places and update the National Register nomination. The guns are currently being maintained by the National Park Service, so they have a crew that comes up here and cuts the grass and maintains the trail to the second gun. They're also help with vandalism issues. There is a small amount of vandalism going on. The upper gun got spray painted. The upper gun is also flooded, and I've been in contact with the National Park Superintendent, and they have some pumps, and there's plans in the works to pump out the lower gun and clean out the drains and see if that can be maintained. In the year 2000, during the centennial for the territory, a Boy Scout did his Eagle Scout project, and he cleaned up the lower gun and cleaned out the gun emplacement and painted the gun. He also put up a monument to hold the plaque that indicates that Blunt's Point is a National Historic Landmark.
I was working for Governor Lutali when we went up there and it was filled with water and dead frogs, and so the Navy came down, Seabees, and they cleaned it out.
And during the centennial, the Navy sent a brigade of, I'm not sure if that's the right term, but he sent the Seabees, or a construction battalion, to do some volunteer work during the centennial, because American Samoa for 51 years was under Naval Administration control. The Seabee Construction Battalion put in access steps to the guns to make it easier for tourists and local visitors to get to the site.
Blunt's Point is a fantastic historical site that should be visited by a lot more people than I believe visit it on an annual basis. You know,
the guns stand in testament to the legacy of the veterans, both Samoan and from the United States, who helped defend these islands.
And sort of almost feeling that aura around the guns that existed back in World War II, and just imagining how, you know, soldiers would have been stationed there and looking out the harbour mouth, and just waiting for any potential threat that could come along.
So what the people that manned this gun faced were guns that could shoot shells that were 18 inches in diameter, and their range was about 25 miles. The gunners here couldn't respond because their range was only 9 miles. So they would have to wait out that shelling. Once those invasion forces got in range, then these guns could start firing. To man these guns took a tremendous amount of courage for those veterans.
The significance of a historical site like that is huge. You know, we have to preserve it in the sense that from generation to generation, you must understand where the next generation came from for the existing generation to move forward and learn from other generations' mistakes potentially.
Well, you know, it's part of our history. It's part of our history.
I think a lot of our younger generation don't appreciate what has happened in the past. You know, things like a world war are quite inconceivable in today's society, where you have wars in different areas, but it's not the whole world at war.
And the guns, as you know, are listed in the U.S. National Register of Historic Places. It's protected.
The site is an incredibly important site for American Samoan history. We hope that people will visit the site and enjoy the site, contemplate the legacy and the history that American Samoa and the United States have had together, and help to protect and preserve the site for future generations.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango Pango, America Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango Pango, American Samoa.
American Samoa is the only U.S. territory in the Southern Hemisphere. located just southeast of where the equator meets the international dateline in the heart of Polynesia. It is roughly equidistant from Sydney, Australia, and Honolulu, lying 2,300 miles south-southwest of Hawaii. American Samoa consists of 5 volcanic and 2 coral islands, with a total land area of only 76 square miles. The main island of Tutuila, which you see here, has 2/3 of the territory's land area and is representative of the inhabited volcanic islands, consisting of a steep mountain spine with a narrow coastal fringe. Rainfall averages about 200 inches per year and frequently produces landslides from the steep mountain slopes. The ever-present salt spray, combined with the high tropical humidity, makes corrosion a severe problem for all metal items. The immediate proximity of ocean breakers to the shore creates distinct erosion problems along the coast during heavy weather, affecting the main road, schools, and villages. Originally settled by adventurous seafarers about 3,000 years ago, American Samoa still proudly preserves its cultural heritage. As the core of the Samoan system, the Matais, or family chiefs, control their family's land and represent its members in traditional village and county gatherings. Selected by the family for life, each Matai has a unique title and is either a chief or a chief's spokesman, known as a talking chief. In addition to their traditional family and village duties, the Matais also have direct political power through their selection of the members of the Territorial Senate and delegates to this year's Constitutional Convention. Despite long affiliation with the United States, American Samoa's cultural traditions remain strong, helped in part by a commitment from the federal government to preserve the foundation of the Samoan culture, the communal land system. Under this system, the family as a whole retains permanent title to the land, while members are allocated a portion for their own use. There were 32,000 people in the territory as of the 1980 census, an 18% increase over the 1970 figure. Over 90% of the population is of Samoan ethnic origin. However, close to 1/3 is from Western Samoa, which has many strong family ties with American Samoa. American Samoans are U.S. nationals with free access to the United States. Close contact is maintained with American Samoans in the U.S., where there are twice as many as in the territory itself. In recent years, there has been a small, growing number of people returning to American Samoa from life in the U.S. The U.S. flag was first raised on the main island of Tutuila on April 17, 1900. An international agreement with Great Britain and Germany had resulted in the partition of the Samoan Islands, and what is now American Samoa was ceded to the U.S. by the traditional leaders of the islands. April 17th, Flag Day, is still the major holiday of the year in the territory. President McKinley designated the U.S. Navy as the administering agency of American Samoa, and the captain of the small fueling station also served as governor. Prior to World War II, Navy activity was basically limited to the Bay Area. The naval governors took pains to prevent the alienation of land and any undue outside influence on the traditional culture. The outbreak of the war, however, saw an explosion of activity as thousands of Marines, Seabees, and sailors swarmed over Tutuila, building roads, airfields, fortifications, and support facilities. Much of what they built is still in use today. Following the defeat of Japan, the strategic value of American Samoa diminished. With the recognition that civil government was the preferred approach, President Truman transferred the administration of the territory to the Department of the Interior in 1951. During the closure of the naval station, many American Samoans took advantage of Navy offers of cheap transportation to the U.S., thus founding the Samoan communities in Hawaii and the West Coast. The early years of Interior administration were marked by a paucity of funds at a time when the population had grown significantly and there was no local industry or agriculture to speak of. Significant developments during the 1950s included the establishment of a small tuna storage facility by Van Camp Seafood in 1954, the appointment of Governor Peter Tolly Coleman as the first Samoan to hold that post in 1956, and, near the end of his term, the beginning of work on an international airport, marine railway, and the territory's first constitution in 1960. The change of presidential administrations in 1961, combined with the stimulus of a damning article in the Reader's Digest and the need to prepare for the 1962 South Pacific Conference in the territory, began a new era for American Samoa. Suddenly, federal funds became available for a wide variety of development projects. The site of the South Pacific Conference was built, the international airport was completed, the main road was paved for much of its length for the first time, a new power plant was built, and improvements were made to the old Navy water system. A massive effort was begun to upgrade the territory's educational system, with schools springing up throughout the islands. A totally new approach was taken, the use of television as the primary means of instruction, and a complete television production facility with 6 channels, KVZK TV, went on the air in 1964 as the South Pacific's first television station. At the same time, Van Camp Seafood's facility was transformed into a tuna cannery, while competitor Starkist built another next door. A local industry was created with both employment and tax benefits. Regular air service to Hawaii and New Zealand began for the first time since World War II. A new port warehouse was built, and the government acquired tugboats and inter-island vessels to service the outlying islands and villages. With the growth of the Korean and Taiwanese long-line fishing fleets, the marine railway repair facility was expanded to handle additional traffic. A new hospital was built, the most modern in the South Pacific. It was a boom time. As the 1970s began, the territory elected a delegate at large to Washington, D.C., A.U. Fuemono, to provide a voice independent of that of the appointed governor. A community college was established, while the public education system began to use television more as a supplement than as a primary means of instruction. A major drought in 1974 forced closure of the 2 tuna canneries, and, with the resulting loss of local tax revenues, layoffs by the government. As a result, an extensive water supply development program was begun, converting the existing system from reliance on small water catchments to a multitude of wells located in the widest portion of Tutuila, about 6 miles from the downtown area. An industrial park was established in the same area, along with a new second power plant. By the mid-1970s, with growing political self-awareness and some prodding from Washington, the people of American Samoa voted to elect their own governor after a few plebiscites. The first local gubernatorial election was held in November 1977 and returned Peter Tolly Coleman to office after a 16-year career in the Trust Territory of the Pacific Islands. In 1978, in an 11th-hour move, Congressman Philip Burton guided a bill through Congress which gave American Samoa a congressional delegate like that of Guam or the Virgin Islands as of the 1980 elections. In 1980, Governor Coleman and Lieutenant Governor Tufelilia were re-elected, and Fofo Sunia was picked as the territory's first congressman. American Samoa has had problems with power generation. As on many other South Pacific islands, reliance on diesel generators, rapid corrosion, the use of a one-line system, the great distance from parts suppliers, old equipment, the lack of any alternate source of power, and civil service wage and job security problems all contribute to making reliable electric power a difficult goal to achieve. The lack of in-depth job training and fiscal constraints compounded the situation. The American Samoa Power Authority, ASPA, was created in 1982 as a semi-autonomous government agency to improve the electric utility. Continuing maintenance and manpower training programs were instituted, along with a major equipment rehabilitation project funded by the federal government, while accounts receivable were reduced and electric rates raised. As a result, extended power outages due to equipment failure have practically been eliminated, and a reserve capacity of 80 to 100% has been built up. With adequate funding for capital equipment and a controlled maintenance program, ASPA's executive director is now showing other U.S. Pacific islands how to upgrade their electric power systems. Although ASPA has received the necessary funding, both local and federal, to ensure that it is capable of doing its job, the same is not true for the government as a whole. General controlled maintenance of government facilities, primarily buildings, has received only modest funding. Most government buildings were built in World War II and in the 1960s. The concentration of the government on basic development diverted attention from controlled maintenance of existing facilities for many years. Now it is difficult to fund the concept. Public Works Director Evan Ted Tumlinson talks about the need for controlled maintenance.
Well, the term controlled maintenance means the systematic inspection and maintenance of everything the government owns in the way of buildings, roads, sewer, water, docks, etc. The main dock down there is getting in bad shape. The main wharf building is in bad shape. All of our government buildings are in bad shape, simply because we don't have the money to repair them if we got the control maintenance program implemented. About 6 months ago, CIP met on the subject of what it would take to implement the program and what we'd do with it if we got the money. And we came up with about $2 million as a requirement for the first year, and it should take about that every year. We've got a lot of termite damage that's rendered wooden structures beyond actual repair, economic repair. We've got. I'm concerned about the main dock and the fendering system and the roof on that warehouse building at the main dock, and I'm concerned about the hospital, the repair of the hospital, and I'm concerned about our school buildings. We've got many school buildings that are leaking, and that they need to just, the money that required would be quite extensive to bring those buildings back up to the state of repair that they should be maintained in all the time. And once we got them maintained, then the money that would be required to maintain them would be reduced, of course.
In the past few years, both local tuna canneries, Starkist and Van Camp, have doubled their production and plan to increase it another 40 to 50% in the next year, encouraged by government tax policy and the shift of the tuna industry to the Western Pacific. Both canneries now operate with double shifts and have significantly increased their employment. Another dramatic change in the tuna industry in American Samoa is the extensive introduction of modern purse seiners to augment the Oriental longline fleet. Although non-existent here 5 years ago, 50 purse seiners now operate out of Pongo Pongo, making it the largest tuna port in the Pacific. In order to facilitate growth of the territory's primary industry, the government has recently undertaken several major port improvement projects, adding 1,100 feet of dock space, expanding the marine railway to accommodate the large purse seiners, and building a new local fisheries dock. The recently completed main dock expansion stayed within its $5.5 million budget, but there is still a need to pave the expanded container storage area and provide adequate support facilities. The multi-million-dollar marine railway project has had its problems. Unexpected problems with pile driving, management, and funding delays have delayed its completion and caused significant cost overruns. The 2,000-ton capacity graving dock for purse seiners is scheduled to be completed in a few months. However, there is a great need to renovate the railway shops to handle the different equipment used by the large modern purse seiners. The local fisheries dock project has just been started. It has already become clear, though, that present funds are insufficient to permit installation of needed shore facilities, such as refrigerated storage, to continue the government's fisheries development program. Over the past several years, the local business community has expanded, helped in part by establishment of an industrial park and an economic development loan fund. The government has increased its use of local business for the purchase of supplies and is now reviewing what government services can be turned over to the private sector. The great expansion of the tuna industry has opened up a variety of opportunities for further business development. Unfortunately, leases of communal land are not preferred as collateral by private lenders. This greatly reduces the amount of property available for commercial development. The government is already the largest commercial landlord, but efforts to expand the industrial park and move government offices from prime downtown real estate have been hampered by a lack of funds. Another major constraint to business development in American Samoa is insufficient capital. Because the communal land system prevents foreclosure sales, no private lender or federal agency provides home mortgage funds at the current time. The local development bank has a waiting list several years long for $20,000 maximum home loans. Venture capital is also scarce. Although the Small Business Administration has provided some assistance, there have been problems with management review and technical assistance. The Development Bank's Economic Development Loan Fund also suffers this problem, but is further hampered by insufficient funds. Economic Development Planning Office Director Joseph Pereira has this to say about constraints on business development in the territory.
Well, the two constraints that it's impeding the economic growth for the territory is one, the availability of land to accommodate business expansion, and the other one is the availability of venture capital. The existence of purse seiners provide economic opportunities for people in terms of provisioning of the boats, provisioning of spare parts for the boats themselves and the helicopters that are on the boats. The other major potential created by the existence of the purse seiners is the need for warehousing. The purse seiners have requested this office for space to build warehousing to store large amounts of salt and net facilities, net repair facilities, and other needed equipment for the servicing of the purse seiners. The biggest problem precluding and constraining the efforts of the private sector to build office buildings, which is so much demanded both by the government and the private sector, is land. The government is absorbing and using most of the arable land and valuable real estate that should be turned over to the private sector for development. My office, or the whole government land in the Whangatonga area, is the best real estate there is available for business expansion, and yet the government is occupying that land. So there is need for government to centralize its activities so that the land can be made available to the private sector. The problem with government, of course, in precluding its centralization program is the absence of capital.
Although the baby boom is over in the United States, it isn't in American Samoa. The schools that were built 20 years ago in the heyday of educational television are no longer large enough to cope with ever-increasing numbers of students. Most of them are also in need of extensive renovation. The Department of Education is trying to upgrade the quality of instruction through teacher training programs, but this work is hampered by growing class size. Medical care at the territory's LBJ Tropical Medical Center is among the best in the South Pacific. However, Rising medical costs combined with declining federal budgetary support have put a financial squeeze on the health department. Despite instituting an unpopular increase in medical fees, entry into the Medicaid program, and increased reimbursement from Medicare, Champus, workmen's compensation, and private insurance programs, the still lacks the funds to acquire all of the trained personnel and equipment needed to provide the desired level of health care in the territory. The 16-year-old hospital also needs major repairs, which have been put off for a lack of money. One of the major government success stories in recent years is the improvement in local telephone and communications services. Funded solely by its own revenues, the Office of Communications has acquired satellite service, replacing the dated shortwave system in use for 20 years, built 5 of the most modern digital telephone exchanges anywhere in the Pacific region, and increased the number of local trunk lines. Local long-distance telephone rates have been reduced, and plans call for the addition of new communication services. The territory of American Samoa has made a lot of progress since federal funding became available in significant amounts and the local tuna industry developed in the early 1960s. Many basic improvements have been made. At the same time, it must be remembered that prior to that period, local projects were primarily limited to what best served the needs of the Navy, not the population as a whole. Although additional development projects are still needed, there is a growing requirement for controlled maintenance of existing facilities in order to maximize their utility. Local access to venture capital and technical assistance are necessary to improve the territory's economy. As we say in Samoa, tofa soifua.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango America Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango American Samoa.
Voice of the Sea, learning from experts across the ocean.
Welcome to Voice of the Sea.
In this episode, we head inland to take a look at how rising sea levels will affect our underground infrastructure, as well as buildings, roads, and people. Researchers from the University of Hawaii Sea Grant College program are using king tides as a window into future ocean conditions, which will have dramatic effects on our island life. We start off with coastal resilience specialist Katie Hitson talking about the King Tide Citizen Science Project and how it is involving local residents in place-based research.
So usually when we talk about king tide impacts, we talk about water coming over the land. So wave run-up, coastal inundation as a result of wave run-up, things like potentially damage to coastal buildings, homes, businesses, structures. We have a lot of really important cultural and historic sites that are on the coastline in Hawaii. So like the fish ponds all around the state, those places are all threatened by these higher water levels and the wave run-up that results. And then we also talk about water coming up from the ground. So as the sea level rises, the water table rises as well, and that that can contribute to flooding inland in coastal areas. It can also contribute to things like saltwater intrusion into our aquifers, our agricultural fields, our wetlands, and it also threatens the under-the-ground infrastructure, the stuff that we don't necessarily see every day. We always think about airports and roads and that sort of thing, but this has big implications for our sewer systems and our wastewater systems, our underground electrical infrastructure, all of those things. It can be really difficult to get your head around something as big and complicated as climate change and sea level rise at the global scale. But when you bring that down to the community level, to the local place-based level, I think people get newly excited and revved up about it and understand it in a different way. It's one thing to give facts and figures and data about sea level rise. It's another thing to go out into the field and observe the impacts of high water events and king tides, which are kind of a glimpse into our future of what our shoreline will probably look like on a more regular basis as sea levels rise. So by having people go out into the field and observe those impacts firsthand, document them, and that has an impact that just having graphs and data is never going to have. Sea level rise is difficult to predict. It's difficult to know exactly how much rise we'll see by what specific time, but what we are pretty confident in is that sea levels are rising and that they're rising at a faster and faster rate.
Next, we're talking about the oceanographic conditions that affect sea level rise with Dr. Mark Merrifield. Dr. Merrifield has been studying climate change and sea level at UH for over 20 years.
This is a photo taken during the high tide in April of 2017. This is water getting all the way to the wall at Waikiki. There were reports of flooding different parts of the island. So what that looks like in terms of data is this is the Honolulu tide gauge, which has been since 1905 or so.
Oh, wow.
So this blue line is the what was measured on that day. So this was the high tide in April 28th. And the orange line is what we predicted just based on what we know about the tides. So that you can see there's this discrepancy of about almost 9 inches, which is really the cause of the problem. So it wasn't so much the king tide, it was the additional water that was added on to it.
And what were some of the reasons why we had that additional water level?
Right, so the difference of these two is this line, which is the additional water level. You can see it's just sort of steady background sea level that was higher than usual. And if you look at that record from this is 1905 all the way to the present. So the other thing you can see is that there's a trend in this time series, so it's getting higher and higher as we go. And that is the sea level rise that's being measured at Honolulu. It's gone up by about 1/2 foot since the beginning of this record. So here's our peak event now, just looking back to 2010. So on top of the sea level rise, sea level has been sort of going up faster and faster in recent years due to a separate phenomena, which is due to trade winds throughout the tropics have been adjusting, which has caused sea level to rise up a bit. And the way we can tell that's going on is from space. So these are satellite observations of sea level made by different missions. This is showing the trend of sea level between 2007 and 2016. So anywhere you see this kind of brownish red area is where sea levels are going up much faster than the global average. Anywhere it's blue, it's going down much faster. So what's happening is water from this side of the Pacific is being pushed over to this side, and that's kind of reaching over and affecting Hawaii as well. So Hawaii is this cluster of tide gauges in this area. So it's not a completely local event, it's happening over a good part of the Pacific, but it does explain why we're seeing, in part, some of these unusually high sea levels. So when you start to break down why are you getting a particularly high event, it comes down to this kind of stacking problem. So you have the tide, and then you have sea level on this time scale, which is very almost like a climate adjustment. And this is the snapshot of sea level again from space, showing what sea level was right around the islands during the peak event. And so everywhere you see red here is a high sea level that gets well above 1/2 foot or so above normal. Everywhere it's blue is a little bit lower. So on the day of the event, what was really key is, are we in the middle of this red area or are we in the middle of the blue area? If we'd been in the blue, you probably wouldn't have noticed it. But just these eddies and oceanographic features are kind of the weather of the ocean. As they pass by, they tend to pass from east to west, and the degree to which we're in one of these things will also be a contributing factor.
University of Hawaii's Sea Grant College program, focused on Hawaii's coasts and its communities through sustainable development, safe seafood supply, sustainable coastal tourism, hazard resilience, and healthy coastal ecosystems. Hawaii's Sea Grant.
Welcome back. We're at the Alawai Canal with PhD student and Peter Rappa Fellow, Shelley Habel. Shelley is working to help identify areas and infrastructure that are vulnerable to flooding. Her research is focused on how groundwater elevation is influenced by sea level rise.
So you're studying this freshwater lens that sits on top of the saltwater, and it's all part of our groundwater system.
Right.
And why is that important to understand?
Well, it's important because, like, right where we're standing, you know, it's probably like a foot or two down below the surface. Yeah, I mean, like, if you look at where the sea surface is, I mean, it's right down there. Like, if we dig a hole, it's gonna be a couple of feet down. Yeah. Like, have you ever built a sandcastle on the beach and you dig a hole and at some point you hit a place where there's water, like there's a little surface of water? That essentially is groundwater. And so groundwater exists below our feet wherever we are, really. But here on the coastline where, like, if you look, a lot of the city is low-lying, right? It's only a couple feet up from the sea surface. So if you dig a hole anywhere in Waikiki, you're gonna hit it a few feet down. Think about sea level rise, it's gonna lift that groundwater surface up and it's gonna seep out above the terrain, above the ground surface. And we're gonna get pools of standing water that just cannot drain.
You mean like in the garages of the high rises, on the streets, that kind of thing?
Well, that happens now. Like during high tides and stuff, yeah, that happens now. So in basements, a lot of them have storm drains where those storm drains, they work with gravity flow. So water flows under the force of gravity through those storm drains to the ocean. And whenever we have these king tide events, that level of the ocean can be above the elevation of the storm drains. So it'll back up and make puddles in garages. Yeah.
So what was designed as a way to keep the garages dry by draining out into the oceans, actually having the reverse effect as the high tide or these super high king tides come through and actually come up the garage.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, and that's exactly what's happening in Mapuna Puna. Think of Mapuna Puna. During high tides, you can hardly drive your car through those big puddles. And if you go out, I have a little salinity meter where you can test the salinity, and it is the full salinity of the ocean. Yeah, so that's just seawater coming right back through those storm drains. I have this map of agriculture in 1909 in Waikiki. And it shows like a whole bunch of fish ponds and rice paddies all in this area that used to be wetlands. And they just took material from the Alawai when they dredged it out and put it into those areas. It's not surprising that those areas are the first ones to get inundated, the places where there used to be those ponds and stuff. They were low-lying, right?
And so your measurements are actually showing these vulnerabilities and showing them increasing over time. And where does your work go from here?
We share our groundwater data with different state agencies like the Board of Water Supply. We can, like, basically any utility that has assets underground, the Department of Health, we can share that with them. And if they have any kind of data, it's called geospatial data, that tells them where the assets are, at what elevation they're at, we can kind of compare them to my groundwater models to see which ones are vulnerable now and at what point in the future they'll be vulnerable.
And so what kind of solutions do we have for those types of utilities?
When submerged, that's okay. That they're able to get wet and still do their job, right? Or we might have to start putting in pumping devices like in basements and stuff. Just put a pump down there and hopefully that'll solve the problem. But then there's the problem of where to put the water. Yeah, because you can't just put it in storm drain infrastructure, especially if that storm drain is backing up.
Right.
Along Waikiki, like we're gonna have, if you look at our maps that we're making of future groundwater inundation, it's gonna render streets kind of unusable. So at some point, I think we're gonna have to do away with the streets. The first floor buildings might be unusable because they might be flooded. Take away the first floors, take out the first floors, and it'll be like stilted buildings that you can kind of see through and walk through, and there could be, I don't know, walkways and stuff for people to hang out on, but like manage the flooding rather than keep it totally out.
I have heard about your work that one of the things you're tracking is this, as sea levels rising and we get the saltwater moving farther inland, that a lot of our underground wastewater systems, our cesspools, our septic tanks are being breached by seawater.
Right.
Can you speak to that a little bit?
According to the Department of Health, cesspools require 4.4 meters. I can't do the conversion in my head to feet, but it requires a lot of unsaturated soil space in order to be effective at filtering raw sewage effluent.
So that's 4.4 meters below the bottom of your cesspool?
Below, like where we're standing. Say if there was a cesspool right here, it wouldn't be very effective because it doesn't have that 4.4 meters. In order, because as sewage effluent moves through soil, it gets remediated a little bit. You'd hope so before it enters the groundwater. And that groundwater moves to the coastline, so it ends up on the beaches, right? It ends up where we're swimming. So the cesspools require kind of a lot of unsaturated space. And within our study area here, there's about 250 active cesspools. It's really surprising. I took a look at, I took our groundwater surfaces. I selected out those 250 active cesspools that didn't have that 4.4 meters, and it was almost all of them. I think it was 89%. Yeah, that gives us the idea that they're not effective and that we have a problem right now. Yeah. With my models, I found out that something like 30 or 40 of them will be inundated all the way to the ground surface. So we'll be basically walking around in water that, comes from the cesspools. So,
wow.
It's kind of hard to think about. Yeah, but we'll get it taken care of by then, I'm sure.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
The Curriculum Research and Development Group in the College of Education at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. CRDG's training roots go back over 40 years. Through professional development programs, curriculum workshops, research on teaching methodology, individualized school and district training, and so much more. The Curriculum Research and Development Group, improving schools, improving education. CRDG.
Welcome back. We're at the Alawai Canal with Sea Grant Extension Agent Matt Gonzer, learning about the history of the canal, its vulnerabilities, and the steps we can take as a community and as individuals to protect and sustain our coastal communities.
Behind us is the Alawai Canal, and we're in what's really called the Alawai Canal watershed, but that watershed is a fabrication, just as this body of water is a fabrication. We now have 3 distinct watersheds, which are Makiki, Manoa, and Pololo, that drain down into the Alawai Canal. And the Alawai Canal was built in the 1920s, around 1921 to 1928, and it was built primarily to drain what was Waikiki, so that it had more of a landmass for development. And the name Waikiki means spouting water, so that place name really gives us a sense of what this environment was at that time. Primarily inland fish ponds, large acreages of taro lo'i. The problem really now is that over time, over almost a century, we've had much more development in the upper watershed. And those stream channels have been modified themselves over time, and those 3 stream systems from Makiki, Manoa, and Pololo, they're all connected to the canal behind us, which was not designed to receive that volume of water. Not only that, the land surface has been changed so much over time that there's more water coming down. So impervious surfaces, whether it's a roof, a sidewalk, a street, a parking lot. All of that prohibits what would naturally occur absent those built structures where the water would hit the ground. Some of it would flow through, some of it would come downhill, and some of it would transpire through vegetation. But as we've removed some of those natural functions, the impervious surfaces create more volume, and they're creating more volume, inputting it into a system that was never intended to receive all of that. That creates water, as I mentioned, water volume and flood mitigation problems, but it also creates a lot of water quality problems. People understand, they have their perceptions of what the Alawai Canal is, and despite some of those perceptions, I myself recreate on top of the canal, not in the canal. We know that it has a significant water quality problem, but this canal being the end of a pipe, solutions for improving the water quality really have to happen more inland and upstream. Ultimately, all of this goes out to the ocean. And one of the most used public parks on this island, which is Ala Moana Beach Park, and also potentially impacting the visitor industry in Waikiki. We recognize that there's more things we can do with water. We can capture it at a house. We can use it for not for drinking, so non-potable. We can use it in irrigation. We can reuse some of the wastewater that's discharged from, say, a clothes washing machine. Think about ways to recycle and reuse this water resource, because when you're doing some of those conservation and capturing practices, you're eliminating the volume that could either come down the streams into the canal, or you're also reducing the volume that, say, a wastewater treatment plant then has to maintain. So you're benefiting both the land immediately adjacent to you, but also our community as a whole, because the infrastructure is aging. So anything that we can do to prolong the life of that existing infrastructure is a good strategy. We're coming up on a century of the Alawai Canal. The walls themselves weren't put in place right away, but they're aging. They're perhaps too low in some places. They're crumbling in other places. So the DLNR is looking at the canal walls, and they're doing some perhaps triage or longer-term strategies, at least to raise. But I have not heard any discussion about widening the canal. The Alawai Canal, perhaps it's not that surprising for most people, is the most heavily used inland water body. We don't have a lot of inland water bodies across the state for recreation. There's the largest concentration of canoe clubs up and down here. The boat ramps themselves on these high tides, if it looks like this right now, it looks like this. So there's concerns in the long run, obviously, as we talked about king tides or even just high tides. It doesn't take a king tide for the water to come over the Mauka side here. The Makai side, the Waikiki side, the wall is higher, so we've never seen it crest from a tide. However, the canal itself has overtopped its bank about a handful of times just from inland flooding. With the trajectory and the known rise in sea level over time, these are all these discussions that it's not just some of the coastal structures, the coastal infrastructure, the cultural resources along our coast. We're seeing some of the impacts more inland in places that people perhaps wouldn't think that it would be impacted. At this point, none of the plans are for actual modification. The canal itself undergoes maintenance dredging. So as I mentioned, over time, more volume, more things coming down the canal. Even though it wasn't designed to move those waters, it actually acts somewhat as a settling basin. So the water is pretty slow here. The flow is influenced by how much rain we've just had and how much water is going out, but the tidal fluctuation is really what drives it. So there's a lot of sediment that is settled at the two stream mouths, the Makiki Stream and the Manoa-Palolo Drainage Canal. And they're gonna scoop some of that out next year. I live, recreate, and work all up and down this watershed and along this canal. And I think about it a lot. I do have concerns about climate change impacts into the future, but the thing about those impacts and those hazards that makes me feel a little bit more comfortable in addressing them is that we know what they are. If this is a condition that we don't like or we're uncomfortable with as it relates to flooding or water quality, what can we do different about it? And that's where all the ideas and the community discussions about actually taking more ownership and stewardship of greening our communities or being more respectful of the land and the places. I use the bike path. It's actually one of the nicest parts of my commute and my day. I intentionally sought places to live that would provide me access to work. I think it is important not to say that it's the answer or solution or that everyone can do it, but certainly as an individual that talks about this quite a bit, it makes me feel good that at least I'm living and demonstrating certain behaviors that I think hopefully are beneficial for us as community as a whole. We all recognize that we do have choices, whether it's how are we impacting the water quality in the canal, how are we contributing to flooding, how are we contributing to greenhouse gas emissions, and all of these choices and discussions are the things that are going to really chart our trajectory into the future.
The University of Hawaii Sea Grant College Program, helping coastal communities of Hawaii and the Pacific through research, education, and outreach. Serving the community, from elementary to graduate students. Hawaii Sea Grant.
Exploring Our Fluid Earth is a dynamic curriculum developed by the University of Hawaii's Curriculum Research and Development Group, teaching ocean science concepts through the disciplines of physics, chemistry, biology, and ecology. Exploring Our Fluid Earth is now available freely online. Find out more at exploringourfluidearth.org.
Healthy oceans are critical to our cultural, economic, and environmental sustainability in Hawaii. The ocean serves as a source of water, food, medicine, jobs, transportation, recreation, and energy. It controls climate and weather. KVZK Island Earth aims to share this ocean awareness by partnering with local scientists and educators to engage communities and schools in active science learning for an ocean-literate population. KVZK Island Earth is working to establish new avenues for connecting research scientists with educators and communities. KVZK Island Earth is enhancing the science and ocean literacy of our island residents and visitors. KVZK Island Earth is connecting scientific research, traditional knowledge, and ocean policy. KVZK Island Earth, bringing together university, government, research, and community partners to improve science education and ocean stewardship in Hawaii.
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango America Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango American Samoa.
Sa pe ona lo tiai tu tul menua ile famna twina o le aso le foa o le tasla thebs lau balos fu o si mai al mai
na wa tau folinga tu sam wailunga uma foe o na u te pal fana wailunga foe ya fana amata lo ia ta tuunga o da fai masalau alu se ful maleono o mato ayatu le tule nei sae ole so ane ai male aeto fou so ane ai male lomi ai male ba mai manono o telefoni ole vainu so solo ane ai male satani ya fa perso le se ula fou ya male televisi lo mamawatu le tule na Pengata tele ona mautino le temi nei ia le tulanga o iai le tatu tuunga se vaa alo o mua i luma alo o tulanga tusa pea tau mua vaa i le mato o aiatu le temi nei ma matua ma losi fo i le faa o soina o vaa uma lava i le temi na faa i le pana o le vaa aiatu le tuli nei sai o le aeto tuai ya ma le aeto fou le na ua folinga mai ua i luma le tau mua o le aeto soa nei ma le lomi lomi se e ane ai ma le satani ia whapena ma le telefoni o le vainuu le na o alwane ai ma le ise ula whapea le ise o lo mamau atu le nei le whaiona mātou tino tonu ia le tulanga ai kolinga mai ua i luma le o lo tau whai maa ia au waa i temi nei mai luma o talanga atu se tuunga ma ngai a tele ia le tuunga nei wana amatai vanga na ai nei whaki sauli le tupu kemu mo mua no ka ia te tai ni whai lama i komiti na mai tua ia leo ai ka whonga tira mai a le tātu o tino teina o le tātu o lo i luma i le aeto o le vaaiatu na nai le vaa lo mātou iai o i luma nei le aeto o i luma le aeto fau o le mata satani wa mata na solo a wa mata ona solo a ele satani ya male television va mato va ai mati le tu sifo ole tulanga na ya ni nei o luma pele aeto le aeto faisi luma la kiti o le aeto ke la mai mo atu ai le aeto lo luma tau nei male satani le na u folinga mai le mato va ai Yelena wa mana ya peta o manga tato tunga solo manuia le amtanga tunga yo mai temi nei ele o matua ai lo se va o motu luma o tau fai tusa nei le aeto male tau mu le mato bayat mana ya tele le tunga e ane foi se le ile tu sifo ya o vai nei foi le aeto e no mai mo mai ai o ya ele o mai ala i funeva o le satani le nalo se ane lo fato tai le tofa ya maluia tau mai ai tua le sa mai manono le telefoni o le vainu so ane ai mai le se ula ya ma le televisi lo mamawatu o ai lo tua pea ya le ai to se fa pena ma le lomilo mai o le tamua o le aeto temi le nei siri lai titi luma le tamua le aeto temi le nei ai o vai tu sa uma le ba mai se malo los lei sa ba o fare ton ma via o manga o tuma lei mata ali ya ava a pe so uma ali ka ken tele so tama sa ma ne el tau so lei na ye tu e ke sana vai lei na va pa pe no ka ke tuma onika la sa vai mai mo la ba ni kai nga solo le mua tupel tatou tuunga o le aeto malo sili le titi aeto solo ane ai ma le satani o lo tau fai rosi uma au va ai lua fai sima mau tua o sa uma ia e fa e ai le se ula o le televise o le va mai manono fa pe ma le aeto tuai o lo leina tusa va ai e fa ai o le lua le o lo iluma o le satani ma le aeto ai o lo sili le titi la vai luma le tau mua le aeto le matou ma ba ya tu le va ale o mato fa sala la tuai o le ma nei ai o le tulanga au va mai se lava ia ngai oi au va tai tasi le se au va o folinga mai o se sela po o vai ma nei a tele o le manga tuunga o le nei to sanga ya le na ua
Mavae foi ale aeto, uforinga mai ua mavae foi ale aeto la pa foi vave fa pe i male satani. O tau fai alu va ai lua, tau fai vavae ala foi. Olo malolosi uma va ai lua. Satani male aeto. Olo mili mai tua ia le se ia male televisi lo tau fai tusa mai, lo tau mafai mai le tutolu. Awa olo lai titi pele tau mua ole aeto pe lava na tau mai moa ma silasila mai ia wata. Olo iluma pele tau mua ole aeto. Ole ia ula olo ia inel champini ole tatou tuunga fautasi ile tau sanga ia fivisalau valus ful male lima. Ia ale na lo sauli tulanga tolu ile tuunga ole ia fivisalau valus ful male. Ulava na le mau tulanga le ia talo sia ia tau nuu male manui ole ta fanga tamali tai. Olo mana ia pea tau manga iluma, olo sili lai titi pea le tulanga tuai sa iai. Lo mana ia pea tau manga o va ai satani olo malo losi uma va. Lei sa va fa le tonu e o lava foi ina iva alo o mai tua ia ele o lo tam fai mai lava. Awale fa moe po le tini. Ia na poposi ale aeto ua popo le malosi. Olo mana ia uma tulanga o le tatou fanga tamali tai. Lei se me fa le tonu, le lei le tau. Tele le au mai moa e meise le tele fiolo tai nei olo wina le matango fio le tatou o tatou lata mai nei le tolo lea e fangalu o tatou lata ia a lo luma pele aeto ma nei al tau manga o le tatou tuunga ele nei to sanga olo tulanga tolu mai pea ia le ise ula le taimile nei lo saupe tua tulanga tolu le ise ula so nei male aeto tuai sawa tua male va amanono ia male televisi o lo ile tu sifo. Faulinga mai wa iluma nei le tau mua o le satani. Faulinga mai matua vai atu wa iluma le satani. Wa iluma le tau mua le satani taimile nei. Ai alo fa pena foi ona solo ai fo male aeto lo tau fai tu sal malo losio ava ai lua. Ma nei ata o manga le tatu tu. Te me o fa le tonu. Malo losio ma ava ai. Tumu nau le mai moi le nei taimi o le ngate le lau e fa pe foi male sami. Matango fia le aso, le lei tulanga au waa, lei se me tasi o fale ton. Wai luma le lai titi la na le tasi le no foa alo i luma il satani temil nei. Ato vai atu le aeto. Ai alo tau fai tutusa uma va ai lua. Le na alo tau fai tutusa va ai lua. Le aeto ma le satani. Matango fia le mai mo atu ile malo tulanga o yei au waa. Alo tau pea le se ula mai ai el tulanga tolu alo tau fao le satani male aeto ia le tulanga momua ia fa pe fo i male tulanga lua lei fo le sawa va mai tua le leile tau wivi mai va mai tua o manono televise lalo mili mai male manono ia sawa i male va tua yo pango i le tulanga lima ai o le ise ula o lo tau fai mai pea le nawa i luma le satani le vai mai nga nga o satani o luma nei satani o luma satani no fo e fa no foi fa lima wa yai satani temil nei wa sili satani no foi lima ya le na lo foi la eto fa popo le malosi ma nei le malosi o ia va ai lua wa mata na tala tu le satani luma wa luma satani temil nei wa la tala tu ile fa ol tato tuunga pe to mai mo mai ai wa luma satani no foi ono no foi wa luma ile satani le aeto ma nei ale malolosi o va lei se va o fale tonu ile batu mata atu nei alo mili mai pe tua ia isi sai lima o le tatu tuunga matango fia le tuunga o le nei to sanga Monica la se vai mai alava il temi Ma nai lava tawal manga o le tatou tuunga. Pe lava ona iai le taimi pe na tatou mai moa tu iai wa luma pe le satani. Ma nai manga le tuunga, satani wa luma a lo tam fai atu malo fo ile aeto mo le tulanga lua. Ai o le taimi le nei se lau pasene le amatanga ma le lata le fai tuunga wa luma le fali tatou ia le tatou tuunga. E fōlinga mai ele ai se isi o vai o le au le satani le matou vai atu wa atili ona sawa o le alu o le satani le taimi nei a lo tam fai malosi atu fo ile aeto. Awa luma tonu o le fatali malo le tatou tuunga wa toi titi motu mai luma le satani o le matou vai atu le na wa toi titi lava luma uma le satani. Toi titi lava luma uma le satani i le matou vai atu nei. The 1986 Fautasi race is still going smoothly. As I mentioned a minute ago, the Satani is still taking the lead. Satani from the village of Nuuli is still taking the lead at this moment. We are right in front of the Pango Pango Rainmaker Hotel. And second in place is the Aeto village of Pango. Third place now is the Iseula from Pangatongo, the 1985 champion. Yelena ua amata o na tala o le va o le tatu o le vai atu tua i le saua vai tua tu tolu mai le Iseula so mai ai ma le va atu ai o pangopango sa wai le televise ia whapea ma le sa manono ai o le taimile nei ua se e mali atu ia le satani ua toi nei e whau ai le satani ma le aeto ua iluma nei o le wafu suau o le tatu tuunga ma stulanga mata ngo fie le mai moa le tunu i le mo le ta i le nei tausanga o le satani o lo fatau taia le to fa ia malu ia filo ma taimi mo le nei wa fatau taia ai le to fa malu ia le sa tu o le nei la alfanga wa tolu nei tausanga talu ona awai i le faanga tama o le tai se mali mai pe le aeto i le tulanga lua a Uma o le wafu tele i le taimile nei. Ai o lo se e mai fo'i ia le Iseula mai tua. Langa tol. Ma nei a peosi o le satani taimile nei. Wa fōring mai u whaapopo le malosi ona ua whaisi mamao te isi luma o le satani. Tusa ua whautasi e wā ai le satani le taimile nei ma le aeto. Wa iluma tonu o le wafu tele le tatou tuunga. Tele nau le au mai moa lo mai moina le tatou tuunga maiselo na matango fie. Tau le manga lava o le tuunga whaangatama o le tai i le tausanga le ia whaivasalau malus fol maleono. Ia na ua ngā ioi mai le li kapteni o le satani ua mata o na whai o ana oi ua whaapopo le malosi ma nei a tele tau le manga o le tatou tuunga. O lo se mai pele aeto i le vā leo tusa fautasi va ai lua. Still taking the lead at this moment is the Satani from Nuuli. Second in line is the Aeto from Pango Pango. And on the third place is the Iseula from the village of Whangatongo. Satani taking the lead at this moment. Wa Ya o se vai mai lunga o le falefono o le tatou malo inisio me pu ata le fale televisio lo iai vai nga lata le na o lo ua mamao atu lava ina fasolo ina mamao tele iluma le motu o le satani mai no uli le temile nei pe lava no tala no atu se tuunga silo na mafia le tuunga le nei ona o le tele o fautasi ia au le ma nei o le malolosi o au waa leisa pale tonu o le o ia nei wa tusa nei wa fasolo ina lua fautasi e va ai le televise o ia le satani ia ale aeto mai pango mai fo i o le tulanga le naola ia tatou tuunga lo na tolu mai pea le Iseula mai Whangatongo o le vainga mai lava le na i lunga o le mautotono datu malo e na tō mai moa ma sila mai ai le mamalu o le datu close look from the top of the Fono building, where one of our cameras out there. And that's a close look at Satani, which is still taking the lead at this moment. Second in place is the Aeto from Pango Pango, and flying to the third is the Iseula from the village of Pangatongo. Alo tulang le lava le mga ale Satani le taini wa mato wa mai luma ole markets ai falling on my lava wa manu malo le Satani le tato tu ungal sanga nei wa tusa lua nei fautasi e va ai le Satani male Aeto lo tau fai mai le tato tulanga lua ya se va inga le talata tu le na ia lo tulanga ma nia pele malosi ole va le stasi vale ole dari ta apa ole sunga ya maaya ta apa tuai la vale ale Satani wa to o yai ole to sa maluia ya ole temi momole nei o ya pa foi nai le sa tu ole la fanga no uli wa tolu nei to sanga talu ona yai tumu nau la mai moa i lu tato tala patai me se foi le wafu ape na na fatu mulie mo malu la mai moa sango fie olo tato tu unga i nei to sanga malo atu tapo inga tato no dai se metasi o fare tono il tato tu una ma nei ala fa buena ya il lava ina yai na fa tau da nei wa mata to titi ona tato to mi leile tong unga o tato fa mo mo nga Satani o lo yai pe il tato tu langa mua temi nei amalo lava lo sa olo ya pe ala tau mai pe ala ko matua ya alo tau fa mai pe ala seula il tato tu langa tolu lava tato wo il chini o titi lava tato wo il chini ya le na ko mai wo sisi le fu al Satani ai le yo il chini o titi lava tato wo il chini Satani mai no uli o kai titi o no uli tini tulang ai le aeto mai pango lo na tolu mai ai le se tongo na wai lunga isi foe ale Satani o lava le tolu le tini ya ai folinga mai ua manu malo le Satani ile tato tuunga o le sanga le ya fei salau ulu maleono ta malo atu mai moa ya mal sibsina fo ya le tato no ya le na wa palo ia le fana manu malo Satani mai le la fanga no uli le tato tuunga tau kasi o le fei salau balu no o le na wa solo mai ai mala aeto mai pango na wa tulua le aeto mai pango le tato tuunga ai lo tam fai mai pea ia le ise ula mai fangatongo ile tato tulang tolu na wa to talong mai wa kai lo alo ia ia pale pana mo le tulang lua pangatongo tulang tolu alo tam fai pe mai pea ia le televise ya male satwai o le lanfanga i pango mo le tulang fa ka malo atu tapo tato no ya wa ai atu tato tuunga ila vele tini mai uma ya ai tulang le na wa ya tato sa le tini wa famamiaina ia le Satani le nei tanga tulang lua le ai tulang le se ula tulang fa ele o motino el temile po mai mo tulang fa o le televisione ma le ai tino nei ai tam fai pe manono ile tulang lima ya au le lomi ya tulang ono ile fa salonga o le tato unga le sanga
ya na wa fione le fionga ko van dali mo se te inga pu foi ile sa o man malo ile tato nga fautasione sanga le Satani uli wa pe foi na fione le fletua le kovana fletua Susana ai lo ofio mai pe lungal va al matala le tupotonga mai sia tato mal ya ma o le felo tusi lena o po le felo tusi lang o tanga o feo inga le malo tele le sunga skokoza we fo o sitasio tato malo fa ngia mo le sulfua ya ma o le fai fo ise te enga pu lava i le sa o le satani e tawalungai i le tatou tu unga le nei.
Ya lom foi ma fatasi ma le tofa ya malu ia i le tuaso le kapteni o le satani pe lava na lausil fia malo le tatou tunu ya ua mawaina tulanga mo tatou talonga le tai o tunga fatasi fo i le tusanga afi valis fu maleona mo na singa fo o to famaluia ya o te tonu a ese fo se langona ya ma se falangona le tofa le nei tula tu se foi ma tau mango le tatou tunu
aftai leo yo le mebo mo matou te faftai le lofo le tua ua fesosani le ngata i lea o le tulanga foi o iai le alfioanga o maapu ma sori mta mafalofi ma la o fa bat foi le pelo fenga luenga ele se tulanga folu nei anu uri o le mena masani mai anu uri tua ai a le tembi nei le o toe tawasa nei tupulanga nei au nga tupulanga pelo o fai atu le o se mea fou ya uri o le mea lava na masani mai uri mai le amatanga o le tulanga mo lava o lava le mea sa matu tam fai le neto sanga pe o le matu watu te mi ufano lei matu te le faulunga ai sai elo matu fa mo o upu masani le tunu foto avi mo le la o ye le yaso fa kapteni ma le malu o va matu fatas ngona lava mo fai o va uma pe te ya o upu masani tele ata tasi lava ia me sili la fa aftai le lofo le tua wai umal malui al fa
la to fa le mai mo fo ile tnu ile temi o le tatou tuunga e pe ese temi sa pe tau fa tu sa mai ai luas ma le fa fa pango te e sa no mai tulanga le malosi na ia le to fa fo ima le malosi le va ile tsa
yo o le fionga fo ya la yo tangata sani maltalonga ngata masani maltalonga yande sa uta mfai ile mafai mfai ile ova wasa ulo tele fo ile malosi wail ova e mafai nga la tu nga futia le tuunga ai pete yande la ya la ngata masani fo ile tai pete yande la sa ulo tele mo uta mfai pe se mafai o ya ile mfai ova lewa mo wal man malo video mato loto fa fo il vinga ile tua
el fa mo nga mo le manai e try fo i ma le tifo i Singapore le loto family
o tulanga fo ile tulanga ile malo to tas fo yo finalo le malo to tas e amana ia ni va au tato tuile manu mo la to fa mo au ni fo ia tama fa lofi mala manga mo nei on uli le
ya hafta ya tumo la no la ya fo ile tu le ya so mesel fa fi ia mal to fa fo e lo su le tol mangal tato tunga ya ya ole fiongol ne li fai pule o mala tas fo tu va mala tas la tulanga na la va la ilo sila fo ne la va al temina sama e to la
Pastel o sunga le o mala pay for in fitolaya o ilava le kapten va o sauni ma o to fa so mai ma wai un tau man manuel fa le tu yo talia som lo sik sai lo
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango America Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango American Samoa.
Ma tau te whatalo whatu fo ili nei fiafi. Le pa ia mo le mamalu o le au mai moa, mo le au whaafonga le atunu. Le tua, tupu mai o le atunu. Whai launga o tofinga po le au fua loloa. Ai se fo ili pa ia i tamā mtina ma alo ma whanau o le atunu o eolo mai mo mai le nei fiafi. O le proklama masani fo ili nei o lo tau silsila mo iai vai asu taitashi. O mata upu e winga i le soifuanga o tangata soifua. Nei la fiafi ua matu tue whatasiatu ma le sunga i whawhengainga ia Net Ripley o le whawhengainga taulangi le ka le sia whaputonga Kirsiano a Big Samoa i Whantongo. Whapefo i le sunga i tia kontoina o le ka le sia le Happy Valley Baptist Church i Pangopango. Sunga ia ta whea se ui. Ia whapefo i le sunga i le autustusi o le whasinotia tuila o le kalesia metisi lo lue nei le kalesia metisi Whantongo. O le vaiaso mbae sa matutala noa toa tusa o le tau amataina o se sa i le linga i tapua inga po e kalesia na tapua ia ia Samoa iaso mbae au le taunu mailitala le lei. Sa au tau whafonga o tu whatu ia sunga i whaiwhau nei ma le sunga le tia kontoina e winga i se langona ma se so la tau fo i sila fia ma se whafonga i talatu po o ni mea whaumau mawina. E tusa o tu ainga tapo inga na whenga iaila tunu i la ia fo i vai teimia o le i taunu mai le mamalama o le kalesia po kalesia Kirsiano. Sa matou tala noa i tua e pei o maa, o ni manu, o ni ia fo i o le sami. Ia whape fo i a nesio tangata. Sa vea matua o Samoa i la ia vai teimi. O le whawaila na po o le tulanga o le mta upu o lo tau mawhai e wha a wau atu nei. E le nei la vai aso. Po le nei foi fiafia le amatou fa awau ina tu pel tatu talanoanga i le mta upu o tapo inga po e kalesia. Fa mafaina la nei fiafi le se lautou sanga leo vai o tapo inga o wa ia nei le atunu o le nei vai temi po talu mai le se lautou sanga o mavai. O la amatou tau foi tu fatu po o le ani swinga o le afo i ni mea le lei a ni mea taua o iai tulanga o kalesia i le nei vai teimi o lea fo i le tulanga o le ola po le soi fua ta pua i o Samoa. Momo ia i sot, na usunga i le whawhengainga i sot. O ani suinga o iai i kalesia o lea fo i se tala o leo o mai o le o tapua inga Kirsiano i Samoa nei.
Tasi valu o valu na la tusia i tala tusia le kalesia metisi. Taunu uai a o tonga ma le tamaro Samoa mo ya sai vai. O le tamaro e sau mai tafua. Ia sa alu i tonga e po sana tafaonga po se asingo se ainga pea. Ia ona va ia ia sai vai se fa tuanga fo o tala leile fa Kirsiano. Ona baptiso ai o tonga. Ona tawanau le ia sai vai le tuputonga. Fa mole pe mafai ona vatu le mele ave ilona tulu. Ia ona tofiele ia o tonga. Ona malanga mai le ia o sai vai ma o tonga tau ngunu usat poitea. Ile tasi valu lua valu. O ina fo ile ponga mai le uti le ta o le lotu nei me tisi lotu tonga.
Se sau noa ile le winga tonu wala na.
Ona fo i o le lotu na mai o tonga. O le lotu e mai tonga. Ia monia o le lotu ia o lo na ngol me tisi a lang o tanga tonga la na mai. Ia le paia le o ia tulu o boto ia ta fa manga lo mai ia so leo. A le wingo la tala le ta foi atu. O na sa la tu amatale tala le o tonga. O lo lango mau nei manono, piula, manisi no fuanga o le kalesia. Sa poitea. Ia le ano tamatonga na ngalulua le talale. Tasi le suinga. O se suinga mua na leo te loa au ia Samoa. Talu mai le se lau mon tupu tausanga o mawai.
Sei
ina taunu mai o le vaenga o le talale.
Whaftai tula. Sei iu tau tuli atua la le tūlanga o tangata ia na malanga mai tau. Lea na no mai msai vai. O se tala ia no whaitau fo ia o iai, ele ni whaife au. O lea le tau o i lātou sa, ni whai aonga po o ni ao po
o tala ia lai le tusinga le kalesia o ao. O tong pi aso nasa na le palangi a tau le whaife au. Au tangata fo ile e fiso soani ile venga le tala lei, ia e tau o ao. Ai le sau se palangi. Le sau se palangi pe o tonu mai o Ioane Viliapo. Ai o tangata ia o tangata tonga wali liu i le whakewsiano ma o ina i le tala inga whakewsiano. Ia nana o mai e ma le tala inga fo ina i Samoa.
Whawhisilia tu ai soli whamuna. Watu mani tō whalet. I a whapela o tonga. Ai na whawhela na whainga wale nganga. Tonga la sa ngana. Ai pena whapewhela na awele whe au i. Awa o Samoa o le ngana i le ngana Samoa. Pona o le wavala lata o ngana i lua.
Se mea whapena. Tai pei fu me fu le no ta u tatou talanoga talua i tala inga te maro le te ngoa. Ia ele malama o alfa Samoa na vele tala le papu. Ola o mai tau mo au ala fa Samoa. A pe ya no ta u se ui. Ile tu la foina tala inga le. Ia tasina pito. Ia ma se va en ol felata i un ngana al Pasifika na vai te. Ia wa o tala i lo ulo i le tala i na i le tule i sau te o savai. E malanga la tō utonga. E malanga mai hoi tonga i ni.
O e pe e sile lata o savai ia ngai tonga lo.
Ngai tonga.
Lo se si motu Samoa. Malanga o leisi foi a mafuanga se o i lau sili a tonu o i lātou ia sa tonu mombua o saiva ia sa mafa i ele ngā luenga i le whasamoa lea.
Whasamoa.
Ai a foi o ia lea e ulta i ele ngā luenga. Ai whaalongolongo i a tonga ma o pe i a tonu foi o nisi no mai ta ilo. Ai na o tau mate atu lea.
Pesa iei foi ni tangata pito tonga. E lau malmalama foi le ngana. Tonga toi malmalama le ngana.
Ola nga sa pulea sa mo e tonga i le toititia o i le tolu se lau fa se lau tau sa.
O le si tā u o le mea le. Ia mantuwa o tau le mawaenga hoi le tātou ta u o le mawaenga i tūratara. Ia, pe i tātou te ia taipe hoi le mea hoi le o le varo anga na whanua i. Tali langi so maroma ni tō. Ia, a le hoi na mawae le ia talai whai ia i nā i tūratara. A o te leto sau tau. A whau te sau. Ia, o te sau le au liu whalau.
Se tātou tulu ina le mel na le fo e toe langa mai ia na whanua. A tonu fo e so son mai le sunga le whenga ia ripi. O leo o mai o le tala leina mua tala wha mamoina mua taunu i Tahiti. E inisio tustusinga ia whapeo le afe valse lau sifuma le tolu. Na taunu mua i Tahiti. Mantua la o Tahiti le i le tu sae o Samoa. O tonga le le tu i matu po le ioe. Saute o Samoa. E lalo. Ia. Taunu mua ia missionale i Tahiti. Ia ai o nisi missionale ia taunu i tonga wa lai ona mua e toi foi mai sai vai ia i Samoa. Wa mamala mal tala le.
Pir me la vai ei. Ia o te leilo i Tahiti. Ia male tala o la mosa. Al tala i o mertisi. Pei sa fa mua e pertania. Ia le te leo Australia. Ona o so fai mai le Australia. Motu la iti ole. Peo ina sa waile le tala inga I motulai te Pacific. O Australia le na sa wa.
E le winga la mele o tau tultuli atua. Wa afa pe o tau no mo mua I sai I Tahiti. Le tala lei. Ne vo o te o so mai so I sau te o tatou. Ai tia I tatou I le o ngā tonu o vāo tatou ma. Ia e o le valo anga lava lea na whanua ai ano o whaati taua I se teimi te tau mo Samoa la tau. Ai whenga I tonua wana whitau I le lei ale tele o maumea I le teimi na tau nua I le tala lei Samoa. E o mai e le ia se wha I longa whisiri le whinangalo o mali toa a mela whaatali se ia whaafitai o tau nuu le tala lei ai malanga ia se I mafofau. Se I mana tu natu le atu nuu po le ale me e tau nuu me atali alo.
Le mai le amatanga mai Peltania e pe ona sa no ai soli sa o le afe fitse lau I valima na whamau popo ai le societe le ta o le lontona missionale societe ia ona faila le ole o e kalesia la sai le societe le o le metis o le lotu engelangi o le lotu whapolpitonga o le presbyterian o le anganga la sa o tia ia finangalo fo o le au whengaluenga le o mai le taimi o tauna la tu va aia nga I le tula le Pacific ona fu la le mal mo sala jo nga I mai le Pacific ai e moni ai le sauna nga I soli o le tulanga le nga I Australia wa pese I voile o le sile o continente tele le tule a fia Australia New Zealand e ta o toi matato ia ona liliu lola leo o Ioane Viliamu ia ina ua maua foile e Ioane Viliamu le nganga o le au talai ma le moli mau ia tunu whapau ina ona po sauni mai la leo lana malanga e moni la lau saunoanga o le amatanga o le afevalu se lau po le afevalu se lau sutasi suma tolu na ia le tala lei le atu Tahiti la to e so o la le atu Tahiti sau ai I le atu kuki I le afevalu se lau lea luas fultolu anga I luas fulfitu ia na fufu mai le matapena mai na le vaa lea sa malanga mai ia Ioane Viliamu ma papu o Tahiti whaatasi e ma o tonga la tonga la tukuki e tau nuu la I tonga le e le vaa lea e pewe o tala whamau ia o lo I whamau ngā le kalesia ma ngā lua ngā la Mosa Pasifika o ia le ungani I Samoa fo I tonga o levana I tonga e whalongolongo la le ungani I fo neo o fuafua mea a Ioane Viliamu lo na awa e whaanganga mai I Samoa na hoa la leo o le ungani o whauea ma po seisei ia whanoi la lea pe mawhaina la o mai aile I le whainga malanga lea a le mema nei le tala vo le wa vea foi na ma mea wa ma wa ile fesota inga ile tula le ngana ma fa mo mai le I sa ia e sa wala le malanga na wa tal no I fa wa ia Ioane Viliamu papu e pau al mele pole o le I tu fe ai la o lo I Samoa a fai o le altu langa o ia o la fa fengata a fai pe le ale le met pe tau nuatu o le ai se fai ia o la fa fengofi
o le itu le te
tamo fenga le e tau nu la le va o Ioane Viliamu papu ma inga tai o safune ia o mo wail fam talanga I tangata whango ngota fo nei o lai fail tawai ia fisiri loa O la stala mai, o mai le tatu o tunu. Ia, whai atu rana lea. Ua whasia tama whainga i o i ana. Ia. Fia lo le li lea oso ma watu lofa i atu i anu vili amu. O, ua matel te volo. O upio la lo fa mo i tus. Ma o whea ngai ala e pia wanda tatu ta ua lele. O le taimia o le tua ia, ma le swinga o pia o sau ni unia e le tua ia. Ia e la tunu e tali le tala le ma le ola fou le o ala mai. Ai o le mafanga fo na o le fai ngoa ai o le ne kane si e mai le amatanga o le lota iti. Ono lau whenga luenga sa au mai lau misionale o tangata mai taiti. Tahiti a pe ma tangata o le tukuki.
Mela na le na oso i loa la le nganga. Pi fua o tangata i entala i e tonga. Le te uloto. Oso i loa le fua. Ia. Pi se fe upa pea. Ia. Mo saula te malo pa e la pito. Ai le si te malo pa e tato pito. Na ai lonto tar sanga i tonga.
Ia mai.
Ia mai se i e pe o upula le missionale. Ia mai tato missionale. Ona pa e la le te malo le.
Ana le na au mai ai e tona.
Tena. Ia. Ona.
O mistana.
Mistana.
Sale. Aftai se tato toi foi mai i le siri wala le o faftai te le tua le o fata otto nei la ia pe o le tala fasol pito le o tapo inga ia lua. Ne kale si ia me trisi ma le fa tonga ne vai te se tato toi foi mai e le fainga la o tapo inga no mai nei tangata amatai ia tapo inga tato se so silia se ui wala ngai e monia fo e Se ui. Sao lea.
Whaftai la o le bebo mua lau tau whalau tima le sunga o whawhenga. O te e si fi te ngā i ngā lai titi a le i le talafole i le whapea tali langi se malo. Awa le talitonunga wha manua ia whapea le tala nana tau mai il tui manua. Ia malitoa na la taunga ava o le mea la e whamaonia e le tala a tatou tiltilo i tala whaasol pito ma tala whaasabo o taimi ia tatou tala noa ia oi foi le mafua e le tala le whape e tali langi so malo na whanua o taimi o na whanua le tala noa e tatou o le vā le afe ono se lau i le afe fitu se lau ma mau te le tua a le taimi le tau noel tala lei o le afe valu se lau o le mela le pe malosi ai le tali tonunga wha manua o le upo le tui manua na whaia ma le to sauna alu ua ma ape mea o le atunu ai sauna alu e tali langi so malo ai mafua mai la o na o le taimi le e ta tali noai le se o taimi au te whawhetai fo i le atua e moni ai a saunoa ngā whenga. E le taimi a le atua i o le taimi o le atua. Sitil foi. Ina ua taunu mai a tala leile le ua e le tala fasol pito o le kalasia miktisi po le kalasia tonga. Whapena fo le la mosa. O na suia i leo tae ao Samoa. Sitil foi whala nginga o Samoa. Wale toi au mai a tae ao maasani o Samoa. O le tae ao nai samana, ma le tae ao nai namo, ma le tae ao nai fea. Au o tae ao le tunu i tae ao le talale. O te whatau ina lai au le isi suinga tā ua lea i le soifuanga tā puai o le tangata Samoa. Ua le toe manatu Samoa i tae ao o le toto masaa ma le loi mata malingi. Au o tae ao nei tae ao o le talale. Le ala ua tatou oa nei masaa i maa malie. Le au o tatou sawai. O si matou e kalesia, e uina fou. Ai lo na tala fasol pito e afua mai foi en lan le kalesia baptiso o te langona o te le ona e fou mai Samoa a le kalesia baptiso le kalesia pito i sili ona te le i tonu a Amerika ia le fa ia o tangata lotu le Kalesia Baptista e luas fulma 2 miliona le fa ia tangata tonu o malo Amerika
o le sia le Kalesia tupu le
ona la e fou le tae o si matou e Kalesia masalo o le lau faita watu ia le afe iva se lau fitsful le na tonu mai ia se tasi foi o alo le tato tunu le sunga ia Williamu Mangio ia pe o ia nana o mai le Kalesia Baptista nei ma matai lole le lalfanga o pang ia le tau fai esi na tae ao le matou e Kalesia fai si na sao a foi leo la fa le nganga le tato tunu o sa u tala pupu atu le
se o tato foi ila tala fa manu ale na fai mai no fa pe ai ole tala ia tai lo ia ole me fa tai tele mole tu fa mai foi tu sa mal no fa pe ole tala na fai e sau mali ole malanga mali ton sau ta mai ia le tu manua o talia ia le tala le na fa pe la le ole sau no ngal tu manua ia mali to na te fo o ia o le ia fai o fa longo sa mo ia to e tato talia ia le na tu le ia fa o fa longo o te ma fo ia le sitel tununga na o le sile me na mo ia le fa pena le lo ia nei mali to e fa longo ia te o samo ia ala o tala ia le no fa tau ia isi me o tala fa manu ia le fa ina o tala fa manu ola ai fa ta ia tu fo mai ta po inga fa ia sa noi
me silio na ona taua mo tātou wā tangata Samoa e a pālangi le fuafuanga o ia mea wale le sau mai lea tunu i lea tunu wā o le moli maua o tangata o atunu tangata o atumotu sa taula mua i le amatanga o le ngā luenga e pei la ona vea ia pe o le ainga tonga le ta ua e soli o le ainga Samoa lea ta ua le tala lea fa mau ale la mosala to wa vea na fesota inga vo ni palangi o fa o ngai nai i le fesota inga fa i le ngana ia ma fa feiloa i tangata o atumotu o fa pena vo i le taunu mai i tahiti ia e pe foi la le tala foi le muli ane na o mai foi tala le i nei tuila e sau e Ioan William lan malanga falua na ui mai manu sa waila le i nei alwatu la lea io a feilione ia e oa e yuta la ua iai le whaputputonga o tangata o tutu watu le matawhanga voi le e fusi o lato lima i le laua ia malesi vaenga whapeo tangata o lai poliu ia o le mawhau tangata ia i le ftuna inga male malo lato uso lea sa alu i sa vai o amoamo le ngoa e alo na papa i sa vai i le taimi o lai whai a o ngā tusipa ia i sa vai ia mawhoi mai whaasoa mai mea o na maua i tangata o lona nu ia whapea la tangata io ai o le vaale o sau e mai sa la tu whewhau e hotu ia o le vaa o misionale le walo mai kulula iu ia na taofi la ia vaa ia tupia la tau tu fo ia fisili atu la lea tau te leo mai iu ia ai tali mai ia il missionale e maua tala o tau sisi vaenga feai ia ai fea tu lol tamba le o le ai o matou ma kesia wa ia tu la tu mai tangata la fusi mai o la tu lima ile pai fai longa na tangata o mole kesia ia fesi lo fa fena no mal tala le ne fa matala le el tangata le o ia ne sa alu la alu lon papa
fa malo vo e tangata
uma na me foi ni na mo mai la nga jus pa ia na io saula le tu fai ia mo to halu ia I loa el vaenga le o Ioane William mule el misional. Ia fasanga tulua tangata ia leone ua si ua fata I lunga le waa ma le maamo mai iuta. Ia. O le mea tele foi na tatu tele loa foi po le alma fuanga saua mai sa e misi fangalo. Ia alu sa al va le no pola me na fe. A o leo la si le fia le nganga o le li o le le sota inga wa umana. Umana sa ni e le fe val se lautos fulul na.
Ole lo si le fia la I tala fa mawina o kalsia me tisi ma la mosa papopto. Ole fainga lea sa mata mai ai ta poi fa onga tuspai. Pe ye ni si fainga na. Wa masalo fa to a mata loa na fai o tapu I ngā loa ia ina ua taunu mai ia la wali paene. Ioane William.
E iei le... E iei fo le tu ua inga pe a fai tātou te taratara noa I mea fo le tau o mea leo tala whea ngai ma le tātou rangona ma le si o manga whasamoa e whare tapu. E tu ua ia I missionary. Ia Taipei la o le fuafuanga o meo la e. Ia o ma le tau. Taipei o fuafuanga o le tātou rangona. Wa le pe o pei o se. O pei o se me fina wa I ka le sia na me. La me tu el me tisi la me no foi la la musa.
Ai sau nanga il nanga.
Ia wa la fe mai le la musa ia. O le nganu. Ia a fatul me tisi ia. E tu ilunga langa ole nganga na mai parangi mai fafu a vi le tu ia rono vinga la ole me foi le ole anga nu fa parangi
sa
awa tatu o te au la mosa si pitu tatu e ku ke kau ku mu kanga bi se nganga fa pena a mai de fa ro parangi ia a vi sia tua tu tu nung lalo mata. Ia ele si suinga na mai palangi le vo ele o te le lo po se suinga mai palangi ai o te tonu. O lesi vaenga mai palangi. O lesi vaenga mai Samoa. Ala unga se tu la fale e la fo tato tali la unga vo ele mali wane ia ia tasi e fo yatu o le tatu nga nu fa samo o le fo la fa il mertis ai le fa la mosa ia na mo le na le si me tu ina na la me le fa ai o le fo fa ni
ai fa la il mertis il taimel talo
tu sa le winga fo le nganga na o le tangata le talo o le sui o fa botonga I lumo le tu ia o le sui fo I se si taimi a mai le launga o le atua I tangata a la me fa me le tangata le talo fa mo le fa mangalo matou ia fa pe atu tangata ia puno o le matou roto le amen fa mo le Yesu fa mangalo ma ia awa le si suinga sa fai il matis sa fai il matis ia so moni ia le si mea wa ta vea I ngoa nei lo te iti mo tonga e fusu wai ta mai ta fusu wai ta mai e fai me ia e fai lo te iti ia le si na influential menel missionary le la o pe fai le o sin mai pe ma fusia e tasi le tala inga le tala lei ai ese missionary na fa pe ia ua mai ai tangata ese mea na awala ia rato o lo taiti au ina I lo tonga au atu tameti lo tonga fa peta meti lo taiti lo tonga mo lo tuel mamon ya mai fo tameti wa fai fainga na yeso na lo taiti lo tuel pi na fusula na fusula pe la wo ese foi la le mai tangata mai le tala le fa fani tangata a o ingoa nei o mea ya wa fu fo into fusu tangata ye ne sina me le ufa tele na yo no pone o le tele o tapo ingo le telefone na tau fusu
yo sa ai fa tai fo ile nganga o kalesia le wa e nei vai te mi wo ma fain to Tu fatasi e kalesia. Mo pai ona ta po e fatasi I se teimi o le sa ia le tele no ia o lato ia
na. Tai ia me le ta tano ia le tu la fo ia le lita.
Ne ole aso si le fia tu se male amatanga o tapoi. I lau tau fa maunga ma tatanu.
Na mata tapoinga sa fai ia sa fai ia fatesta singa fai talo ana malosia la mtanga ile la oina o tuspaia ma le sota inga la ile ngangana wa la mtanga o le tuspaia palangi sa au mai so soani la le ia yo o mai tahiti ma le kuki sa wa ila lea ina ua masani ia tangata Samoa wa fa pele le fa maunga o le sunga le malitoa sa fai ma fai a onga malona ainga na wa tadiel tala le o la tu sa una ina le sa fa sa vali fingo o a onga tu spaia ma au mai o tangata e poto ma fai tapo inga ia no oila le o se mele o fofungia il talvasolpito o le kalesia ile la matang au le a dor se fulu tausanga a ofo mai ia ainga se fulu malua tangata fio e tala ai le ia onga ayo ia tofu ala matanga luenga ho nei mai sa voi sa voi polu me wa utasia voi le mo te lia tala le ona ia tangata wofo ina mai ia na ave ala le ele missionale fai ma fone ma fai au tala sa fai na sa ninga I sale moa fa pa ia I foi le lau fenga luenga moli mau a no ala le o le loto fia o te lia le tala le ma se mea fo wofo ina mai tasi male masimal malama o la tu mo ia onga patus pa ia le o sa amata ina mai ai
Asa nanga a se ui tu sa male malau to foi tapoi malona tau nu tuai mai Samoa nei wa sao a tonu a foi ele fisiringia se si le amata ina le kalisia ia I engelani po fela vale mena mata mai ai sao le o le ala foi le na ele mafuanga na fatuai mai foi tele oisi kalesia le we nei temi nei pe le kalesia katoliko Roma ese mena fatu tu nga ia tala inga missionale kalesia es pe o fa onga o le la mosala vai le societe le sa fatu nio pe ia na fa sa o mai ala la to ngaruenga Il Pasifika sa o le
fufuanga na ile lontona missionale society sa il baptiso fa popsongo e kalesia sa o Il Pasifika ao isi foi vai ngole kalesia sa alu isi intia
pe o le katoliko Roma na fa pe na tele na fa pito nga America a mesa America saute o le tele o le atunu lea o le katoliko ana ulua I tau nuu iai mo la tau whakerisiano I tangata ia. Na muli mai ai na lea, na whaasolo mai, a ua uman tau nuu I nei. Ia a fo I a tonu o le metrisi leisi langa o tangata na whioa I mai le teimina. E le ngata I le au missionare no mai. E no mai ai mai si vaenga e ta o le au whai o loa ma. E fisoasoani I vaa nei e pe au mai.
Le tau ala tua I se whamtalanga lau ti wai I le tala whaasolpito aia le lala I le whaasolonga mai nā tātou malmalam whala iai peon sila fia o vai teimi tonu ia o teimi ia o lo tā ua le tala whaasolpito lala ia o teimi o le reawakening ua toe whawhangu mai ia le tala le leiva le upo le atua I Peltania o na tele ia la lea o le nganga lea e abatu le tala lei ia tu nu le o le o malmalama ele io le lana mafua ia le ia ngaluanga fa misionale ia na matai o fa isi o ngai Amerika I matu o isi fo sa fa tu ngai o bea na o ia I va ala o I olo e moni a fa pe o va Spaniolo na o ngai pe o kuam mai si botu ia e tate atu foi la ia o le tele a tangata ina matu motu e lotu pope a wafo o misionale mo mua sa tau no ia ia o le kalesi o pope le fala e va to le po I a tonu foi ia o ngale tatu tanu ngai I o tatu tangata e le fa pe o le lotu ona sao ai le tangata pe mau ai le ai o la ua tapu ai fa maoni le tu po le alta po inga o ia e tapu ai fa maoni ai le tu wa na fa pe fo te ia o kuam ai mo atu tala I na fa lo pop e le tau mate lo pop lo wa inga e fa pe na fo ta tu Samoa po vea le nu ma le ala fanga tau nu ia le kalesia e pe yo tu la ngala la le na sau e o mai lava lai te mini ia le hawa alwa a fa pe ta to o ai nga lava na mautu ma ia kalesia I matala inga ia la wa alwai o le fainga fo I la sau ni pe na ta o sunga le fa fenga ia I la ua fai tau I le tau ia le fai fe au leo tau o lo fa matala o to mai ai e fa pe upu le missionale al fai fe au ia o le nei e fiafi o le ua matale mato wa o tu spa ia o le e to lua ainga ia o fa popo mai le fiafi ai to te le ala tilo mai fafo io ele o mai ton ia e malie la na tato lo le pe yo le matanga na sawai o le tau fainga e tatala tu le upo le tua ai te wa tu pele le si tu le fa mon mon e wa o sunga fa fenga le o mai le tu wa fa le nganga fa o te longa ai le si tu na mafua ai ona tosina fainga fia o tato tangata ole system ale pole wala na faunga e missionale le o mainga le Pacific ai lo le ia pas e le tele o tu moto le Pacific e fai o la to le sili e fai o la to matai e o lo foi la to fu mal no mo le sili o ina la vala na fata nu ia le fai o tale e sai ia lo a wa foi a liliu lo le sili liliu mo matai no o fai go fie ona liliu mai tangata lo tele o ai Ia sa fa popotu.
Le no tu mo.
O sa o la mai le la mosa. Io ia no o watu ile fafo ia fa ana ele fa pela e me monia ia la va e manuia tu langa fa le kaleso. Ia fa nai yo langona la titi ia.
E per me le prendere sile uti. Le sile sui. Sa le Maria foi
le fai
la fai totala no ia nga no wa mata ele sunga ia soli ia le tanga na swing atu mai lo la fa la tala mai o te mai le fe i la so mai le titi le wa fata tia e lo sunga ia tu langa ta po inga na mata mai ia le na o mai la le o fa tu forsa o la sala ngona e o mai nei timu o tau fa mafa e ta tu falsa pili ai por me tau se ia fu foi foi tau tu spa ia sala po na mo mai ni o la me tau o le malu ai io Peo ni fale le manu o ni fale le mau no sunako o umana na
langa atina leo langa atia ele tapo langa mo leo langa safari room isuinga ia i lo uanga fo le pe o le mea ina fai farsa fai se me le lei mo le tu al mea la inta apetangata O le ai o isi o tupe o farsa ma me whapena. Pe o mena. O le mea tonu ana nei. A o le anganga ia whai farsa. O le anganga le lei. I le whapele anga farsa. La tat whawhelan tatu i whaamatanga o fie tauranga ma whale o le maroma. A o le whale e tapo e le tua le leanga. Wai whai mei nisi fo le pi tau matele anga i le upu fo le o le wharitino. O le waainga wharitino. Ia uia ana tele ni au tupe o te whaia se me siri mo le tua. Tau e le tua.
Ana me siri foi la wa le wa lua ngā lue nei ngā lue ngā i nu tai tasi tō whinga ia wa ma ue o lue kālesia. Ua iei foi la lua tō mai ma le o tō masani nei mea le mai. O seisi lea whawhita uri o lo tūlai mai le te. Tina eni ngā ruenga ua amata o nao whioi tangata ma mumusu ua...
Akawa e koe le se au lotu le ngā whatia se mea. Au fōsi?
Ia.
Au fōsi? E se la mara utala le o le ngā whai mea le lei mo le atua. E leo se aka sara na mea. Atawa atua le mawhai le au lotu au whai.
O le angasara bo i mera.
O le mea tāua le e loo moli mawina e o mai aso nei tonu o le tātou watunu. I so se ala whanga lama, so se kāle sia fo i atia. O le mea tu el falsa, o le mea ale o se whanua o fo ina e se ai. E ala na foa, ona o lai latu tali tonu, o le taulanga le i le atua. A whai fo la se whale, e whai e le. E le manatu o tātou tangata, e whai se falsa e pe o se whale tali maa lo seri. E lea. E whai a ina ia tūlanga ese lona tāua ma le lei. I le tāo whinga, o le whale le tauaile, le suafo le li i tutonu o le nu. E pauasi me e a whai nai fo le le. Pe a whai e whai se, e manatu se nuu, e whai se latu falsa. Ia silia tua i lo isi falsa. Nā whai na lona le. A whai ia silia i lo whali uma i tonu o latu nu. O le nganga na atua o tangata Samoa latu. E whai le me silia na le. E silia atu i lo mea laino no whai latu. Ma mea latu lo ngā lulu e latu. A o le tūlanga le peo na tā ua fwoi le o tangata e mui mui. E mui mui aso se mea. A whai fwoi mea le ainga whamatai, e mui mui a. E le mwhana whamalia ina le tangata e mui mui a e se mea. Ona e, a malosi a te ia le, vai atu e na le alu ai le sau. Ia, na mui mui la lea. A le whailonga la nā tātou te loai. E leo ato atoa na maua le nā tangata. Le li?
Le malosi le taltonunga i le manuia o le na te foa i le talia. Se ui, o le a se whai atu le si fisili atu, se i tātou tau apatai le si na isi me iolo a liani mai. O le soifuanga o tangata lotu, po o le lātou soifua lotu, o le ola o le tangata whatuatua. Ua iei ni o la lo silfia o
Whaftai lava mole, sili lau tau whalo ti. Te fia toi mo yase, le poina na sauno aia sunga i whawhenga nei. Wape mana i fo le tātou taltano, o sunga i whawhenga. Ia maa o le lay person fo le a tangata fo ia pe o le sui o tanga. E moni le ia le nganga pe le nganga le le fia whai mea le lei le atua. Whai se tauranga se ainga. E oa i lauelele mo whanua ainga wa tō mo le taltonunga lava la e whamanuia le atua. O na sa wai leo le tātou soifuanga, wa te le suinga o le soifuanga wa e nei on po. O vai teimi ia i le vai ngā Samoa, sa tele lauelele. E tele whanua ainga e leo ainga, e leo no fo ia fo, e le i tele ni tangata. Pei sa whaingo fio na tu umali e hatu fo e le nganga whapena. A pe taila e swinga le, o le ua soifua tangata i le tupe, ua tupe amea uma. Ua fuafua e la le soifuanga o tangata. Ua leifa se toi fia nofo i whale o se tulo. o le mea whalala ia te ulava ia ile wha lei person leo te ala tu mai. E mo i leia o ia taimi ua o te le vave foi ta maa nuu. Ia o manatu foi ia whaiwhi au e whai se whalsa po se whale fau. Se whale runga luanga. A lei se ale me ta ua. E ta taua o na tili toa pena maua mai le sunga whawhenga ia soli. E ngā whatia e le kalesi. E ngā whatia e tangata pito i sili o na lai titi le tongi. Fuafua ngā i ai ia le soifa. Awa na fosi ala ia le leila tātou nei ia mātou nei tau whiololo na ito. Ia na ia inga ia e whainga luanga le staircase ma po teu whale le toe ina. Ia le lava la tau mawhaia ia o le melea. Le ngā whatia le vaenga leilunga. Ia peo leisi le tūlanga tau lava na mana tunatu le ai se tulou ia e le fautua ina foi ia tamama ma tai o le tātou tunu. Ona o te lele suinga leo langa o leo tātou ola i le tupele le soifuanga leo tātou soifuai.
Kalisia nei e tātou a me sea le tau o kalisia ma vai. Kātori koloma o le metisi o le whapotonga. E il whawhitauri le wale le mai o le mo le whiosos wha. Sao lea? Ai mafua sia. Ia lua sunga whawhenga.
Ai le maua le leia le tangata le nganga o le tapuai. Hau pena wani whiosos wha. Ai le malamalama le tangata i le mea tau o le tapuai. Hau pena wani whiosos wha. Ia ua ia o le mea tau o le tapuai inga i le atua o le whai o le whinangaro o le atua. E le o le tapuai inga o le atua e whai le loto o le tangata. E le whapea fo ina o mea whai le whiosos whai i tangata. O tengia atu e whai au uanga sala po ua muli lua, po le ase me ua whapenana na ita le a.
Evers.
O tengia atu le loto mai o ea e sawa e whai au kokore kiki. Pe pea whai o se li ta ua po se plora whare ta ua se no. A sawa e kam kiki songa o ke mai e le roa mai le ama lea. O na winga, e le o mara malama le mea ta o le tapo inga la e toso atua i tonu mona ma malu whale atu nu. Which e le fitau i le tapo inga. Ia, o me whai. Ia pēra lea no whai atu. Pe fo lea ufa toa uman sa no se ui. Whina ngaro fo eo ne. Ia tau ana fuafua e o lo tau o tai o e kalisia. I ati na e whai. Tātou vai fo i leo ranga ma le tamau ainga maua i lo tonu o tātou ainga. O mātou fo ni mātua e o sunga a net ma. O mātou marama lama le lei. I le hoi o tangata tāpua ai. I mea tau le atina. Ia e pe o a fua fo i atua ai le kalesia ia i ona pulenga mea pena ia o whainga me, o tauranga o lea, o tauranga o lea, o tauranga o lea. Ia ngā fo i tātou taratanoa ma lau siri mai. Ia, awa tātou wau taita. E le whapeo la tua ia nai tō ina leo o tau nei o taitai whono ma leo tātou fo isi taita. Tātou fo e watua whautuanga i o tātou taitai. E se i seu le manua e tanga i ngānu.
Wa mafua no o watua o la le foi fsili i atu taulanga e i ate au ia o le mesa o whaitawai. Wa silfia le tusi le li poti le sa unia e la wali fo i e mai le South Pacific Commission. O le Winds of Change. Le mafua mai ei le mea o lo o tusia mai ai unga la wali i neisi mea mese la wha pitoa ai kalesia bavai e tatou. A tatou le ai toa i le taimi le nei swinga whainga malo ma le tamau ainga ma isi fuafuanga we lo langi ma tatou le a fo ia amana ia. Tupu ale e anga ia i lalo to tino tatou kalesia. Pe o le whai unga na la ulina tusi mai lele e tau sa ili atua i foi le so lua lava la ngona. Pe foi le sunga tia kontoina. La me mafua i on tatou o taulanga. Ia, walanga e pe fuan sa no e su tile le mau taulanga. Taulanga o peleti o alofa o mea le au uso, mea le au talavou, mea le au vaipese. Ua tele na o le whae fafo. Wa lua silfia voi a tulanga o kalesia i fafo. Ia, e tasia le saunu ninga o le paketi. Tasia le paketi o le tele o kalesia. Ia o le kalesia me tisi le tuaitualanga sa o fo i lotu ai. A o tangata umala e peleti tonu o le moe e fo ai tasia la tautusi e ave mo le paketi le tasi. E fau mai ai umame o tongi ai fai fe au e tongi ai pili, tongi ai noa mai noa. E le ia nisi me vele vele, e tasia le paketi. A leila ni ale talafenga i le paketi ia ona mafuafua la leo nai sa ili ngā tūwhapitoa. A ele tele se vele vele pe o le melo ia ni tam tatou amata mai fo i tula o whainga o tāulanga i aso la. Ia me se alofo whaiwhia au peleti. E vala au, tau vala au. Te whaftai ai nei vai teimi masuinga ia o tātou iai fo ile leo pe o tau whaiwha lilo lilo. Te vāngana ai le teimi muli muli ana wha ailo mai la lea. Ai le o mau vo e tatou le whainga na lo whaifafu e le mwhai ana i lo fua e leisi le mea o lafo ina leisi mo le ngā kuenga le tō. Tau sunga ripi?
O le tūlanga i le tangata tāpua i pen sau noa e sunga e suri. E tusa le lava le soifua tautua o le tangata i lona ainga whaasamo. Malona soifua tautua i lana tapuinga. Le mwhai na e nofo ma e awai me whai le alau tau ainga. E au noa ma sau mea e aluai. E whapena fo i le tūlanga wale tapuinga. Si vanga nala o me e alu le tūlanga wale kalesia. O lau whaasoasoal na ma lau sao i tonu o mea le kalesia. E pei fo na e fai fo i a lafulafonga a kalesia na. E feololo mai i meo wharavelave. Fai le maliu, fai le aswhanau, fai le sawhai. E le whapela e nofo ai le tangata osi a inga. E fai a ona o le nganga i maopopo, ma le lei, whaalufani le lei la inga, wha avenga i me la inga. E whapena foi na tau i le tangata tāpua. Lona sao i le ngā luenga a le tua. Awa, e tali tonu e le tua. E le whapela na fia e tau le swafa o le tua. Ai musu e alofa ia i le tua ma malona alo le whaatima. I lo wata. A whai o le tangata e alu le kalesia, ai na te fia maua, so na saunga le mu mai mea e aafia ilo na afu, malona ta mau ainga. E leo langona e le tapua. E le mau ngofi. O lava whiana tātou mātau mea i le ngā luenga o le wha o le tanga. Ai na mau e le afu. O le alo o le tua e tuatasi. O upola utustala le fōu. O le afu e pe o le toto. Na sisinga o le li. Ia afu fu atu la. Si vanga nā ma mai a te ia lona tūlanga whale nganga i lona wha o le tanga. E moni e esel tele o le au whenga solo ai. Vea lup whapalangi honga le la e window shopping. E wa ai se me e nofo mali ai, ma le se me a fia.
E se me a whaingo fia. O le tangata soi, tangata lotu. Ai tātou te whai tau fo il tuspa ia. Na whape fo il whenga i ngā o le alii ba maona so. Na wavala la ta ala e na masalasala mutu fesili po ai ai. Paftai tele tu lava mo le tufa mai le nefia fia atonu o le fautuanga mulibuli a pe yone sa no e pe le tu mal fatu tu. O ne malole fatu tu ma tu po tinga ino tatou. Paftai tele nefia tu sai ma tu fa mai alo sunga fa ferreina. Tai foi lo sunga le ja contoina. Na tai tele mo ava no lo maua. E ona tu fatu nei tau silion tau ia te ia tu samale. Mai mo man fa fo mai ala tu. Ya ia ati o bola. Na no le launga o le sile me pol me ale silion tau o o o ia fai nei ia fa pe vei ai fa te te fa pe voi le o tua lo sunga ya containa mo le ka sia pe no ai ya a tonu e ia se sia so ta to e ma futa e fu to e vala via fu o lua la ga wa la lo fu o lua e lo lua tu fa mai ma lo lua te ma ai ngai pe ona ma fa ma le foto pe ona va lo nai o lua le tua ai mo nei la va fia ve ia un suio le meeting la officer fo i mo le toi le ngang fa te tele te la va la mai te fo tu so male na to ta u pul me fia to nu fa male no fo le fa fonga mo mai mo al ta tu ai la benefici ia fa no la va lo officer to te vala au mai ai na mia fo le so ni tu sai me proclama lo ta mo fa ti ai le va no ta u ese mo so i fu na na so fu le nei fia ma to fa tu le pa ia ma malu le tunu i lau mai mo ma lau fa mai ia mo ia la lau fa so na Samoa
Talofa, olo e mai mo mai le tautua le ala talua le KVZK TV, Pango America Samoa. You are watching KVZK TV Channel 2, Pango American Samoa.
E whaatalo whātu America Samoa lau whaafunga anga le nei tu lao le afiafi e ala nisi o whaapopongo tala mai lau KVZK TV ua mai a nei loilonga i maota i lua mo le sunga le whaatonu o le ofisa o whaamatalanga whalawe tele ua whaamaleina fo i whasili ma whina ngalo sa mo o mia ai le whaamala malamaanga a le sunga ya Aaron Hall i nisi o mata upu tau i le tautua lau KVZK TV mo le atunuu whaapea nisi o fuafuanga e aona sila fia le mamalo le atunuu. Sa amata mai le tautua le sunga le whaatonu i lau ofisa whaasalalau i le tausanga luafe luatasi o le sui whaatonu ma whaasoloane ai i le tōwhinga o le whaatonu. I lea vai tau sa tele ai le swinga sa ia whaatuina tutonu o le KVZK e pe o le whaongaina ofisa o tainga whaona ponei. Ma le whaaleleina o le drone i no fuanga e le au i aile sila ma le maimoa. O le whaongaina o le teknolosi ina ia whiawea i ai ma whesa o tai le atunuu le au au nanga i polokalama ese ma tala fou o aso taitasi. O nei a wala sa whaavaina le sunga ia ho, ua whaafaingo fiai o na o polokalama mai le atunuu i ona tangata anu o lo lala mau i atunuu e mau. I le ngata i lea, ai mawhai o na maua whaasalalau ngā lau TV e le mamalo le atunuu o lo o papa a au e tutono le territory. Sa whaalia le finangalo le awhiunga de senatoia Levu Yosia Jr. I tusa ma le tele o swinga le lei sa whai le sunga le whaatonu a o ia tau aveina mai le taitainga o le TV i tau sanga umawai. Whaapea foi le finangalo le awhiunga ia mao wha umangongo i le tau o tele o le TV le atunuu. E le ngata iana polokalama maasani a ia mawhai na sila le atunuu i tau o lumanga ale malo. E pei o na whaia nei i le senate. Ia malama le lautele mata upu mawhai unga o lo tala no ine tutono maota o le fono. O e o lo whai masui o le atunuu i tutono le senate ma le maota o sui. Sa whaaleo ina i le awhiunga le senatoa ia tui alu uluu vai mili tui alu uluu le leo o atu o le tautua le TV le moto o manua. o se tasi o au nanga o lo tau mawhai iai le sunga le whaatonu ia ho i le whaalangolango lea i le fisosoani se leni mai le malo ina i mawhai na tino mai lea vaenga o le tautua. Nunu yasu le lei mai lau KVZK News.
O le a whaise i loilonga whalau i tele mo pili tau whaawhi numera toluiva o wha ma le toluiva o lima. O le pili tau whaawhi toluiva te si o wha. O se tula fono e whauru talaina, o se tula fono e wha ese ai le whai o palo tau le kovana manilu tena kovana. E sui ai le manga wha tesi o tasi o tolu ma le tasi tesi o tasi o wha i le tusi tula fono Amerika Samoa. O le pili tau whaawhi o le toluiva tesi o lima. Ua whaingoa ina o se tula fono e sui ai anga waa mo sui tau waa mo le ofisa le kovana ma le lutena kovana. E sui ai le manga wha tasi o tasi lua e le tusi tula fono Amerika Samoa. O le nei loilonga o le awhaiei le aso lulu lo Februari le aso lo se fuluono i le afa o le valu i le taeao i le mauta fono le senate. O te tala tuai le avanua i so se tasi o lo fia moli mau i nei mata upu. O i lantou umai fia moli mau wha mole fe so tai. Mai le ofisa ono tolu lima valu ono po le ono tolu fa lima ono lima. O lo avano fo i le upenga te whailangi le tuatusi le www.asfono.gov e lafo mai aini tusi tusinga mo e le lava mai le teimi wa whaatulanga ina. Ua tauri maina e le awhionga le whongwhetalai se tusi mai le awhionga le kovana sili e whailoa alo i aisuinga i le whaavai o Amerika Samoa. E lima mata upu santu uina i pepa palota le tausanga lua o lua e whaali ai le finangalo le antunu u pepa sia pele ai. O se tasio nei pili o le tuina lea o le ai le sui whaipule o Swain se palota ai mata upu le mautu sui. O lea pule ua i tutonu o le whaavai o Amerika Samoa. E tu sai ma le fina ngalo le antunu u ma ua maea o na saini e le whailau tusi o le interior. Ia lo ia ai ma amana ia ina le sui i taulu manga o le mauta. Wa talu sanga ina fo i se fina ngalo le a whionga le whongwhetalai. Ina ia i se whaalinga tu whaatasia a le ta whatolu o le whainga malo. Ina ia whailoa malo ia ai su enga wa iai nei le whaavai o le territory. O lea mata upu sa tu lai mai ai se fe se ina o finga ngalo i tu tonu le mautu sui le amatanga o nei viaso. Ina wato e fisiringe le afionga ya sua Alex Jennings le tulanga o lona sui tu tonu le mauta. Sa fatu ina le afionga ya fetu junior se mau e faalia ai fina ngalo sui faipule e se faamanatu e te tau na tu ina atu i le sui o Swain se tu sai ma mionga e le talawhenga ai matula fono le mauta fono faapea le fautua ina o se iloilonga o le soifu marolo ina fa ale mafau mo le sui o Swains. Peitai ua taatia nei se tangi i le whaamsinonga le afionga i asua e whaasanga i le afionga le whongwhetalai e tusa ma le whaatino ina o le suinga fou ua umona pasi e le whaavai. O lo tulanga lo wampea le tau ma o lo iai pea la pata inga mo matangi ma lolosi. O lo iai fo i la pata inga mo ta whenga malolonga. Ma o le utu ina mai ai se talalata mai o le tau mai le ofisa o va ai tau o le antunu.
O se talalata mai le nei le tau ia wa fo ia la mai mota pua mai le nei a fiafi. No te sila mai o lo tele lava ia o lo ilunga le antunu. Ia o lo ia le taula ingo o Sabina Pasifika i saute o lo whapea na mawhai pia ti munga ia e mese ia le tofa tau o Sabina o lo ia nei. O lo ia tabilinga peo na tala noa sistemi o whano i le asuan nafi. I le tabilinga o le balu wha, ia mamao lava i sauti sae o le atunu, ia po o ia i New Way, wa o lo angai pia i sauti sae. O lo ia i fwese tabilinga tau amata, o lo i mātu o Fiti, ia po lata fo i o ia i Wallace no Fatuna. O ia le fuafuanga mo le angai i luma, ia angai i saute, ia ma angai o i Fiti. Rona winga. O tele lava o fianga lea lo tu mauni lungo tatu ia o Sabili lea lo ia mise fuia timunga ia la tu mauna mai le pona nei o Sabili lau no fai titia Sabili mai i lapta inga mai a nele tai au ia leo fai titia i tulanga o whautuanga ma o le atu mau le pona nei o timunga foi o le atu mau lava ia le mamafo timunga ia lungo le atu nu ia mese foi ia so lava o tulanga o Sami ia marchisi o le tulanga o ngalu ia I ngatai whare o le tātou atinu. O tūlanga le ia o lo ia se vaenga o pēa mo mafo ea lo I mātui sasai. Le vaenga o pēa mo mafo ea o le whaapea o na sosoani I tūlei ese ia le tele o ti munga ma saviri dia. Lo I lungo le tātou atinu ma ngai mai I saute ma saute sifo. Lapta inga no whaia e misi whai whautuanga o lo whaapea lava o na whaawau mo le tātou atinu. Lo ia I pēa ia lapta inga mo ngalu mawali lunga. Lo a fia ia tala whaatai o le atinu. Lo pēa tala noa ste mo whanu. Lau a sui ia lapta inga ia I whautuanga mo savini maa losi. Le wa ia I nei tātou I whautuanga savini maa losi ia mo le tātou territory. Ia, o lea whai ua tui nā tui whautuanga ia mo walaiti I le ngata I leo. Ia ono ti munga ma mawhalo tu mau dungo tātou I o lava I le pōna nei. Ia lau lo watu e pēa ia le nofa wa ia mo tā whenga malolonga ia ono ti munga mawha. Se vainga leo le talo le tau, le whaingo le newa aso e anga ia tu lava I le vai aso fau. O le pōna nei, pēto sisila tu lo tu mau lava ia whautuanga mo savini malolosi ia lunga le tātou tunu. Losu lima le tosu lima tolu sunu mai la ia martofa tau tau ia I lunga le atunu. Tulanga o ti munga ia la whapea lava na tu mau ia ti munga mawha. Ia mise foi ia le so o le ngatai whare o le se furu le suma tolu. O le aso atai au, le aso nai, o mai savili los furu I losu lima. Ia mise foi tūlanga o le sami. Ia whaasoro la ia le whaiunga le nema aso I le pole aso nai. Ia o maulau lo lawa I savili le sulu lima le los furu mai le tūla. Ia mise foi ia tūlanga o timu, ia o le awhaititia timunga I lunga le atunu. E whaiunga nema ia so ia ngai atu la matanga o le vai asfou. Sami, pa umai lalo le fitu lega futu. Mise foi le vai asfou ia I le pole aso lua ia ngai atu I lasparele. I nātou silsila ia o se furu sulu lima, o umai sami I le lima I le fitu futu. O le talana o tau, a whai lava I eise fisili, wha mole wala o mailo ofisa. I le ono I waiwa I watasi tolu o ia piasesi fo I lunga o pengata whai langi I le wadadao.gov/ppg. Ia po lunga fo I Facebook, ia mo nisi whapo o mo talo tau.
I tala mai pia o le lafo I le taritonuina o le palemia ia fie mena mi mata afa. O le a avema mata upu momu e tala noina I le taimi e fono ai le palemene I le aso lua asau. Na talie le fonga fe talai o le fono fai tu la fono ia papali ili o maspau. Le talo sanga alo ia le tuwangai mo se palo tali taritonuina. Na whaamaunia mai le teita I o le tuwangai atu ila e pasa I le malia le ngoi. Na talie le fonga fe talai le lafo I se fai ngatu istusia. Ma whaatanga I loa le to li mo sui o le vainga whaupu whai le tua ngai I saunoa iai. Na ta uetu ila e pai whapea o le palota o loo taula I tonu I le palemia malana ka peneta. Na ia ta ua foi ua leto e pulea e fia me le to atelo fai pule I tonu le palemene. I le teiminei na whailoa ai e le minista o whaatoanga me whainga whaiwo whaamalolo nei. O ia foi o le teita I fono ma le teita I o le vainga whaupu whai o le whaatutua I le tua samo watasi. Le lu I tau o le whai o le palota le tali tonuina ai ua taufia le whaailoaina o lola tautulanga ma whai mai o le a whaatali se ia o I le a solua. I tātou talamulimuli o talamai le Pasifika. Na mo le maule tamaita I kovana ia Low Leon Guerrero I le a solulu I lumo le whale pa ai Washington DC. I le una I o le malo tele ve son soani a kuam me fausia se whale mai fo o le malo. E pe ona si la fia o tupe te ufa fai ngā ruenga I le soi fo marolo I no kuam ma tina e o fale e wha malo si ai le saunga le mua o le atulu. O upu nei nā nginga I lana saunoa ngai le teimi o lana mo di mau. Na ia wha mawhaina le tāu o kuam I le saunga le mua o le atulu e mai se le Indo-Pacific region. I le fe ese inga masaina ma Korea I mātū. Whaatasi ai ma se pūlenga fau a whaatuina. Na tuina tuai e kuero lui tau I tūlanga ese o lo whengai ma le lātou lava territory. Na matawina e le whailau tūse le interior ia Doug Brigham le tāu o tele o le territory le saunga le mua le atunu. E mai se lava le Indo-Pacific region. E lana moni mausaunia na talosanga I nai e le kovana ia Brigham e whautua mo territory le toi luiluina o le polo inga ale President Trump e tau fia le fisonsoani le federale I o tanto wanto motu I le Pasifika. O le fisonsoani le federale o se tupe whawhai ngādue ngai le ati na e noanga fisotai ma le tamau ainga o tanto tangata I territory te tasi. Ma le whaiunga nā tātu tano to mai lau KVZK, le whaiunga o rei vaiaso, manui e tele whainga marolonga le tātu tunu tō whā suifua.
Talofa lava and welcome to your evening news here on KVZK TV. Aaron Hall has been confirmed as the Cabinet Director of the Office of Public Information under the Pula and Pulu administration following his confirmation by the House of Representatives. This marks the second time Mr. Hall's nomination has been presented to the House. The initial attempt did not secure the necessary votes for approval, so a motion for reconsideration was introduced. This resulted in a second vote held yesterday. In this vote, 12 representatives expressed their support for Mr. Hall, while 5 opposed his nomination. Having also received approval from the Senate, he is fully confirmed in his role. Mr. Hall, a seasoned professional in the field, began his career at KVZK TV in 2021 as the Deputy Director. During his tenure, he played a pivotal role in revolutionizing local news production by introducing advanced live streaming capabilities that improved real-time information dissemination and viewer engagement. In 2022, he ascended to the role of director, spearheading a significant transition of broadcasting services from outdated analog systems to cutting-edge digital technologies. This modernized the office's communication infrastructure to align with contemporary industry standards. Under Hall's leadership, the office embraced innovative media production strategies by launching live streaming services across popular platforms such as Facebook and YouTube and on the dedicated news website. These initiatives broadened KVZK TV's reach and fostered greater audience interaction and accessibility. In his address to the Senate, Mr. Hall articulated his vision for the future of KVZK TV, outlining ambitious plans to enhance regional news delivery further and strengthen community engagement through upcoming technological advancements and programming initiatives. During the concise confirmation hearing, Senator Levo Yosia Jr. expressed his appreciation for Mr. Hall's innovative approach to implementing live streaming of local programs on social media platforms. This initiative has enabled Samoans from around the globe to stay connected and witness the excitement of the Fautasi race, a cherished cultural event. Senator Levo remarked on Hall's outstanding achievement in elevating the local television station. He was the first director to effectively facilitate live streaming on social media, a significant advancement in broadcasting that connects community. The local TV station integrated drone technology into its operations for the first time, marking a significant step forward. This innovative approach enhances the station's ability to capture dynamic aerial footage and improves its reporting capabilities, particularly in covering events and breaking news. The adoption of drones represents a commendable effort to stay at the forefront of broadcasting technology, allowing the station to provide viewers with more engaging and comprehensive content. In stark contrast, Senator Ma'ofa Umangongo urged Mr. Hall to take a proactive stance on transparency by incorporating coverage of corruption within the government's local news broadcasts. He emphasized that the public must be thoroughly informed about ongoing governmental affairs and pressing issues directly impacting their lives. By live streaming the phono sessions and legislative hearings, Senator Ngongo argued the station would provide a crucial platform that offers insights into the inner workings of the government. He cautioned that without such transparency, citizens could easily remain uninformed and oblivious to critical decisions made on their behalf, effectively keeping them in the dark about matters that influence their daily existence. Senator Tuialu'ulu'u Vaimili Tuialu'ulu'u of Ta'umanua raised a pressing concern regarding KVZK TV's limited reach, questioning why the station's broadcasts do not extend to the Manua Islands. He highlighted the disparity in access to programming, lamenting that his constituents are deprived of the same broadcast and cultural content available to residents of Tutuila and Aunu'u. Hall held coursework in business management and criminal justice and pre-law at our local community college and Grossmont Community College. Nunu Yasulele with your KVZK News. The Senate will hold a public hearing for two bills concerning the separation of the election races for governor and lieutenant governor, as well as a proposal to modify the eligibility criteria for candidates seeking these offices in American Samoa. During this week's Senate session, Senator Tongiola Tulafono announced that a public hearing is scheduled to gather community opinions. Public members can also submit their comments through the Senate website at www.asfono.gov, where an online form is available. The hearing will occur in the Senate chamber on Wednesday, February 26. The two bills under consideration are Senate Bill number 39-04 and Senate Bill number 39-05, which pertain to candidacy requirements. The first bill proposes an amendment to allow separate election race for the governor and lieutenant governor. This measure emphasizes the benefits of electing these offices independently, suggesting that an independently elected lieutenant governor will have the authority derived from a statewide election to address significant issues affecting the territory and provide an alternative perspective. This process will require the newly elected lieutenant governor and secretary of American Samoa to comply with the American Samoa Code Annotated and the American Samoa Revised Constitution. The newly appointed lieutenant governor will have substantial opportunities to influence policies that will shape the future of American Samoa. The second bill aims to revise the eligibility criteria for individuals wishing to run for governor and lieutenant governor. This legislation seeks to strengthen qualifications by introducing a new requirement. Candidates must be of American Samoan ancestry and establish actual residency in American Samoa for at least 24 consecutive calendar months immediately prior to their candidacy. Additionally, candidates must demonstrate a long-term connection to American Samoa by having lived there for at least 5 years before submitting their candidacy. The proposed legislation includes a provision to waive residency requirements for specific individuals, including those serving in the United States Armed Forces, U.S. government employees or their agency personnel, individuals working for the American Samoa government or its agencies, and students pursuing education. Nuno Yasulile with your KVZK News. Governor Pulali'i Nicolau Pula recently informed House Speaker Savali Talavo'ale in a letter that the 5 amendments to the revised Constitution of American Samoa, which were approved by referendum in November 2022, have received a sanction from the Secretary of the Interior. Therefore, the amendments will take effect immediately, stated in the letter dated on February 14, 2025. Talane reported that one of the amendments grants the Swains Island delegate the right to vote in the House of Representatives. The governor expressed his intention to work with the House Speaker and staff to develop a joint press release from the 3 branches of government. He also mentioned that upon returning from the National Governors Association meeting in Washington, D.C., he would like to schedule an event to acknowledge the approval of the constitutional amendments formally. On Tuesday, Vice Speaker Fetui Fetu addressed a lawsuit filed by Swains Faipule, Sua Alexander Jennings, against the Speaker of the House. He strongly believes that the House should consider punishing the Swains Faipule under House rules because of his conduct in chambers last week. Additionally, he suggested that the House request a mental health evaluation for the Faipule. The Speaker acknowledged that a response to the court action would be forthcoming. However, the Swains delegate is indefinitely barred from returning to the House. Last week, Representative Jennings filed a complaint with the High Court, seeking a declaratory judgment that the Speaker is violating the revised Constitution of American Samoa by denying him the right to vote in the House. Governor Pulali'i Nicolau Pula officially informed House Speaker Savali Talavo'ale that the Secretary of the Interior approved the 5 amendments to the revised Constitution of American Samoa, which were passed by popular referendum in 2022. Here's the latest updates of the weather for the territory reported early this afternoon by the U.S. Weather Service Pago Pago, American Samoa.
Talo for American Samoa, here's the latest weather update for your understanding and your preparedness. So right now we still have the South Pacific Convergence Zone. As you see here in this satellite imagery, it's still over the area, still producing widespread showers at times and heavy at times, also with gusty winds and the potential for thunderstorms. We have TD08F, that's to our far southeast. It's going to continue on its track moving further southeast. Then we also have 94P to our northwest or north of Fiji. The models are showing that the 94P will continue to move southward. And also on our imagery here, we have the ridge that's building from the north, and this will help push the SPCZ further south and away from the territory. By Saturday, late Saturday, we will be seeing some changes. So our current warning, watches, and advisories, we still have our high surf warning that's in effect, mainly for our north shores, because we are seeing the conditions on the north shore. It's still high with the seas and surfs. And so we still have that all through tonight, early Saturday morning. We've downgraded our high wind warning to a wind advisory. We've also downgraded our gale warning for our coastal waters to a small craft advisory. And we still have a flash flood watch that remains in effect through Saturday. And so here's a timeline for what the conditions are. Starting tonight, our winds will be coming from the north at 25 or 30 miles per hour with higher gusts. And keep in mind, gusts will be much higher in the harbor area at the higher elevations and especially near the mountain areas. Seas are at 10 to 13 feet with widespread showers and heavy at times with the possibility of thunderstorms. For Saturday and Saturday night through Tuesday, you see the decreasing trend in winds. Winds for tomorrow would be at 20 to 25 miles per hour with higher gusts. And rain would also be decreased to numerous showers with seas as well. And the trend continues all the way through the new week. And we should be seeing improved conditions for the new week.
In news from Apia, a motion of no confidence against Samoa's Prime Minister, Fiame Naomi Mata'afa, will be the first item on the agenda when Parliament convenes next Tuesday. The Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, Papali Ilio Maspa'u, granted the opposition's formal request for a vote of no confidence. Opposition Leader Tuilaepa Dr. Sailele Malielengoi confirmed that the Speaker approved the motion in writing and allowed 5 members from the opposition bench to speak on it. Tuilaepa emphasized that the vote is specifically targeting the Prime Minister and her cabinet. He claims that Fiame no longer commands the majority of members in Parliament. Meanwhile, the dismissed Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, who also serves as the chairman and leader of the Fa'atuatuele Tua Samoa Otasi Party, or FAST, acknowledged the challenge of holding a vote of no confidence but refrained from disclosing their position, stating they will wait until next week, Tuesday. With your news on KVZK. And finally, in news from the region, Guam's Governor Lou Leon Guerrero on Wednesday testified before White House officials in Washington, D.C., urging the federal government to help Guam build a new public hospital and fix its housing shortage amidst the military buildup on the island, as well as exempt Pacific Islands from federal aid pause. The investments in Guam's healthcare and housing infrastructure only strengthen their national security, the governor said in her prepared testimony. She emphasized Guam's strategic role in national security, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region, amid rising tensions with China and North Korea. Leon joined governors from other territories at the Department of Interior's Interagency Group on Insular Areas 2025 plenary session. With a new administration in place, the governors presented the unique challenges facing their respective territories. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum noted the territory's critical role in national security, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region. The governor asked Burgum to advocate for the territories the reconsideration of President Trump's executive order of pausing federal aid to the islands in the Pacific. The governor of Guam noted the exemptions that have been granted. However, they must consider and allow the Pacific Islands to continue receiving federal funding assistance. The federal assistance is an investment into social and economic developments of every Pacific Islander that leads to self-sustainment, economic growth, and financial stability. Guam's delegate to Congress, James Moylan, was also at the plenary session. A release from Moylan's office noted that with discussions on potential national cuts proposed by the White House on various programs, each territorial leader expressed that many in the communities rely on social programs. The funding for these food, education, or housing programs are not handouts, but a hand-up intending to provide economic opportunities and self-reliance in the respective islands. This was outlined in a statement released by Moylan's office. Joyeta Fengaimali with your news on KVZK. That's your evening news. Thank you for joining us. Good night.